Hello, Internet, and welcome to another episode of Eat Me. Um, this is the stream where we are going to um, talk about all things food. That's the description that I named this. Very simple. Um, See, I wanted to kind of be vague about these things, at least somewhat, right? Because then we can, like, I really like cooking. Obviously, it's kind of like the food channel. What is the food channel? Mostly, it's mostly cooking, right? I suppose there's a bit of farming, which actually we went through. I now know how rice grows. I've never understood rice. You know, these plants that live in water or swampy water stuff. I never understood a rice plant, never. Until Eat Me, which kind of pushes us all towards learning about this stuff, and you just start to ask questions, and then you just start to discover a bunch of different things. So, Eat Me season one, episode one is doing extremely well. This is the top 10 out of the last 30 days of my website, of all just the originals. I decided to cut this down. It was the top 10 of all my entire website, but there's a bunch of other stuff that I throw in. So I decided to promote only my own personal um, stuff. You know, like stop supporting masked Nazis. I was just following orders. Um, these are mine. Anytime you see these season one episode, season two of Or Else is out. If you like horror, that's interesting. What you see with Or Else is just the tip of the iceberg. I know it kind of doesn't look like much, but um, it's once we get rocking and rolling over here with at least a little bit of money, um, then that I guess the rest of the iceberg will be revealed. And yeah, each of these things, I'm doing what I can now with a zero budget and just computer skills, um, and some creativity and want and a desire. But as things financially grow, then so do each of these things. And over here, just as a side, I guess, this is a list of all of the projects. I wanted to create TV originals, right? And so I'm doing it. 14 of them, two per day. Generally, if I have the time, which I usually do, um, like for example, only one on Monday. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. So we did chat, but we skipped over to news. And actually, this still hasn't even gotten an episode yet. But that it'll come. It'll come. Or Else is at season two, um, and Horror Movie Fanatics happened yesterday. This morning we got another episode of 101, which is uh, you have to be careful with that. Explicit gay content must be 18 or over to consume it. If you're not into explicit gay content, don't click play. Okay, it's as simple as that. Don't click play if you're not into that sort of thing. Same thing with all of this. It's kind of me in a nutshell. I'm gay, and obviously I'm into sex, so that's a part of it. But I'm also very much into horror. I'm into politics. Um, I guess this is travel. This is just a fun way to travel. I like retro things. I love game shows. Um, I want to bring Christians and atheists together. So this is kind of my current itinerary. If I were to add anything, if I were to say I'm missing something, I don't know what it would be from my life, from my expertise or my interests or my passions. Um, Politics is here, and horror. Those are the two big ones. Sex, um, you know. Okay, this travel is just kind of a fun thing to do. I like to learn and explore. I think everybody does. And this is a way to learn and explore from the comfort of your sofa. And I guess this is kind of political activism. I don't like the way that Christians are being treated these days. So I want to calm down the atheists. Technically, I'm an atheist. What I call myself is a pro-Christian atheist. And I just think that there's a middle ground between these two sides. And we need to get to it. So, yeah, that's what this is about. It's just like about bringing the two sides together. Now, so how are we doing with the stream? It says excellent condition, stream health seems excellent. It says excellent. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of a summary of all of the other stuff. I like to kind of go over that as we're just getting warmed up and started. And yeah, let me, yeah, what does the stream look like? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's get going, okay? So food, eat me. See if I got any in my, just up front here, food stuff. I kind of almost wanted, I was kind of thinking, I wanted sub accounts. I wanted one account, but I'd like to, see, in days gone by, you used to be able to put your subscriptions into categories. And as I'm sort of dividing my life by type of content and by day, it would be very helpful. But they took categories of your subscriptions away. So it's just one big long list. So my politics are mixed up with the food and the horror, and so it's just kind of a big assortment. But normally with YouTube, as soon as you start watching, okay, that is Cat Drinks Water on a hot summer day. So as you start going down a particular road of content, normally YouTube adjusts itself, the algorithm adjusts itself. So like I said, when you start to watch, I would click on that, but it's just gonna pull me down the cat road, and I don't want to go down the cat road. I want to go down the food road. Where's my food stuff? I just saw it. I swear to God, I just saw it before I started the stream. I really like this guy, but I hate his talk delivery. Isn't it weird how you can really like the content of something somebody is saying, but their delivery is so terrible that you just can't listen to them? I said that yesterday about this other guy. Oh, CZ World. Here, let me show you. He's a white guy, and I can't stand his delivery. I demonstrated it yesterday. Yeah, that's the one I'm watching. But listen.
Turned out, but was furious to see Rocket Man jump out of the car just before it went over the cliff.
I stood right up and started shouting, "This isn't what happened last week! Have you all got amnesia? They just cheated us! This isn't fair! He didn't get out of the cock-a-doodie car!"
She wouldn't stop yelling about how that wasn't what happened last week, to the point that the manager threatens to kick her out. This incident tells us two things about Annie. First, it highlights...
Okay, so the hair is a problem, and it's not the voice, okay? So I'm figuring this out. It's not the voice, The hair is a problem. I don't want to look at that. The voice is okay. It's just the delivery. So the hair and the delivery. It's weird. And it usually has to irritate the crap out of me before I say goodbye to somebody, but just listen to the way he talks.
Highlights her obsessive attitude towards works of fiction, a problem that will only intensify as she gets older and discovers new stories to latch onto. Second, it shows the early signs of borderline personality disorder. She's
like, and to be frank, the way he delivers this stuff, it goes right over my head. It's such a bad delivery that it's not even staying in my brain. It's kind of rushed, and it's like he's reading. I get it, but anyway, he's doing well. So some people like it. 488,000 subscribers, and he's mostly a horror YouTuber. That is definitely in the upper echelon of horror YouTubers. Definitely, and I appreciate content. The content of what he does, I love it. Let me be frank. And I don't know his politics. His politics have not turned me off. As far as I know, I have no idea, which is fine. Absolutely good, right? Because as soon as you pick a side, then you piss off half the people. So don't pick a side, right? I'm mostly politics, so I do pick a side, and there's no sense me trying to hide it in other things. So, but it's a good idea to either be politically neutral or just don't bring it up. Very, very good idea, especially these days. It's funny how, at some points in life, people say that you have to stay informed and you have to vote and you have to stay informed and you have to, and now it's like everybody's so hyper political. I bet you there's a lot of people that are saying, oh, this whole pool, this whole swim, this whole concept of being politically blah, 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 it's just no, thank you. I'm getting out of here. This is, the whole environment is toxic. It's these two sides, and they're fighting, and they're yelling, and they're screaming, and they're just anger and hatred and fires and looting and, just all sorts of hatred and crap, right? So people opting out of that seems like so it's like weird. It's like, oh. And by the way, I've never said that you had to be politically active. I've said that I think you should. Okay. I was politically inactive for a long time, but then finally somebody said, why don't you, like somebody said, you should be informed, but don't inundate yourself with this stuff. Don't live in it. Don't swim in it. Don't stew in it. Stay informed, but don't let it consume you. And I like that idea. And to be frank, as the world is swimming in politics, the people who are not, who just say no thanks, that's balancing it out. And I think that's a good, because there is a lot to be said. I refuse to accept this because maybe I'm just stubborn and stupid. But there is a good chance that just staying out of it can be a good idea, but I'm just too stupid. I'm addicted to politics. I'm a junkie. I can't walk away. Maybe my life is too unfulfilling in other areas. So even when I try to not do, like today, I'm supposed to be talking about politics or talking about food, and already I'm talking about politics. It's terrible. But anyway, so his delivery. So it's weird how just the delivery of something can change things up. Sold out. The NFL has outwoke itself for the last time. That's an interesting spot to be in, because if all of these see, they've already tried this to bring politics into sports, and it was a disaster. ESPN, which is Disney, which is ABC, which is Disney. So Disney does ESPN, and they tried to bring in all the politics, and they did it for a couple of years, and it literally exploded. They went from like number 1 to like number 5. Like their viewership went to like they were literally killing themselves. So they they had to pull it, and they actually even apologized. They said, "Okay, we heard you loud and clear. No politics. Can you please just resume giving us money and watching our stuff? We're not going to do politics anymore." So they've already tried it, and that was quite a few years ago. They tried to bring in politics into sports, and sports is the only thing that TV is for nowadays, and I'm not joking. I mean, you start getting these men used to frickin' just signing up for MLB.com and blah, blah, blah. Television will completely disappear. The only thing left on television is sports and crap. I mean, viewership year over year. I just did a what is it? My articles are the shortest articles ever. But I just did it like yesterday or something. I think it was 12.5%. Yeah, television viewership is down 12.5% from last year. Every year it drops and drops and drops and drops and drops and drops. And they're still pissing, they're still trying. And sports, isn't that, like this competition? Sure, it's teams, but, I don't know. I don't know. It seems like a kind of a right-wing thing. If I were to put sports and the way that they're being done now into a category, it would be right-wing. Like, if you're going to appeal to somebody the most, it's probably going to be a right-wing person. And you want to, go hard on politics at your own peril. But we're not doing politics. We're moving on. We're looking for... I'll just look for something myself. Oh, here we go. Here is a 6-year-old report of the week. 5 Guys running on empty food review. So this is Review Bra. So we'll start here, I guess.
Hello everyone, this is Running on Empty Food Review.
Oh, wow. The way he did it is quite a bit different. Running on empty food review. He does it as he's walking from his phone to his chair. But it used to be... Wait.
So, I'm throwing you a little curveball here. What am I doing exactly? Well, if you can tell by the bag, I'm doing 5 Guys. Yeah, that's right, a 5 Guys review. Coming right up. So, first...
Just for the record, this is maybe the most lovable personality on the internet. Outside of like maybe a kitten or somebody who like saves puppies. But you know what I mean. I think he's the most lovable, and you want to see the love that he receives. The wave of grease hits you. What a perfect metaphor for my transition into adulthood. And it's kind of funny, too. It's a little bit about this. It's humor mixed with love. This is a good fry. And is this one. You're a big guy. Anyone notice? Okay, so that things are like, it's like a competition in his comment section on who can love and love Review Bra in a funny way the most. Sometimes there's hate, but almost never. Well, I guess maybe like you just, the top comments are there. So let's just go to live comments. Sort by newest first. Little too much monster this day. I already know it's good. I already know. Tell your friends, you powerful wizard. This is absolutely legendary. It's been lost in the archives for so long, and now it's being revealed to me. The reason he is effective is that he gives you his honest opinion about the food. He is the blah 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 of fast food. Hey, bud. I think maybe you're evolving past bud. I'm gonna have to start calling you babe or something. So if you're so inclined, don't answer this question. Don't respond to it either. If you're so inclined, 101, it's none of my business, and you certainly don't want it recorded. Well, unless you do want it recorded, but 101, new episode is out today. Out this morning. And, yeah, so we're watching, we're getting started with the live stream, with me getting completely off topic about everything. But I finally settled down and decided to focus in on food. This is the food stream, so here we go. And a classic video from Review Bra. I love this guy. He's just, you know what I mean? But the problem is he attracts so much love that everybody would just maul him to death. Pinching his cheeks and patting him on the back, he'd probably, die from the pinches. Death from 1,000 pinches. What the heck's going on?
First thing I want to make a remark on, let me just clear this off, now we're good. The first thing I just want to remark on, I'm going to try to do this in 5 minutes, so it's an oddity for me. So the first thing I want to remark on is the bag itself here. As you can see, the thing I really like about the bag, first off, it's just a plain brown bag. But second off, you can see the grease here actually from the meal. So usually the more fat and the more grease there is in a meal, the better it is.
I love that. Review brought a liberal. See, that's okay. So here's my rule. First of all, I don't know. I don't think he brings up politics. I think he's just a nice guy, and he doesn't go down that road. And even if you do go down the road, I can tolerate a little bit. And there are things that a liberal could say that I would agree with. It's possible. It's very rare, but technically, a liberal is right-wing. Once you understand the word liberal, it's a right-wing ideology. But they adopted it, and then they fucked it up. Now liberal means communist. Or maybe it means, I don't know, a right-winger from 20 years ago, 50 years ago, I don't know. But, they keep adopting words and ruining them. That's what the left does. See, the left is garbage in every way, including their words, right? How about tolerance, acceptance, liberal, progressive? All these words they claim as their own, and then they, they're such bad people that they literally destroy the words. They literally destroy the words. Like gender, how about that? They adopt a word and then they just destroy it because they destroy everything, because that's what they do. So I don't know if he's a liberal or not, to be frank, but he's a nice guy. I think he's kind of a hermit. He's just a nice guy, and he's kind of funny, and he, I think he's pretty intelligent, and he really doesn't talk about politics. It's a smart thing to do. I'm stupid, right? People that talk politics when you don't have to are pretty dumb, but I can't help myself. I'm flawed that way. I can't shut up. And which is why I need to now, by the way, my last job, well, the last time I worked for somebody, I can't shut up about politics at work. And that doesn't work out well. This is why I have to do it on my own. And that's why Gary Projects exists. Because I have to do it on my own. Because I can't shut up about politics. And you have to in the workplace. I used to be okay. But when I was a kid. But I can't do that anymore. I can to a degree. But I don't know. Everybody knew that I was the right-wing libertarian political guy at work. And that pissed some people off, but, you know, and all the people that liked it, they wouldn't be open about it. They'd have to be kind of sly and underhanded. They'd be like, hey, I like Trump too. You know, under the breath so nobody else could hear. It's kind of shameful, really. But I was really loud and obnoxious. And you know, like everybody knew where I stood. But, you know, they still came and, you know, hung out with me, so I guess they didn't mind that much. Because you can turn, see, like, I guess here, I turned political conversation into blunt wickedness, but there is a nicer way of saying things. See, but I find that so many people are, I think the time has passed for nice conversation. Okay? The time has passed for nice talk. And that's why my mouth is wicked.
So, that's that.
You know, like I would love to, you know, really nicely talk to people about freedom and liberty and property rights and things like that. But they don't care. All they're doing is burning fucking cities down and calling me racist. So, when is the next person coming? I gotta check this out. I should keep this up. Today would be nice. Okay. 3:30. So the next one is right now. So there'll be somebody here in a minute. Noon. But anyway. So if you're a really nice liberal and you're soft spoken and you don't want to be in people's faces, I don't really care that much. But as soon as you start preaching hatred and, you know, like stand on the pulpit, I better agree with you, at least mostly. It's okay if you get things wrong. That I don't mind. But as long as you understand, you know, like you're, I don't know, not coming from the world of stupid. Because those people you can't talk to. Or I don't know how to talk to them. They have to learn. They have to grow out of it or something. I don't know. It's like when I saw these people screaming at the cops, and this one cop was trying to talk to them, and talk and talk and talk. I saw the video, talk and talk. It's a black female cop, right? She's huge too, and she's trying to talk to the crowd, and it was black people yelling and screaming at her, right? And she was actually responding. She wasn't just standing there with her shield. She was actually trying to talk, and she was interacting with them, but nothing was happening. And finally, a black guy standing beside her said, "Just stop talking." You know, it's like these people are untalk-toable. And by the way, everybody in this scenario is black. some black Antifa BLM people screaming at black cops for selling out their race and all the rest of it, right? But like she was trying to talk them off a cliff down from the ledge, but they're too emotional. It's like a child having a temper tantrum in the middle of the candy store. You can't talk sense into them. They're unreasonable. I mean, they're freaking that one where that black cop came out and was talking about all the stuff that has been hurled his way recently. He says these white BLM, mostly white BLM and Antifa protesters are the most racist I've ever seen in my life. Okay, so I'm going to have to get going. So I'm going to just put this on, and we'll let you go.
Open up the contents of the bag. Got your napkins here. Look at this bag. It's like towering over me practically. I thought I was big. You got your alright, I ordered small fries, but you got your fries. And then your burger. Another thing with the fries I don't like is that they put another handful in the bag. So like, you get the fries here, right? First off, they put the fries in like a little drink cup or something. Like this. But the thing I like about it also is that then they put in an extra helping of the fries in the bag. I was watching them do it with everyone. So that's one thing I like about Five Guys. So, the first thing I'm going to review here out of this meal, there's another burger in the bag, but it's the same type as this one, so there's no point in taking them both out, right? No? You want me to take them both out? No? Alright. So first thing I'm going to focus on is the fries, just for a quick second. Right here, this is one of their fries. You could order them regular or Cajun style. I ordered them Cajun style. What is Cajun style exactly? When you order a fry Cajun style, at least at Five Guys, if you tried to order them Cajun style at McDonald's, it'd just be looking at you. Cajun style means it's like a regular French fry with a little bit of spice. So let me try this and tell you how it is. That's a good fry. As is this. As is this one. Cooked very well. Pretty greasy, which is good. Usually the more grease and fat, the better it is. Good for the mind, bad for the body, we'll say it that way. Yeah, delicious. With a little bit of spice in there from the Cajun, seasoning, but not bad. Salty, a little spicy, but very good. So's your fries. Now we're going to move on to the signature dish. Once again, this is Five Guys Burgers and Fries. What are they known for? Where were they voted to have the best burger? So what is this exactly? This, right here, let me try to hold this up for you in all its glory, is their bacon burger. What is this? Two well-cooked patties, bacon on the bottom, a little bit on the top, with ketchup on both buns. This right here is a work of art. This is one of my favorite meals, and it's honestly a pleasure to review it. So I'm going to take great pride in having the first bite of this delicious sandwich. I already know it's good. I already know. So let's dig in, shall we? That's what I call a burger. Absolutely delicious. Perfect. As soon as you bite in, the patties are tender, juicy, moist, delicious. Well cooked, very flavorful, very tender, delicious. And then you get the flavor of the bacon that comes in, and then the ketchup at that. This right here, this is a burger. as soon as you bite in, a little wave of grease hits you, that's a good sign at first. And that means, alright, when you get this grease, you know it's good. A wave of grease hits you, then you get a very tender patty, well cooked, very flavorful, juicy, moist, very nice. Even a little salt, very nice. Then the bacon hits you, because this is a bacon burger. Very flavorful once again. Again, looks like very nice bacon. Not burnt or anything, cooked perfectly. That hits you, adds even more onto the burger. And then, to top it off, you get ketchup, which finally acts like a garnish almost. This is delicious. This right here. This is probably the best burger I've ever reviewed so far. I'm almost ready to shed a tear. Just kidding. So yeah, there you have it, basically. Five Guys burgers. Once again, you can tell I enjoyed this very much, and I still will continue to. Comes with 2 patties, as you hopefully saw. I hope you saw it, but 2 patties. Once again, well cooked. Nice crispy bacon on it. Ketchup. Once again, very tender, juicy, well seasoned, very nice. Delicious burger. So, price-wise, what is this beautiful sandwich exactly? What is this burger exactly? How much does it cost to have a burger this good? $100? $200? More like $6. $6 for the sandwich. Prices vary per Five Guys, but it was $6 for this burger here, and what was it? I think it was like $3 for this small fries here. So I mean, this isn't dollar menu food, but it's worth it. You know, usually I don't go to Five Guys, but I know I told myself, listen, you're gonna enjoy this, and you're gonna say the drive is worth it. And I had to drive like 15 minutes to get there, but it was worth it. It was worth it. So what am I going to rate this out of 10? You can tell that I really like this. It's quality food. You know, once again, alright, maybe not the healthiest food, but it's sure good. Once again, brief recap here, and I'll give you the rating out of 10. Cajun fries. Tastes like good fries. You know, crispy, salty, a little spicy because of the the seasoning, but very good. Very good. You know, not hard, not too hard, not overdone, but nice and soft. You know, but firm, but very nice. Then the burger itself, once again, nice and juicy. The meat is tender, well cooked, juicy, moist, very good, succulent, delicious. The bacon itself, cooked very well, nice and flavorful at that. Tastes like bacon, adds to the burger overall. Then you get the ketchup, which once again mixes all the flavors together in my opinion, and makes it what it is. So what am I going to rate this meal out of 10? Obviously with prices being what they are, and the nutritional side of the meal, I'm going to give this a 9.8 out of 10. 9.8 out of 10. This is probably the highest rating I've given something as of the news scale. That's what you have. Five Guys, Burgers and Fries, reviewed their double bacon burger, or as they call it there, a bacon burger with ketchup, and a little Cajun fries. So there you have it, Five Guys review. Thank you very much, and I'll be seeing you later. Take care. Hello everyone, this is Running on Empty Food Review. You might notice a smile on my face and I can't help but laugh. I gotta make sure, as I was just about to start filming, this guy in the convertible pulled up next, and I think he's getting in a fight with someone across the parking lot. I'm dead serious. He was there, he was yelling the F word, and he was saying, "You want to start something with me?" And if something happens, I apologize, but it's also good to start recording just in case, you know. May as well have a record of it. Anyway, to get into the review here, and yes, I do have my doors locked. To get into the review here, this is a first. This is a first for the channel, a first for the Running on Empty series, and it's an exciting first of all things. I mean, I don't know, maybe they're fighting over there because of Culver's, you know, they just like it so much. I've never had Culver's before. I've never reviewed it before. I've never had it before. You know, I mean, this is exciting for me because I'm just curious as to what this is, what it tastes like, because I've gotten a lot of recommendations for it, a lot of suggestions, and now I'm finally able to do it. Alright, it looks like they're gone, so we can let our guard down a little bit. So today's review is for the Culver's Bacon Deluxe Burger. I got my trusty notebook here. And this burger comes with 2 patties of Midwest raised beef, 2 strips of bacon, Wisconsin cheese, not that Michigan cheese, lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles on their famous buttered toasted bun. And that's what Culver's, I think, really likes to brag about of their burgers, you know, the butter burgers. Here's what the box looks like. You can see it's actually pretty, you know, they actually have some nice decals on it. It's colorful. They're really proud of Wisconsin, you know, you can see right here, there's a map of the state of Wisconsin. And there's the burger. It's 2-dimensional, so that's what it looks like. And it'll be interesting. Just kidding about the 2-dimensional part. Okay, let's look at this. Now here's what it looks like. Here's the burger. I'm going to hold it from different lengths and distances from the camera because I know sometimes the sun can bleach things out a little bit, but this is what it looks like real up close, if you can see that. We'll take it out of the wrapper, which is a little unorthodox, but I like doing that. Like living on the edge. There's that. That's what it looks like. And there I am holding the blessed Culver's burger. I think all the ingredients are there. There's the buttered bun, the beef patties. I can see the cheese, the strips of bacon. I don't want to really tear it apart too much. You can see a little bit of the mayo and pickles there. So I think you can thoroughly see it. And now I'm just going to try it. So the name of this again is the Culver's Bacon Deluxe Burger from Culver's. I'm really excited about this. So I'm going to try it and I'll let you know what it tastes like. So it's the Culver's Bacon Deluxe Burger from Culver's going in. Get back in there. Get in there. Two more bites. Must be my lucky day. All these things are falling off and they're landing perfectly in the box. Alright, one final bite. You know, about a year and a half ago, I think it was about that long ago. Again, this was the first time I've ever tried Culver's. But about a year and a half ago, I got an email from the Culver's marketing team. They said, well, we have a proposition for you. If you'd be interested in reviewing one of our new burgers, we'll fly you out to Wisconsin. And assuming you're not too far away, you can go there, can review it, and that'll be that. They said, well, where are you located? I said, New York. And they said no. Now, what does this burger taste like exactly, ladies and gentlemen? Again, this is the Culver's Bacon Deluxe. I'm just making sure I have all the ingredients on track. Comes with 2 patties, 2 beef patties, 2 strips of bacon, Wisconsin cheese, lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles on the buttered bun. So it has a lot of ingredients. You know, it's a deluxe burger, as the name correctly implies. How does it taste exactly? Well, to give some initial observations, I think when it comes to fast food burgers, I think you have 2 tiers of burgers. You know, there's the low tier, and then there's the high tier. The low tier burgers are kind of like McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's nowadays. The high tier is kind of like Five Guys, In-N-Out. I'll even go ahead and lump Steak and Shake in there, you know, with it. And I'll say Culver's as well. The difference that you notice with these high-tier burgers is just the overall quality of the meat, the quality of the ingredients, how everything blends together, how it tastes, how flavorful it is. And that's something that really struck out to me with this Culver's burger. My real initial observation, you know, and then I'll talk, I have a little runny nose, I'll talk about what, you know, what I say in depth about this, what all the ingredients, how all that is people really, you know, they praise this burger. They say, well, you gotta try Culver's, you know, you gotta try Culver's, you gotta get it. This is going to be the best thing you're ever gonna eat. And I would not lump it that far to say that's the best thing I ever had. It's a very good burger, but please compare it among the lines of, say, Steak and Shake, for instance. When I was looking at it and I was tasting it, I was very much reminded of a good Steak and Shake burger as I ate this. So please, if you want to, you know, take a personal example and compare it to that immediately, you can say, oh, this is like, oh yeah, I had a good burger from Steak and Shake last Friday. Yeah, this is similar to that, you know, or something along those lines. Now, in terms of the specifics here, which I'm gonna... This burger itself is very flavorful. I mean, the beef patties they're not wafer thin. They're not too thick either, but too stacked up on each other does give a good amount of flavor. They're very juicy. I mean, they are juicy, they're flavorful. I gotta give them credit for that. All the ingredients really do blend together well. I mean, they're fresh, you can taste it, they're fresh, they're crisp, teeming with moisture, which in some ways is a bad thing, but this time it's flavorful. All blends together so nicely. I could even taste a tiny bit of that little butteriness that's, you know, on the buns and whatnot. And I was worried for a little bit that it was going to make everything too slippery, and some of the ingredients were falling out, but at least the meat and the buns were intact, and they were in place at least, so that's a good sign. So that's good at least. The you know, the otherwise, if there's one complaint that I could put in with this burger, and it's not really a complaint, more or less a suggestion, I think this burger by itself is fine. But I think if there's something that would amplify it, for instance, and now this is maybe just me adding a personal opinion, if there's one thing I think, though, that could really make this above and beyond, they should put some ketchup on it, I think. Something as simple as ketchup, just a little ketchup. That's all that they need, a tiny little dab of ketchup. I think that would really set it above and beyond, because the one thing that I thought it was missing was some sort of real external, you know, type of dressing. And they might have the butter, some might have some mayo, but I think just that little bit of that, I don't know how you want to describe it, not necessarily tartness, but just from the tomato ketchup, I think that would just really complement it so nicely and just put the little cherry on top, the literal cherry on top. Because if you didn't know this, tomato ketchup actually does come from cherries. You know, they're both red, that's the case actually. So that's why they say put the cherry on top when they talk about things like that. Now, this burger itself was around $5 in price, give or take. And you know, for what you're paying for it, you are getting your money's worth. And that's something that's important. One other thing that I do want to mention in terms of the bacon, you're not going to be getting these huge strips of bacon, unfortunately, but they are flavorful. They might be small, but they do have some flavor in there at least, so do keep in mind, you know, that might look small, but it does pack a little bit of a punch in terms of flavor at least, so keep that in mind there. So when it comes to this burger, though, given the price, which, you know, it might seem a little high, but again, you're getting your money's worth. This is a very good burger. Given everything else, I'm going to have to give this burger a 9.4 out of 10. I enjoy it. I could understand the hype about it because it certainly is good, and I think I'll see myself frequenting Culver's from now on. I think they did a good job, and looks like I just discovered another favorite burger place. That's all I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Support of the Week, and today's review is for the Culver's Bacon Deluxe Burger from Culver's. Thank you for watching, and do take care. Hello everyone, this is Running on Empty Food Review. Hello ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all. It is 3:21 p.m. This Tuesday afternoon, and I am back at Culver's. It's been a real swiper of a day, to be honest. I mean, I've had a bit of chest congestion develop for one reason or another. So I took some Claritin. And we'll see. You know, I'm not drowsy or anything at the moment, and the cough has gotten a little bit better, so, you know, I decided, all right, let's do this. Let's do a review. Now, today's review is for the buffalo chicken tenders from Culver's, because what I always notice of a lot of these establishments, they may specialize on one thing, but they also have other things on the menu, too. Just like how pizza places, they might have wings on the menu. You know, there's Del Taco, a recent example. I realize they have burgers on the menu too. They don't just serve tacos only. And Culver's is just like that too. They specialize in their butter burgers, but they actually do have other things as well. They have chicken, they have some salads, they even have some soups, to my understanding. And I got a few recommendations to try their chicken tenders, buffalo or otherwise. I saw the buffalo chicken tenders and I thought, hey, this actually, you know, this looked like something I would be interested in trying out. So may as well give them a shot. So they're buffalo chicken tenders. First and foremost, these are not covered in a liquid sauce. I think when we hear buffalo tenders, you expect them to be kind of dripping in a hot sauce. This is rather a seasoned breading, so it's more of a dry rub of peppers and spices on them to still perhaps give the implication of heat and buffalo sauce. So it comes with seasoned breading. The seasoning consists of chili peppers, paprika, and black pepper. So that's the three spices that are supposed to give it that spiciness. And as described, it's just begging to be dipped in blue cheese. Poor things. It comes in a 4-piece or an 8-piece. 4-piece is $5.32. 8-piece is $10.64. That's all that I have here. You can see the notes. My notes. That was a design I was kind of brainstorming. I've been working on that all morning. Maybe to put it on a t-shirt or something there. So your thoughts on that are appreciated. Been working on a lot on that. Okay, let's get the notebook down here. And now let's see the product itself. So this is an 8-piece. And we'll remove the protective false atmosphere, as they call it. It's like in a climate-controlled dome right now, you can see. But now we'll take this off. Let's see what we have. So here it is. It's a plate. It's a plate of Culver's buffalo chicken tenders. You can see them there. There they are. And there they are underneath my head. There they are close up. The close-up shot. This is what everyone's looking forward to. You can see them. Quick question, how many specks of black pepper are on this piece of chicken? I don't know the answer to that. Nor will I ever. And here they are, though. I like that it comes in a little plate. I actually do. I think it's a good presentation. You know, it's very simple, but I think it's good presentation on their part at Culver's. And you just get a good view of them. I can smell the aroma of them. I'll just take a tender here and I'll put this out to catch any crumbs and the like. So this is your boneless or not, well, actually it is boneless, it's a chicken tender. But this actually is your buffalo chicken tender. You can see it has a little bit of an orange hue to it. And there it is. So, I think we know what it looks like. I think you've been able to sufficiently see it. I'm going to try it, and I'll let you know what it tastes like. So it's the buffalo chicken tenders from Culver's going in. Can you hear that? Neither could I. You know, when it comes to these types of chicken tenders, admittedly, it's sometimes hit or miss. Sometimes they might taste mediocre, but they need a sauce. And without any sort of sauce, it's nothing that you would ever want to have again. Sometimes they're good enough that they hold their own. And that, the sauce accompaniment is fine, but these are perfectly fine as they are. What are these? These fall in the latter category, where I'm actually pretty taken back by how good these are. Because when you see something, admittedly from a burger place, I've always noticed this, the sides that they don't really put maybe as much emphasis on are either terrible, because they're neglected, no one cares about them, corporate doesn't care about them, the workers prepare them once every couple of weeks and that's it, and they're bad, or they're actually surprisingly good, and this is one of those cases. The chicken tenders themselves, number one, the quality of the chicken, I mean, it really surprised me here. The quality of the chicken is very good, in my opinion. The chicken is actually juicy, it's tender, it's literally teeming with moisture and flavor, and it's just very good overall. I think back when McDonald's, when they used to have the blessed, what were those things called? You know what I'm talking about, the chicken selects. The blessed chicken selects, where they would get so much praise and acclaim, and I would try them, and they would be like these dry, over-breaded pieces of chicken, and you desperately needed sauce to give any sort of moisture to them. This doesn't need that. They're nice and breaded too, they have a nice crunchiness to them. Again, they're teeming with flavor, they're very good as they are, and they have a spiciness too, adding to that crunch. The spiciness is in the breading there, so really once you get that crunch unlocked and unleashed, you can say, then comes the spiciness as well. I can really taste a bit of that chili pepper there. It's I guess the main culprit of the spiciness here. But it really, I mean, you get a bit of everything here, though. I really give them credit on this because I'm pleasantly surprised. You get good quality chicken, you get some crunchiness to them too, and then you get a noticeable spiciness as well. Nothing incredible, the spiciness is. I mean, it's nothing like the one suicide wings I did from Planet Wings where I was dying there. It's not like that, but it's a spiciness. You might need a little bit of water, perhaps from Starbucks, that you can, guzzle down, and maybe a soda if you'd like to go that route. But overall, just gives you some nice flavorful spiciness. That's the best way to describe it, I guess. And some good quality chicken too, and a nice crunch from the breading too. And as the aftertaste, there's a little bit of a spicy aftertaste. Onsets, I can kind of taste a little bit of the black pepper as well. Not too much the paprika, but that's fine. I wasn't sitting there saying, "Oh God, Gosh, I hope I taste that paprika. And I doubt you will be either. But really, you can really taste the chili pepper and that black pepper. It really shines through, and again, I think it's good. I'm pleasantly surprised by it. And for the price, which was, let's see, $5.32 for a 4-piece and $10.64 for an 8-piece. You know, chicken tenders are always a little pricey, but admittedly, I think these are pretty good. I think they're worth the money. You're getting your money's worth. They're good quality, and you get really what you pay for, and maybe then some. Out of 10, therefore, what am I going to be rating? The buffalo chicken tenders from Culver's. Out of 10, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give these chicken tenders, you know, I've been rating some things high lately, but they deserve it. And this most certainly does deserve it. It's going to get a 9.38 out of 10. It deserves this rating. It's good, and if you go to Culver's, do not underestimate this chicken. You might think it's a burger joint, and perhaps it is, but their chicken really holds its own as well, and it's something I would recommend if you're in that mood and you still want to go to Culver's. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all that I have for you. I'm your host of the Report of the Week, and today's review was for the buffalo chicken tenders from Culver's. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching, and take care. We'll see you later. Well, shoot. I forgot something. Isn't that something? I shut the camera off, and I was sitting there. Now I look. Didn't even try this. And I guess that goes really to the point where this doesn't need any blue cheese. You know, it doesn't need anything to cool the flames, but for you blue cheese fanatics out there, we've restarted the operation, and we'll just quickly try this too. So it's the blue cheese from Culver's. Let's open it up. You can see the beautiful prismatic hues there on the packaging there, and I hope it's a beautiful blue liquid there, like the name clearly implies that it is. If we can get this open, it's going to splatter everywhere most likely. Is it spoiled? I don't know why it's this color, but why would they lie like that and call it blue cheese when it's white? Anyway, let's just really quickly dip this in, and I'll let you know how it is, and then we'll wrap things up officially. Yeah, I'm not particularly feeling the blue cheese. It's not a needed sauce of any sort. It kind of contributes a flavor of its own that really could, you know, doesn't work the best if this chicken, you know, truth be told, does cool the flames a little bit, but to be quite honest, it doesn't need this. And get it if you'd like. It's completely free of charge, but really, I would recommend you just eat these as they are, because it's one of those things that just doesn't need a sauce. Well, that's all that I have for you now, officially, to prevent this assessment from reaching the 30-minute mark. That's all that I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, officially, I am your host of the Report of the Week. That's all that I have for you. Today's review was for the Culver's buffalo chicken tenders with blue cheese dressing. And that's all I have for you. We'll see you later, and take care. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. The Report of the Week here. This is a preface for what's going to be an interesting video, because I just want to, I want to be honest with you. I want to come clean to you and say, first and foremost, this video didn't come out the way that I had originally anticipated it to. And it all comes down to, the usual technical issues, right? You try and get a new camera and try and improve the video quality. And you get it. Video quality is improved. There's a great improvement when it comes to the video quality, but then the audio sounds like it's coming out of a freaking tin can. And I'm so fed up with it, honestly. Might buy a separate microphone. Might just return it, honestly. I don't know. I'm so fed up with it. I'll be quite honest. And as a result, I needed to redo some things. I initially had wanted to do this video simply through filming on the train. To do everything there, edit together the clips as a result, and that'd be it, be montage of different clips and talking and all that. Now, the video quality of everything I filmed is perfect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I reviewed that, and, it's fine. The audio is horrible, and it would be such a disservice to present that to you. So as a result, I had to improvise. And, I'm going to salvage what I can, and maybe even do some voiceovers, whatever, and we'll get something out for you there. But I just wanted to be honest with you. I wanted to say it like it is, and I think it needed that introduction. And that's where we are now, and that's where we'll go from there. Now into the video. So, it's been a busy week, been a hectic week, and that's the honest truth when it comes to that. I needed to do some traveling, and usually I take the train. Now, I did some traveling also back in June, and then I flew for that. I took a flight via JetBlue. It was fine. But sometimes airlines can be expensive. It's money that you just don't have laying around. Sometimes their billing departments can be a hassle. I remember once I was using a...
Okay, so I'm back. They're gone. Another one, at 3 o'clock or something like that, 3:30. But, got some time. That's quite a while. That's 3 hours down the road. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm all that interested in what he's talking about, a travel something or other, some food from elsewhere, or... Okay, time to move on. Texas Nerd Road Trip, 8-bit guy, okay. They're not giving me food right up first. Liberals. Okay. Oh, well, here we go. We got some buttermilk fried chicken, KFC style, from Grandpa. I think you suggested this. I think a viewer suggested this channel. See, this is weird. When I see boys with the dot, it's like I don't know what the dot is. Some do it and some don't. I thought the dots were just for women, but I guess I'm being educated more on Hinduism. I believe it's all Hindu, but I don't know. I don't know why. I guess I could look it. Well, let's look it up. Hindu forehead dots. See, these are women. Oh, bindi. Oh yeah, it's Hindu. Bindi decoration. Yeah, I want money too. We all need money. The world, everybody needs money, right? Oh, geez. I'm not going to stop asking. I wonder what their goal is. I don't know. Anyway, so, Jesus. Wearing a bindi. The dot applied to the center of the forehead. Worn in the Indian subcontinent, particularly among Hindus in India, Pakistan, Nepal. Similar marking is also worn by babies and children in China. It's the third eye. Oh, it is a third eye chakra thing. I don't know too much. I don't know much about that. But I thought, like I've heard the third eye stuff. It's like the all-seeing, or it's like, I don't know. It's your inner spirit seeing the world as it really is, rather than your eyes seeing it as how they see it. For cultural presence. Okay, really? You're just not going to give me... Okay. The seed of concealed wisdom. Third eye. Really? Yeah. So it's like a third eye. So you can see wisdom out there. But how about I just look at men doing it? Oh, it's different. No. See? No. Welcoming the groom. Okay, I'm done. See, that's the problem with your friggin' pop-ups. I understand. I understand you want to nag your viewers for money and stuff, and if you don't nag them, then they just don't give. I understand, but, you know, I have ad block for a reason. It's because you nag too much. So then I have to turn it off completely. Well, I will allow it on websites that I like and that I want to support that don't shove things in my face too hard. Like if all you're doing is shove, 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 it gets annoying, and I don't want all the pop-ups, and I don't want friggin' my face full of ads. A couple, you know, gently thrown in. Okay, I can deal with that. But you're overdoing it. You're overdoing the ads. You're overdoing your BS. So guess what? People turn them off, and that goes for you news people out there too. When I go onto your website, I wish there was a filter that you could force onto Google, that it would eliminate all websites that require you to turn off ad blocker. I'd love that. So program person out there, maybe it exists. It could exist. I just haven't looked into it. I guess they don't want it that bad. But anyway, when I click on the link from Google search results, I don't want it to say, you can't continue until you turn off your ad blocker. So I want it literally to detect the ad blocker detection and eliminate them, A. And B, if I have to pay to see your content, I don't want that either. If you need $10 a month or $5 a month or whatever the hell, no, I want them eliminated from Google search results. I don't want to see them. And I bet you they're not penalized. They say that when you go to a website and you immediately leave the website, that's supposed to be bad. But I bet you these big corporations that do both of those things, they get a pass. I'm going to give you an example. There's a website out here. I was just trying to think of an example as I was talking. This is a little independent website, a blog, that I go to for some of this pop culture news and information and stuff. And you'll see that these are turned on. And I would love to support this website with some advertisements, but look at what happens when I don't run on... And then my other one catches it. So turn it off, refresh, and look at what the website turns into. Wait, it's just loading, it's just starting. Keeps loading and loading and loading, more and more ads. And I hate seeing, you know, stuff like this. It's because I visit the website, it does not mean that, you know, okay, this isn't too bad. But yeah, I hate this kind of, this one isn't too bad. Let me click on something. Maybe they've toned it down some. I don't know. You know, you get spoiled when you have ad blocker. You're just used to no ads. Maybe this isn't too bad. But normally I have a lower tolerance for ads on websites. But you know the ones that pop up with video ads and just pop up after pop up after pop up, and this is why I have intentionally made my website a non-nag website. You come to it and you can look at it, and if you want to click on something, you can. But if you want to not click on something, you can. And it's not in your face. Like at the moment there are 0 ads, but you know, I'm poor, so maybe people say, well, there's a balance, and I get it. There may be some ads in time, but at the moment there is none. I think there's something about Google AdSense that doesn't want me or something. I don't know. Any clicks yet? Yep, 3 clicks. Oh, oh wow. Oh my goodness. People are liking the sexy stuff. That's fine. Hey, I like sex too. Everybody likes sex. And I'm just getting started with this one. And like I said, each of these things that I'm doing is just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip of the iceberg. And I kind of, I don't know, because of the people in and out, I did rush through this episode. I went through it twice. But I kind of ran out of time, and so I should have done it a 3rd time and re-recorded it. But there's so many people coming and going to my house, and me recording porn, even though it's just audio. My windows are open; people can hear. So I was like, no, okay, I just got to end this. That's it. But I'm still okay with it. I recorded it twice, and the first time I was run on. Second time I was a bit run on too, because I ran out of time. However, anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so like even with YouTube, what I would like is YouTube themselves to say allow ads, disallow ads. I'm not joking. So maybe allow ads is default, and then disallow ads, but it'd be free. Because otherwise, now I have to turn it up. And nobody's told me how I can allow ads on just one YouTube channel. Like I would allow it here, but there's so many that I just don't. Like, let me pick. Why not? Well, because then everybody's... No, I would pick yes. The YouTubers would say, could you please allow ads on this channel? It helps me out a lot. And for those that you like, you would do it. Stop with the voluntary stuff doesn't work. Every single super chat that comes in is voluntary. Right? And those are just donations. That is voluntary. Don't tell me that voluntary stuff doesn't work. Or it's just not going to happen, whatever. When you're a good person and you're providing a good product, the money will come in voluntarily. Now, maybe, like there's a little bit of this and a little bit of that behind the scenes to get those things rolling. Like, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to do anything to promote it, because I certainly am. By the way, PayPal, subscribe to our Patreon. But, yeah, just stop with the voluntary doesn't work. Because it does. Every single super chat, every single lemon that you get on DLive, every single, bit that you get on Twitch, all of that proves that voluntary does work. So stop it. You don't have to force people into, the reason why you have to force stuff is because it's crap. and it's stuff people don't want. Which, by the way, I have no issue with somebody throwing in an ad in their whatever. It's starting to get a little bit weird, because I remember back in the day, I said the words, you do like to Oprah. I said, you don't do a show. What you do is sell products. You sell automobiles and hamburgers and laundry detergent and so on and so on. You are a thing salesperson. Your show, the popularity of your show, the only reason your show exists is because it is selling a lot of products. Well, it's getting in the face of a lot of people. So you can say what, but seriously, the reality is, when television first started, there would be one commercial at the beginning of the hour. This show was brought to you by blah, blah, blah. And then that was it. You had a show for an hour. And then it just went further and further and further and further. And in America, you have a certain number of commercials. But in Canada, we have even more. You know that in a soap opera in Canada, let me see if I can't pull one up for you to show you. How about, what, CTV, I guess. Shows. Watch CTV shows online. We want, I don't know anything about these things anymore. How about shows? What are we doing here? Why did you go X? See all? Really? This website is just going to be as slow as molasses? Is that the thing? Okay. The soap opera. I'm looking for soap opera. I don't even know which soap opera plays on this channel. Daytime television, soap opera. You know soap opera? And you're just not going to be in my face, are you? I don't even know. What am I supposed to search for? Soap? This is a Canadian, that stands for Canadian TV. Oh, geez. Okay, Bold and the Beautiful. And I think that comes after, Bold and the Beautiful comes after, well, let's just click on that one. Doesn't matter. I just want to show you how bad things are. But, of course, this website is going to be absolutely garbage. Okay. Now, I don't know what's going on. I just want to show you how long it is. Episode 161. All I want is a length. Okay. 18 minutes, so 18 and 3/4 minutes. So I guess this is, what, a half an hour show? Please tell me that's not an hour. Oh God, please tell me that CTV schedule. Yeah, be nice and slow. Come on. Come on, be slower. Be slower. Come on, you can do it. There you go. So it'll be sometime in the afternoon. Or maybe the morning, I don't know. Wait, today's a weekday. Really? Are you kidding me? You're not gonna Bold and the Beautiful. Where is it? You're joking, right? There is no Bold and Beautiful? Where is it? Don't they do soap operas anymore? Don't soap operas exist on TV, normal TV? Bold and Beautiful. 1 to 1:30. Okay, so it's only a half an hour. But, okay, Young and the Restless. How about that? Where's the Young and the Restless? So it's a half an hour show. Let's just do that one. So out of 30 minutes, 11 minutes and 14 seconds are commercials. You know that's what, 30, 40%? Let's do the math. I'm getting off topic here, but whatever. That's what I always do. So 1846 divided by 30. So 61.5% of it is TV show, and 38.5%. Did you hear what I said? 39%. 39% of the show is commercials. 39%. So let's just call it 40%. So for every 5 minutes of TV, you get 2 minutes of commercial. That's insane to me. 40% of your time is spent watching commercials. 40% of your time is spent watching commercials. 40%. That's almost half, guys. Is your TV show really that worth it? How about Young and the Restless? That's an hour long. There's less math to do with that. Really? I thought it was on here. Young and the Restless, Canada. I wonder if it's off the TV. Global. Oh shit, I was on the wrong spot. I was on the wrong thing. So, yeah, and I don't want to watch your stupid show. Whatever. I'm never going to come back here again anyway. So, okay. What is this, the most recent episode? No. Full episodes. Watch. Really? It is. Oh, jeez. No thanks. And done, I guess.
With Advil, the world's #1 selling pain reliever, you'll ask, what headache? What muscle pain? What body pain? Make pain a distant memory. Advil and go.
That's 2 out of 3. And by the way, if you can watch this stuff, oh, what's going on? Mute? No. If you can watch this stuff free on the internet, why would you be paying? Again, it's just ad. Why would you be paying?
This
40
program is
minutes.
rated PG and may contain mature subject matter.
So this is not quite as bad, but 20 minutes. So that's 40 minutes. Well, no, it's 40%. It's the same, actually. 40%. No, a 30%. Sorry. A third. 33% of your time. So out of every, so 20 minutes out of every hour is dedicated to commercials. 20 minutes every hour. Oh my God. Is it really worth it? Really? Is it worth it? I ain't got no time for this. I don't want to watch this crap. So that was a third. I don't know how people watch TV. If it's a little bit, okay, I can get it. I can understand that. But if it's a lot, no fucking way. Well, money has to come from somewhere. Okay. Get somebody to subsidize or to pay you to make content. See, it's a weird thing, right? It's a weird thing. Like PewDiePie, for example, nearly all of his money came from selling automobiles and hamburgers and laundry detergent. And he don't care, They say money doesn't need to care, but does it? Does it need to care or not? Yes or no? Like, also, the money probably goes to these people to cook for a bunch of kids in India. I guess what you do with the money is up to you. You can make the money moral or immoral at any point. But the money itself isn't, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know where I feel on this, to be frank. But I just want people to be honest about what they do for a living. If you create video, it doesn't matter what you call it, TV show, movie, blah, 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 live stream, doesn't matter. And there's advertisements, then that's what you do for a living. You sell automobiles and hamburgers and laundry detergent. Right? That's really where your money comes from. The corporations that are selling actual goods to people. Well, and if you're going to overdo it with your advertisements, if you're just going to spam my face, I don't know what it's like in America. And by the way, the worst I've ever seen is a 32-minute Young and the Restless video. But I think it was back then, it was on CTV. 32 minutes. That means it's 28 minutes worth of commercials. That is almost 50%. That's the worst I've ever seen it. Right? 28 minutes worth of commercials, 32 minutes worth of television show. How can anybody tolerate that? How can anybody stand that? So, and by the way, I said goodbye to traditional television since almost birth. I'm not joking. I watched it as a kid at home, but as soon as I moved out, there's been none of that in my life. Now, and it boggles my mind, to be honest with you, all my life. So I'm 50, so for 30 years, even 35 years, whatever, that people pay to have pay $100 a month to stream advertisements into their house, because that's what television has turned into. It's just ad after ad after ad after crappy show after, and you don't believe me? Do you know when you're watching a TV show and they say coming up after the break and blah 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 blah, and then a great big string of commercials, and then previously on blah blah blah, this is what happened, blah 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 blah. That is demonstrating that the commercials are so fucking long that you might forget what you're watching. You might forget what you've already seen. It's just, it's insane. And they wonder why people are being turned away from television, off of television. I'm telling you, and I would do the same thing with YouTube, by the way, just to let you know. I want a button that I can turn them on and off. Like, I turn them on here, but I don't know of a way to... Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Whitelist. And then turn this one off. Let me do it. Shit, I can't do it. This page. Let's just turn it off here. And refresh. And let's see what happens. Shit. Oh my god, I just learned something. See, and here I am watching an ad. Oh my. Aww. And here, they already have that feature, Jerry.
Loving,
Okay,
caring,
so
caring. This is my family.
this is the moral conundrum, and don't tell me it doesn't exist and it's not legit. It absolutely is. Giving somebody money to kill somebody is called conspiracy to commit murder. Even though you didn't do it, you had nothing to do with it. You just paid an assassin, a hitman, to kill somebody. They call that illegal. So if you want to live in that world, fine. I don't know what a libertarian thinks about that. Certainly the person committing the murder. But I think probably libertarians are pretty autistic. And paying somebody to do a job... Here, let's pause it. Paying somebody to do a job is... different, you know what I mean? I should actually whitelist my own channel. Not that I watch my own videos, but I do have to click on them and you know, comment. Like, for example, yesterday I clicked on one to write a comment. But, you know, I actually, come to think of it, I'm not getting paid anyway. They changed the rules about how you get onto analytics or whatever. But anyway, so it's a range, right? Let's just say, for example, you can give money to charity, and let's just pretend that's the ultimate good. It's just pretend, okay? It's the ultimate in good. But then you can pay somebody to kill somebody, and that's the ultimate bad, right? And maybe you can think of better examples at either end, fine. I just am doing this last minute. But, and then there's everything in between. See, like, we just sold, we just tried to talk people into Disney Plus. Is that a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent? And by the way, are they going to hit me? The music that was in that advertisement. See, that's a thing too, eh? Everybody wants to frickin' screw everybody over with the DMCA stuff. But what if I was just showing an ad? I was being nice and including the ad in the stream. Are you gonna ding me because there was a Disney ad in here? You're gonna force me to turn off ads again? See, this is where this circle, this cycle. Once you realize that the law is stupid and it's really just to protect large corporations and keep them at the tippy top of the world, these laws, rules, and regulations of stuff are literally meant to keep the rich rich and the poor poor. This is kind of a philosophy that I can communicate with a typical leftist with, although they just fucking fall off a cliff, and they have for a long time. But yeah, and see, my answer to it is less government. Their answer to it is more government. And I'm like, you're literally complaining about the government doing something and you want more of it. You know how stupid that is? That's like saying, you know, I'm doing drugs and the drugs are ruining my life, so why don't I do more drugs? Okay, yeah, that makes no sense.
Hey guys, what's up?
But so like it's a line. I don't like Disney. I don't want you to give money to Disney. But would I accept a penny from them for selling their product, which is themselves, in a video? It's crazy, right? Am I going to sell large corporation stuff? If you want to advertise individually, I've thought about I used to have a spot where it said advertise, and if you wanted to advertise, you, Y-O-U, an individual, you got a business or you want a partner, you want to advertise on my website, then sure, go ahead. You contact me about advertisement. But a lot of people say, well, you just farm it out to Google and then they just take care of everything. But maybe, you know, see, there's just so much out there, right? You could say, well, I only want small businesses, maybe. Maybe you could filter out by just small businesses. But then again, that could be like a phishing scam or just like selling you a fucking swampland in Florida or something. Some scam. Those things exist too. So that is kind of the benefit of the large corporations, is that stuff is kind of filtered out generally. It's just, here is our children propaganda network. Give us $10 a month. So it's hard. And I don't know what the answer is. I know a lot of people kind of make jokes about selling this or that on the internet. PewDiePie selling a chair. You know, Raid Shadow Legends. Virtual Shield. All of these companies, right? And are any of them actually turning into money? Like the person who is shilling for Raid Shadow Legends, is it turning into cash? What did they make? $50, $100? And honestly, what is the morality of selling a money suck video game? Right? These video games are, you know, free to play, but it just constantly just begging you for money. It's just like literally you just downloaded an app that is mildly entertaining, but its primary purpose is just continue to beg you for money. Beg you and beg you and nag you for money hour after hour. I don't know. But anyway, I'm glad I found that little thing, whitelist. I looked for that in the past and I couldn't find it. But maybe it's an update or something.
This is you.
Again, I understand that, you know, something has to pay for this stuff. Everybody just wants to upload, like me, some Joe Schmo nothing burger, and it costs money. I wish Google was a better company, you know, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of this and that's, but at the end of it, it is a good service, and it It's doing its job and it's doing it well, and you can make money off of it. These are all good things. Do we want things improved? Yep. It's just like a lot of the rules and regulations that governments do, they'll still exist in the libertarian world order. A lot of stuff is not going to change. Yeah, a lot of stuff is not going to change. But the stuff that, needs to change, that stuff is a problem, like wars and freaking taxation, and, I get it. But, police are still going to exist. Schools are still going to exist. Roads are still going to exist. Rules of the road are still going to exist. Courts are still going to, all of these things are going to continue. They're just going to be improved.
Your grandpa. Welcome to my channel.
Today we are preparing buttermilk fried chicken. Let's start the recipe.
Hey, speaking of chicken, I just pulled apart a piece of chicken and added some rice to it, and I need to get it in my body. So yeah, I'm gonna go do that.
Let's clean chicken.
The arena, hundreds have fallen before me. I've won gold and glory. But I came for him. You're mine.
Raid Shadow Legends. Desktop version now available for PC and Mac.
Oh, see, look, more ads. And another one. Oh, Magic the Gathering. You wonder why people turn on the ads to figure out ways to get around them. Is that what YouTube is? Insane levels of ads? And like I said, am I going to get dinged showing an ad? There was music that we have the right to. It was in an ad that I played on the stream on a YouTube channel. Because I'd be more than happy to turn off the ads.
Chicken.
So I don't get in trouble with the GMC. Oh, well, maybe we'll just not
Lemon
talk
juice.
about that. This is like when their own rules start to fuck with their own money, then they just overlook it. They just don't care. It's like, yes, you're still doing something illegal and you can fuck you up at any time, but we're just going to not at the moment.
Black pepper. Paprika. Ginger garlic. Extra.
Buttermilk.
Basil. Thyme. Oregano.
Mix well.
Mix well.
The RPG mobile hit of 2019, now cross-platform on PC. Same great gameplay, all new animations and textures. Turn-based battle collection for serious RPG fans. A massive online community.
Oh my
Play
god,
better,
another one.
Play faster, play everywhere. Raid Shadow Legends, now
And
on
here
desktop.
we are, Raid Shadow Legends. Okay, so they're literally turning YouTube into television, where they're going crazy with advertisements.
Marinate for 3 hours.
We're only 4 minutes in. I'm curious. I'm going to count in the next video. I'm going to watch another one from here.
In the last video, Patiala chicken recipe. In that video, we got a lot of comments. We are reading
So
all your
just as
comments. That we got, why
just
didn't
as
I
a
taste
note to
that
first,
recipe after end of the
you
recipe?
can overdo ads.
Actually, I
if your
tasted it.
content
It's really
is not
super.
good enough,
But we are
I don't
didn't
know.
shoot
See,
that
like, what does that mean?
because we don't have
See,
time to shoot.
content has
We got
been-
heavy rain at that time. So recipes
what do you
really
call
super.
it? Content has been subsidized by
Oh man,
people that make
This time
physical
also it
things
is
in
raining.
the real world
the weather is beautiful.
for a
I'm
very
really
long
enjoying
time.
it.
It's almost like that's what the industry is. And by the way, I don't, movie theaters are just about dead. Yeah, if it's a video,
Now we are
it's pretty
preparing
much
next process.
subsidized by large corporations.
Kano 4.
I don't know what to say.
Salt.
Is YouTube seriously going to be over
Black
commercial
pepper.
itself? Or is it this channel that has
Garlic
requested that YouTube put tons and tons and tons of ads? Like
Actually,
maximum ads, like put an ad every 3 minutes or something?
Mix well.
We are
Here we go.
the whole team, yeah?
I'm seriously going to have
I
to
like this one.
endure the Disney Plus ad multiple times.
This Dyson high-speed hypodymium motor and DLS technology intelligently senses and adapts to optimize cleaning and runtime.
Dyson helps create a cleaner, healthier home. Shop
And like
now
I said,
at
how do I know I'm not going to get
DysonCanada.ca.
dinged for some copyright stuff?
Let's apply
From a
this flour
commercial
to marinated chicken.
that I should have just deleted. See, this is what, and like, trailers for movies. It's just when you go down the road of stupid, it's just stupid happens everywhere.
Oil.
Like when you start with men and women are equal, then, because that's obviously not true, they're very different. When you start with something stupid like men and women are equal, then it just opens up a world of stupid. You just keep going down that road and it's just stupid, stupid, stupid. Don't get me wrong, ladies. You know, no violence. And yes, you're supposed to have property and blah, blah, blah. Human rights, you're human. I would not support anything that, you know, it's okay to hit a woman. No, that's no good. But it's still dumb to think that we're equal. I mean, look between legs. Oh my god, now I offended the SJWs. How about where do the babies grow? Oh my goodness. Isn't it weird though? Isn't it telling that the SJWs get offended when you say women grow the babies in their bellies? Something
Oil is boiling now. Let's fry chicken.
Is gross to an SJW, but of course it is. Uh-oh. Deep fried chicken.
Gift from your dad.
Dad was a wizard!
Your dad was an accountant.
Whoa! How did you... I don't know! My brother is a wizard!
Oh no.
Disney and Pixar's Onward.
Wow.
When it comes to capturing the world around you in extraordinary quality, it helps to have the world's best smartphone camera, and that is the Huawei P40 Pro. And when it's running on Bell, Canada's best national network, you can instantly share those memories with those who matter from virtually anywhere. Check it out online or at a Bell store near you.
Evil corporation. I swore off of them. And they fucked me over in, I don't know, 20 years ago. And I couldn't get another time out. Well, at least try to. And which I have. I don't have any of their services, but sometimes another service still works through them and you get some money, but at least it's minimal. I hate them. These large telecom companies are evil. And they just don't give a fuck. They just want their fucking money. Imagine all the kids that struggle paying cell phone bills. I can imagine that their life is like probably hell. I don't know. Have they changed things now that kids have their own cell phone bills all over the place? Are they nicer to their customers? Are they honest? I'm telling you, if I were to tell you that how both the Bell and the Rogers both screwed me over, I'm sure you have. There's lots of horror stories on the internet, but I've got a couple of doozies myself. And so I just said goodbye forever. Literally, if that's how you're going to treat your customers, just say goodbye forever. But you can't because they're the only two games in town. Well, you can find other ways. You can do other things. I don't have cable or cell phones or any of that stuff. All I have is an internet connection. That's the only telecom anything I have. And I pay a small company who buys chunks from the big company and then resells it. So they do get some money, but not much.
Buttermilk fried chicken. Super!
That's what I'm eating right now, chicken, but I've got some rice and I've put a scoop of beans on it.
STRICKLANDS.com. 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 Stricklands in Stratford, Brantford, and Windsor. Hassle-free car shopping starts at Stricklands.com. We're happy to help.
By default, it was maximum. and it didn't get any traction at all. It's so hard to talk about the morality. This is a good example. I don't think that there's right or wrong. Seriously, it's just in the middle, and it's up to you. This is another great thing about us libertarians. Is sometimes there isn't a right or wrong. You just got to leave it up to the individual. Actually, you always have to. You're the property owner. Anyway, collecting money from advertisements, making your show or movie, and then, you know,
it's really
it's good or
like a KFC chicken.
Watch it. Large corporations will insert their own mini video inside of your video. They're kind of leeching off of you, but they're the ones with the money. So it's like this cycle thing. Scares me, but boys generally aren't. Boys are generally quicker to a smile. What I'll say is this. It's not guaranteed, but it's a pretty good test. Generally speaking, from a wholesome perspective, if what you're doing is putting smiles on kids' faces, you're doing the right thing. Okay, so we'll watch that one. We'll watch one, but I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna start to, well, no, I'm eating. Jesus, hell. That was a lot of ads. We've got to get away from it. What are we gonna do? Double cheeseburger? Okay, we'll do the cheeseburger thing. But, literally. And it's just a click. HelloFresh.ca.
Loving, caring, sharing. This is my family. Hello everyone. How are you? Welcome to my channel. Today I am preparing double cheeseburger.
You know, that would be a good conversation with a smart libertarian.
Meat. Salt.
I don't know. See, I'm not going to be able to time it.
Black pepper.
So what is this? Chicken burger.
Ready chili fresh. Time.
Show agenda. My agenda is...
Mixed up.
I have one, not with you.
Garlic powder. Marinate 2 hours. Mayonnaise. Tomato ketchup.
Yeah. I think that was mayonnaise. Mayonnaise and ketchup.
Chili, garlic, sauce.
Anyway, I think I got my point across.
Lemon juice.
Annoying ads. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I might just turn them off again.
White vinegar.
This one isn't
Black
too
pepper.
bad, for example. Maybe they change things up. Once a week
Mix
they go
well.
heavy, and the rest of the week they go easy. I don't know. You just keep playing with the knob, with the number of pushes until you hit the right spot. And see, the right spot is maximum money. I don't know. Pull up that sarong so it doesn't catch fire. That's what you want. Naked grandpa stripping naked and running around. Ah! That's something I find foreign countries do a lot more than we do, is toast buns, you know? I guess if you're going to spend $15 on a hamburger, they might toast it. But we just, generally speaking, don't toast our buns over here. Normie. And, like, even at home, right? Well, when I was a kid, I remember my dad saying, "Do you want your bun toasted?" But it just kind of, that whole concept of toasting buns kind of fell off a cliff.
Marinated meat.
Background there. Pretty sure this is a chicken burger, right? Wow.
Cheese. Lettuce leaf.
Oh, wow. You're being a little bit on the delicate side
Tomato.
here.
Onion.
2 slices.
Fried meat.
Oh, I think that maybe is a bit. I'd say 1 slice.
Jalapeno.
No. Where's the
Cherry.
sauce? Is that a cherry tomato? Cherry. Oh. For decoration? You're joking. Like guy working in the background doing something. Why do I think that this is at some country school?
Double cheese burger. Ready.
Country because there's no buildings around. School because it's all kids. He doesn't have any sense.
Wow, delicious.
So now like it's just film making our lunch. Kids' lunches. And it just took off. Okay, so I ate, and we should be good to go. I'm fully back. Did you see her cross her eyes like that? That's pretty cool. So, I don't know which is better. I think India, but a very close second is Africa for the best dressed women. The girls, I mean, every day. All women can dolly up, right? Doll up at any time. I'm talking about day to day, every day to day. India is number 1. Look at these outfits. India is number 1. And Africa is number 2. For sure. Do not at me with your disagreements, because I am right and you are wrong. Well, you're wrong if you don't agree. I mean, it seems pretty clear. Look at it. And this travels all the way up through age. Best dressed women. Girls, women. Best dressed, just on a normal day, right? This isn't dress up day. This is normal. Here in Africa, believe it or not. Some of the poorest places in the world, best dressed women. Go figure. Okay, 14 people shot at funeral in Chicago. Oh no. Am I going to get off topic again today? I'm just going to do Chicago and then click news and then we'll move on. Chicago. 15 wounded in shooting. The south side. Chicago. As federal deployment looms, Chicago mayor calls for end of violence. Without home. She's such an idiot. Give me that city, but I have to be a dictator. I know that sounds weird coming from a libertarian, but all I would dictate is freedom. So if it makes you, including not having to listen to me, except for there's no more money going to anybody, so like the government is over. No more drug laws. Oh, God. As federal deployment looms, Chicago mayor calls for end of violence. Yeah, whatever. 15 shot, eh? God damn it. I wonder if it's front page news on anything. Go to Fox. Massacre. Oh my lord. Okay, so 3 nabbed in backwoods massacre. Shocking sentence. It's a 1-year sentence. What state is that in? And I want to know what these, sex abuse. I think that's actual touching. So, not that it, see, I don't know. I don't want to get into the images, photos of children stuff here. We're not talking about that. Okay, so it's weird. It's not front page news. Chicago slaughter at a funeral. 2 men and a woman on Wednesday were arrested in connection with the brutal beating deaths of Florida friends during a nightmare catfishing trip. All 3 people responsible. 26. A hardened criminal with 230 felony criminal charges against him in his arrest history. The ringleader behind the massacre. His girlfriend and brother were also involved. They look the type, right? Don't they look like criminals? I know you're not supposed to say that, but for some people it just really stands out. I don't know. I'm not going to get into this, but it is shocking that, you know, something like that wouldn't be front page news on Fox, but I don't know. They got other murders to talk about. Okay, no more of that. No more of that. Okay, what's for tea? A Scottish mince round. Oh Jesus. Minced beef pie and a giveaway announcement. Okay, I'll bite.
Don't like cartoon characters. Neither did.
Wait a second. Okay, that's weird, eh? See, I didn't just whitelist one of them. What's going on? Why am I seeing this ad?
High poly models with stunning detail. Choose development paths from hundreds of.
It says it blocked 44 ads. Whitelist. It's already whitelisted. So there you go. This thing doesn't work. That's what I'm talking about. This thing, it doesn't work. I don't know why. So now I have to see it everywhere. Like I said, give me the option. This is why I have a double.
Hello everyone,
And again, what everybody just is just waiting in line to catch those corporate bucks. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad. I want to have a long, philosophical, libertarian conversation about it. I do. But it has to be from a right-winger, maybe even Christian-ish. Doesn't have to, you know. Am I wrong? Am I stealing this content by turning, you know, off the ads? Like, I tried to turn it on for one. Like, I would turn it on for somebody that I wanted to support or something. And I'm not saying that this person isn't them. Maybe I'd subscribe and you know, turn on ads. I don't know. They're going to get a like from me because I watched it, like it or not. I just want to, you know, I need to work it out through my head. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how to do that. And like I said, I think it's just a spectrum. But I mean, most of these corporations are really unlibertarian. They're really just kind of dictators, monopolies. But the individual does get some scraps from this. And I guess you can kind of hope that I don't know. See, it's just a weird conundrum.
How are you doing? It's lovely to see you again. And as usual, a very, very warm welcome back to What's for Tea. I hope...
See, that's it. You know, like, as far as ads are concerned, I give it a try. You know, turn off my ad blocks and let the ads flow. And then there's always a reason I have to turn them off again. I was like, oh, well, that didn't work. Not that it's the end of the world, but, and one could say that you shouldn't have it on ever when you watch YouTube. You know, people actually work hard on their content, and you shouldn't be sucking it out for free. Well, if you understood what freedom was, we'd all be completely a lot more money in our pocket. We'd all be wealthy. And we'd have a lot of money to fly around to other people. But you keep advocating me not having a lot of money. Just the ruling class has a lot, and a couple of winners, a couple of family members, a couple of friends and neighbors, and then everybody goes without. You don't want freedom, and technically, once you create, there's no such, your intellectual property is not property. So if you want it, don't at me with your stuff, because there's a lot of conversations that we could have. I know that the government wastes a ton of our money, and you'd have more. We'd be able to give it to you. And honestly, these corporations would be more moral. So stop it. Don't at me with your, oh my God, you're just stealing content from people. No, it's not. Copying it, or, you know, intellectual property is not property.
That I find you all very, very well indeed. Now, it's absolutely freezing tonight. It's been cold all day. I'll pop a couple of video clips up here, and this was, you know, where we are. This was this morning. This was the front of the house and the back of the house, and as you can see, the rain's coming down. It's sleet, it's windy, lovely, typical Scottish winter weather. But what can you do? I mean, I actually quite like it. I don't mind the cold, rainy, windy weather, but you know, just typical Scotland. So I'm kind of used to it by now, but you know, completely different to what you'll be used to if you're from the likes of Australia or even the States. But yeah, cold and chilly. So what we're needing,
it's nice. It's just the breaking up of the seasons, right? And it is nice. It is nice. To break it up, like you have, just get through a really hot summer and it's like, okay, cools down, but then it gets cold, and then it gets too cold, and then you want to reverse again. Just see, that's what I love it about my spot anyway. 3 months of all three. Literally, 3 months of minus 30 degrees, 3 months of 0, 3 months of plus 30 degrees, and then 3 months of 0, and then 3 months, and then repeat. Love it. And it is like, especially, you know, the idea that you're in out of the cold and you're nice and cozy warm in your house. There's a great feeling to that. You know, just think of all those Christmas movies where all the snow is happening outside and you got the fireplace inside. It's a beautiful thing. But if you live in a tropical place, you never get to experience that.
tonight on a cold, chilly night is something nice and warming and classic and comforting, just like this classic minced beef and onion pie. Now, if you've been watching my channel for a wee while, you'll know that this is one of our absolute favourites. Now, I normally get my mince pies from the local butcher, but they're so easy to do yourself. You know, if you've got a wee bit of time, why not give it a go? And especially if you're using your, you know, this ready-made puff pastry, it just cuts the time in half basically. So I'm going to quickly take you through this recipe, and it ended up wonderful. All of the ingredients and their weights you will find in the box down below. If you just click on the show more, it'll bring everything up down there for you. So let's go and see what I've got tonight. So the first thing I've got is 1 beef oxo cube. I've also got a good knob of butter. Now that's just for frying, but you can use oil if you prefer. I've got 1 tablespoon of plain flour. I've got 1 pound of beef steak mince. I got this one from the local butcher. Now it's quite important you get a good quality mince, because some of the cheaper ones, you know, you'll get an awful lot of liquid from them. You know, they'll be quite greasy, and you know, the texture just won't be as nice. So if you can get to your butcher, I recommend getting it from your butcher. I've also got half a pint of beef stock. I've got a large onion which I've just finely diced. I've got 1 egg yolk, that's just for glazing your pastry at the end, and I've also got a sheet of ready-made puff pastry. Now there's about 320 grams in that, but I recommend, you know, going for the bigger box. If you can get round about 400, I would say go for that, because I was a bit short, you know, I could have been doing my wee bit extra, but I made it work in the end. So let's go and see what we do next. So this was the pastry that I used today, and there's 320 grams in this, but I was just a wee bit short, but I done a wee bit of patching up and it was fine. This is the beef stock that I'm using. It's just a wee Knorr jelly pot. And I've also used 1 OXO cube. Now this is just a beef stock cube. So you're going to need a tin or a pie dish. I used this one, and I actually get a pack of 10 of these, which I'll link down below in case you want to go and check them out. Now these aren't non-stick, so I've greased mine with some butter. So first thing you want to do is go over to your cooker. Get your pan onto a medium heat and melt your butter. Once it's melted, you can pop in your onions. You just want to stir these around and cook them till they're just beginning to colour. Just like this. Then you can go in and add your mince. You just want to break this up with your spoon and let it fry away until it's nicely browned all over.
Don't you find that there's something weird about people getting tattoos on their inner wrist? You know, this is the spot where the killing yourself brain space happens, and here you are paying somebody to go in with a needle and chop up that spot, that particular spot. There seems to be something wrong about that spot being the spot where you get the tattoo. Something mentally out. Now, maybe she just grew out of it as perfectly normal and nice now, but there's just something weird about that, right? You know, the trope is that's where you take the razor blade and go cut. But now you're going to a tattoo person and saying, "Can you cut me here, please?" And then insert some ink. Just seems a bit weird, a bit off.
And as you can see, this pan is bone dry because there's virtually no fat in this mince. Once you're at that stage, you can pop in your OXO cube, give it a wee stir around, and then your plain flour. Now just thoroughly mix this in and give this a cook for a minute or two, just to cook out the flour a bit. Then you can add your stock. So I'm using half a pint. You just want to give that a good mix in. And I decided to add a few splashes of Henderson's relish. Now if you can't find Henderson's relish, something like Worcestershire sauce will do. It's very similar, and I know it's very easy to get. You just want to bring your mince up to a simmer and let that.
Everybody gets that wrong. It's Worcestershire sauce. Everybody gets it wrong because it's too long of a word, I think.
Just cook until, you know, the water has soaked in a good bit and it's gone a good deal thicker. Whilst you're waiting, you can get your pastry done. So you just want to unravel your pastry sheet. You can use puff pastry or short crust. It's up to you. In fact, some people put short.
And it's another thing, you know, there's something wrong about women. By the way, it's pretty fake. You know, the tattoos are, and they're fake on a lot of men too. I have a problem with tattoos. Okay, the only person that I should, that a tattoo looks proper on is a tough guy. Okay? Now, there's a possibility where a girl gets a little heart or a butterfly or something on her ankle or something. Okay. But I only want to see tattoos on tough guys. Not, I want to be tough guys. I'm not tough, so I'm going to get a tattoo to make me look tough. Right? Like the gay guy. That's a big one. No, I want to see it on tough guys. There's a couple gay tough guys, but I want to see them on tough guys. And No women, because a woman is not a tough guy. I don't want to see your tough guy tattoo on a woman. And just think about, you know, now that your youth is over and blah, 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 blah. You're like tattooed granny? Is that it? You're tattooed granny. You know, you got your grandkids or your great-grandkids coming around, kicking around, and you're tattooed granny. Why does that not, it doesn't sit right with me. I know, it seems like I'm so judgmental. And I'm libertarian, but, you know, libertarians have preferences too, you know. Just because I'm not advocating a law to prevent women and beta males from getting tattoos. I would never do that. But I can still have a preference. Like that tattoo across the wrist, what's that about? And just tattoos on women in general, you're not a tough guy, and we all know it. You might think you are, or blah, 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 but it's the same thing with the, you know, I think a lot of the beta men, the non-tough guys who get tattoos, they know it. They're getting them to look tough, to look cool, to look tough. And actually, I guess, as the tougher and cooler you are, the more girls you get. So it's kind of like, whatever. But I want them. Now, what is the tough guy? Well, Joe Rogan deserves his tattoos. You know, anybody that's been to prison, unfortunately, that's a bad tough guy, but still tough guy. Military, any type of fighting. Using your body, maybe having a risky job, all of those things, all good reasons to have tattoos. Tough guy, but that's it. I don't want, see, it's like you're culturally appropriating the tough guy. And sure, the bad, evil criminals, they deserve tattoos too. Like your MS-13 have tattoos on all of their body. They're tough guys. It's not a good tough guy, but whatever. But when I see these girls with tattoos everywhere, it's oh. And I just think, you know, your little kid is going to be staring up at that fucking skull you got on your neck. You got a tattoo of a skull on your neck, and you're breastfeeding, and then your baby is looking up at your fucking artwork. And, you know, like, and what I would say to these women, I would say, would you decorate your baby's room in your tattoos? And they'll lie because they're ashamed. But the proper, if you really got them to tell the truth, they'd say, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't decorate my baby's bedroom with nightmare satanic, you know, images. Like, these are the tattoos that I'm kind of talking about. You put teddy bears and butterflies and sunshines and rainbows and pastel colors, and, right? Why do we do that instead of the black and red and blood and drippy and you know, devil and skulls, and, you know? Why do we do one and not the other? So when a woman decorates her body with death, I got a problem with that. You know, it's just like abortion. It's wrong, but, well, it's not just like, it's not as bad as abortion. But I guess what I was trying to say is it's a bad idea that I don't want. I don't think we can put a law against it. And see, that's it. You got to be pro-choice, folks. I've worked it out. It's still murder, and you can still call the person or persons that do it murderers. They are murderers. But you shouldn't be preventing, like, what's the solution? Like, could you imagine turning that illegal? Us libertarians have a problem with the drug war, the war on drugs. Could you imagine making abortion illegal? all the backroom abortions and all the just insanity. How do you force somebody, like once you find out a girl tried to abort it, and let's just say she failed, now what do you do? Would you charge her for attempted murder and then put her on trial? What do you do? How are we going to do this? Are we going to have somebody that is chained to her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to make sure that she delivers that baby? And then with these extra 50 million babies per year, what do you do with them? The mom doesn't want them. The dad doesn't want them. Or the dad probably doesn't want them. So 50 million more children every year, by the way. 50 million children a year go to orphanages. This is an example of, unfortunately, again, you have to leave it up to the individual. It's wrong, of course it is, but there's nothing you can do about it. It's just like, kind of like, I really like cows. Cows are my favorite animals, but guess what? They also get ground up and put into meat, into hamburgers. You can you can say, oh my God, but I love the cows, so it's wrong to kill them. But you're going to have to get over it.
Short crust underneath and puff on the top. I'm just using all puff. Now I'm going to roll this out quite thin because I know at this stage I'm not going to have enough. So I'm going to roll it out as thin as I can. And using my tin as a template, you know, you're wanting two circles basically the same, one for the bottom and one for the top. Now I looked at this and I thought, I am not going to have enough. I already knew, but you want to cut your pastry out slightly bigger than your tin because you want it to come up the sides. This is your bottom. You just want to pop that into your tin.
And, you know, maybe there is tattooed grannies that, you know, are just great. But once again, I have to say this. Would you decorate your kid's room in that? See, your children are actually a great litmus test as to whether or not you should be doing A or B, doing the thing. What would children think? Is this okay for children? Like, I'm not joking. Like, literally. It's a good litmus test to figure out whether or not something is good or not. Good or bad. You know? So you want to decorate your body in skulls and, like, 80s heavy metal artwork? Praising the devil and blood and knives and skulls and all the rest of it? Or at least that style of artwork? Would you do that to your baby's bedroom? Or would they see these things and have nightmares? And you would actually be... So why would you decorate your body that way? Because I was a rebellious teenager. And I just wanted to do all the things that I wasn't supposed to do. Well, now you got nightmare body with children around. Congratulations.
Give it a good press down and just make sure it comes up the sides and over the top. Just keep sort of manipulating it, you know, massage it up the way and it will come over the top. And just trim off any excess with the back of a knife. You know, the blunt end is easier. And that's it. Easy peasy. Now you can actually bake this if you like before putting the mixture in. I don't usually bother because it's...
That's a weird star with two loops. I'm just intrigued. Star with two loops. Really? How about two round points, star with two today would be nice. No, they're not going to give me an answer. I'm not going to go all to the ends of the earth for this thing. I'm just curious what those loops on instead of the whatever mean. Like thinking about the location, my guess is some religious something or other.
So thin, you know, it cooks anyway. But you can bake this first if you like. Just make sure to weight it down, you know, with some parchment paper and rice or baking beans so that it doesn't rise. Now we're going to do the top piece now, and as you can see there, it's just a smidgen too small. So I'm going to grab my 2 wee extra bits from the bottom and just patch it up. Just give it a quick roll over the top.
I will admit that when a British person says we, and I don't know if Scotland is part of Britain or what, but anyway, we, like meaning small, a wee bit, I fucking love that. Oh, goddamn. A wee bit, wee. Every time they say fag and they mean cigarette, Google search Jewish star heart for that tattoo. Okay. Really? Jewish? Really? Nope. I think you're wrong. Oh, there. Oh, is that what that is? Really?
Just smooth it down a bit.
I'll look at. I just wanna see the tattoo again. That's what I'm doing here. I'm gonna read about it in a sec.
This is exactly what I was looking for. So you just want to do exactly the same for your top, slightly bigger.
But I thought Jewish had to be 6-pointed star. Jewish is 6-pointed. That's a 5-pointed star, with the 2 things. I thought Jewish was just 2 triangles. This is a 5-pointed star.
Then your pie dish. And you just want to refrigerate this until you're ready to put your mince mixture in. Just makes it a bit easier to work with, you know, if it's chilled. So pop that into the fridge. You just want to cool your mince down, and this is what you're looking for. Lovely and thick, still gravy in there, but it's not soaking wet anymore. So once your mince is cooled, get your pastry out of the fridge.
So it's literally just ground beef and gravy, but the gravy is reduced. Super, 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 super thick gravy. I had no idea that mince. I would love this. I don't know why, but when they talk about a savory pie, I've always been really, really, really grossed out by it. Pies are supposed to be sweet. You know, like there's only one type of pie and it's full of sugar. So any type of pie that is not sweet really fucking grossed me out. So I've never had it. I've never tried it. Now, I've had meat pies before. Oh, shit. I just think I lied. I've had frozen meat pies. But, and here's another thing about minced meat pie. I thought there was raisins in it or something. So raisins plus meat and the way it looked was just really gross. But no, I've had like a chicken pot pie with a bunch of but mincemeat, I don't know, like there's raisins in it or something, I don't know. Anyway, I've never had this because it sounded gross. Maybe I'm just thinking from when I was a kid, and that idea that I had when I was a kid just traveled throughout my entire life, and I've never re-examined it. That's crazy. I think that might be it. It sounded gross when I was a kid, and I just never thought to think about it again. But like I said, there's something to do with raisins, and I thought, Minced meat with raisins? Oh, it just didn't. I was like, oh, it's no thank. But I don't know. But I've had meat pies before and quiches and stuff. So that's not it. I don't know. I don't know why this really turned me off, but it's so easy. It looks good too. I'd eat that now. It looks really nice actually.
And get your mince into your case. Pat it down well so that it's nice and compact. And then you want to wet the rim of your pastry, just so that when you put the top on, it sticks down well. And the last thing you want to do is pop your pastry on. And I'm just going to go round the edge with my fingers and just press it down with my thumbs, just to squeeze those two edges together. You basically want to join the bottom with the top so that it creates a seal. And again, just cut your excess pastry away with the back of a knife. Really easy this. It's quite satisfying doing this actually. And really easy this. It's quite satisfying doing this actually.
Am I gonna get to... Yeah, see? It's a 5-pointed star. That's as good as I can see it here. So it's 3 points and then 2 loops. And, oh, it is 3 points and then 2 loops. But no, there's then the point in between. So it's a triangle and a heart on top of each other. And this is not a triangle and a heart. This is a heart, or if you do consider it a triangle and a heart, the point ends at the tip of the inner tip of the heart. It doesn't keep going. See, 5 versus 6 is important to a Jew. 5 is a star. See, like, but 6 is how about just take out Jewish? 6 is Jewish. 5 is see, that's not even really it. Star heart. I think they would care. I think if a Jew were to see that right here, this one, star heart symbol, star symbol, off-topic discussion. Just tell me what it means. Meaning. We'll go over here. Oh. Here. I think I had the answer, but this one. It's a Finnish band. Wikipedia. Oh, shit. What the hell is going on? Why am I here? How can it be a frickin' band? That's the dumbest thing ever. Him. Well, they use this for their symbol, have a name. Does the symbol have a name and or a meaning? It's a heartgram, a symbol for the band Him. Really? It's a band? Okay, just... I'm going to look up a couple more, and we'll see. I don't think I'm going to be able to. No. It's rare. You might be right, but I don't think so. I think it's important. I think 6 is like a super important to a Jew. 6 points. Now, if 2 of the points on a Jewish star, like, you're right, it could be, but this the point up here at the top would protrude to make it 6. And this is 5, and I think that's a big distinction to them anyway. I always used to get confused when I was a kid between the triangle, the double triangle, one on upside down on top of the other, versus the 5-pointed star. And sometimes the 6-pointed star meant or I forget, some were pentagram, some were satanic, some were Jewish, and some were biblical, and some were, there's just freaking stars all over the place, and I could never remember which was which.
And you'll be left with a nice pastry bracelet.
You might be right, but I think 6 is going to be important here. I'm not certain.
Like this. And that's it. As you can see there, it's nicely sealed. It's completely sealed there. So this is what we're looking for. The last thing you want to do is brush the top with egg yolk. Now, I like to use egg yolk because it's a lot richer, and it gives you a lovely brown, shiny top. But you'd use egg white or a combination of both. You want to cut a wee hole in the top to let the steam escape when it's cooking. And I'm going to score the top of mine. This is completely optional, obviously. So that it looks pretty when it comes out the oven. Now you want to bake this in the middle of your oven for between 30 and 35 minutes at gas mark 6, 200C or 400F. Now halfway through, I like to cover mine with foil.
She said C and F.
Oil, just to...
Ooh, that does look tasty. And one thing I learned about cooking quiche is it doesn't matter if you use pie shells. Like, there is a little maybe extra sugar in something called a pie shell, but it's you don't have to worry about it. Your sweetness just about always comes from the filling. So in a quiche it was fine, but again, for some reason, I thought mincemeat had, when I seen other people eat it, it looked really gross. But that's just ground beef, gravy, onions, and pastry,
Prevent the pastry burning. And this was mine just out the oven.
That'd be wonderful, to be frank. I don't know why this didn't catch on in Canada. And it's so big over there, but it's so not big here. And that looks wonderful. Look, it looks awesome.
Oven. Lovely.
Yeah, it does look good.
All you have to do now is cut it and serve. Now there's 4 of us for tea tonight, so I'll easily get 4 portions out of this. So we haven't roast.
And the fact that you call it tea, I don't know what to think about that. That kind of, how different people say different things? Some of it is cute and you like it. Some of it you don't care about. But some of it kind of pisses you off. This is one, it's dumb. It's completely dumb. There's no logic or reason or anything. But when they call dinner or supper tea, it kind of bothers me. I don't know why. It's not tea. Tea is a drink that you, you drink all the time. Why would you want to call an entire meal in your country after the drink you're like constantly downing? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway.
Roast new potatoes, some garden.
Oh, those, I have a problem with those peas. They look canned. They look like they came out of a can. I like peas. I like every vegetable. It's just how some vegetables... Okay, first of all, I don't like any that come out of a can. Frozen is fine. Frozen and obviously fresh is the best, and then frozen. Nothing that comes out of a can. or I don't want any coming out of a can. Yeah, frozen. Actually, yeah, it's just canned. I don't like. I don't know what it is. They just sit in that watery, juicy stuff for so long, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Well, it does, I guess. But you know, if it was in a meat pie or something, it's weird how I'm talking about meat pies, but I didn't think that this was mincemeat. Raisins. What am I thinking of? Is there a different mincemeat? Modern mincemeat pie. Mincemeat pie filling. Okay, so here is Canada. I'm just going to click on the Canadian one. Okay, nothing. Okay. Apples, raisins, currants, cranberries, ginger. So this is all sugary stuff, nuts and stuff. And there's no meat in it. See? Why would they call this mincemeat when there's no fucking meat? So when I used to see people friggin' put their fork in this mincemeat pie, what kind of dumb shit is that? Does that exist in the rest of the world, or did Canada just go stupid here? Does other mincemeat? Yeah, it's all just fruit. Are you kidding me? And there's the half a cup of raisins. And then golden rain, another half a cup. And see, I think when I asked somebody, I said, what's in it? And they said raisins, because that's the only thing that they knew. I was like, ooh. Pie, a mincemeat, like meat and raisins in a pie? It sounds so fucking gross. But there's no meat in this. And then here I am, looking at friggin' mincemeat on this YouTube. Oh, minced beef pie. Yeah, okay, so I read that wrong. But still, this looks good. And this is just the world's dumbest name for frickin' a pie. Why would you call this mincemeat? Mince, we know what that is. Mince is to, like, chop it up finely, which is like ground beef. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I've said no to mincemeat pie my entire life, and I probably would have liked it. Because I thought it was like meat, gravy, and raisins. I don't know. Anyway, I'm confused. I guess I just got unconfused.
In peas, and that's the pie.
What a dumb thing, too, eh? Can you imagine?
There. I squashed the front when I was taking it out of the tin. Oh dear, that's better. A wee bit of extra mince, and that's us good to go. Absolutely delicious, this. It really is.
Oh, those potatoes look great. By the way, I cooked the best potatoes. The peas, I hope they're frozen and didn't come out of a can, but the pie looks great. And I would, if like those peas were put in front of me, I would eat them. I'm not one of those people. Like, it wouldn't be the end of the world. There's very few things that if you put in front of me, I would not eat. I'm polite, and I will eat things that I don't really like. just out of politeness and respect. But I would never, there's no cans of vegetables in my house. That's all. But those potatoes look good, and that mincemeat pie looks great. They both look great. And those potatoes kind of remind me of how I cook mine. My special potatoes, when I get really creative. Actually, I could do some up. They make a pretty good mess, though, of the pan that I cook them in. But
that was it. That was my wee recipe. Like I said, really, really easy because you are using shop-bought pastry. But I mean, you don't have to have a bottom and a top. You can simply put the pastry on the top if you like. I know a lot of folk that do that.
Just on the top? Just on the top. Well, that's a bit weird. So, just on the top. I've never ever, like I'm just, you're good. It's just there for show, and to maybe protect the mincemeat while it's in the oven so it doesn't overcook. It's like you're just cooking, because everything, the mincemeat filling stuff is all, maybe I should stop calling it mincemeat, because maybe I'm being inaccurate. Mincemeat is actually fruit, whereas that is minced beef. I'm so confused. I think I should just move on. I'm being an idiot. But it's just like one of those things that you just realized when you were a kid or long ago. Or you just learned, fixed your brain from up is on the way, Chicago, a California city does the right thing. Kinda. Scottish steak pies. Okay, see this steak, that's another problem. It's not a steak. It is, okay, no, I don't like that one. Okay, tasting history. What do we got? Making something at home. I don't know what that thing is. Word. Hippocras? Why Stefan got banned. He was race obsessed in the wrong direction. He had the politically incorrect ideology. That's why. I'm pretty sure. But see, everything wrong with Stefan Molyneux, in my opinion, it wasn't that bad. Yes, he placed too much of an emphasis on race, but not that much. It wasn't like, oh, race is the only thing that matters. No. But original naked chef. How to make Hasselback potatoes recipe.
Now today I'm going to be making Hasselback potatoes. Now if you've never had those before, give these a go because they're really simple and they taste absolutely scrummy. Now Hasselback potatoes are like a Swedish version of a baked potato. So go and make these, and you can serve it up with your steak or as part of your roast dinner or whatever you fancy. They're just absolutely beautiful. So for making these Hasselback potatoes, just going to quickly go through the ingredients I'm going to use. Now, first of all, got me potatoes there. Now, obviously, you can do 2 potatoes, 4, 6, whatever you want. I've got 6, roughly about the same size potatoes. One there's a little bit bigger, so might need a little bit more cooking, that one. Now, what you want to do with your potatoes is wash them under cold water. Try and make sure there's no mud or anything like that. If you need to give them a gentle scrubbing, you know, because we're going to leave the skin on, so try and get them nice and clean. Now, the potatoes I've chosen to use are the ones that I would use for making jacket potatoes. So these are baking potatoes. Now, you could use Mary's Pipers, you know, whatever ones that you would use for roasting up, but baking potatoes is what I'm going to use. Now, we've also got some olive oil. Now, I'm going to use that just to brush on the outside, you know, rub it on the outside because we want to get the skin nice and crispy. I've got about half a block of butter. You want a fair amount of butter, really. You know, it's going to be spread over all these potatoes. Just going to melt that in a pan, and I'm going to add some herbs. Now, you could use fresh herbs. Typically, rosemary is one of the main ones, and you can use a little bit of thyme. I'm going to use this one, Herbes de Provence. That's got a really nice mixture, and it's got rosemary and thyme in there, so it's going to make these, you know, flavoured up lovely. I've also got some garlic granules that I'm going to use. You could use a bit of fresh garlic, you know, a couple of cloves, 2 or 3 cloves of garlic, and that all goes in with the butter. So you get a nice flavour going into that butter. I've also got some...
I know a lot of people who have done this. Like on the barbecue, they do this. On the barbecue, I can understand. It cuts down the cooking time a lot, and then it just is like, it's all in the tin foil and it's all ready to go. And they're fine. But mine are so much better. And mine are easier, by the way, too. So this one, getting your slices perfect, right, is tough. Even and perfect, so you don't go all the way through or whatever, right? I don't know how is he going to slice it just by eye? Probably. Most of us would just fuck up and go all the way through and stuff. And I don't know, just mine are so much better. Yeah, they're cooked inside. I suppose you could cook them out on the barbecue. But yeah, mine are just so much better. I've had this, but mine are better.
Salt, because you do need to season the potato, a little bit on the outside, but also when we cut these little slits and the butter's gone in there, you want to put a bit of salt in there as well, because the potatoes really do need the salt to bring the flavour out. And really, that's all the ingredients, nice and simple. Now what I'm going to do is get the potatoes and get those prepared first. Now with the potatoes, I'm just going to show you one and then obviously carry on with the rest of them. So what I'm going to do to start with is, with the potatoes, what you want to do is just get a knife and basically just cut like a flat along the bottom like that, because then your potato doesn't wobble around. So lovely. Now next of all, I'm going to use a couple of wooden spoons there. Now the reason I'm using...
Oh, there's how he prevents it from going all the way to the bottom. So there you go, a little trick. Now you're going to dull the knife, cutting into those woods.
And that is because what we need to do is to cut down, but you don't want to cut right down to the bottom of the potato, otherwise you're going to cut.
And by the way, I don't know if, how good of a cook you are, but my slicing skills are shit. They always have been, and I've given up. My life of chopping things into perfectly, you know, those perfect slices, impossible for me. So just this, the cutting part in this would be impossible for me.
Cut it in half or quarters or whatever. So what I'm going to do is just cut them, I would say about 2/3 of the way through, maybe 3/4 at the most. So just going to go down like this until you get to the wooden spoons. So it's good to add the wooden spoons because it just means that you know you're not going to chop them all the way through. Now try and cut them, I would say 2 or 3 mil, so about 1/8 of an inch, because then they're going to look really beautiful when you present them. So I'm just going to carry on and do that all the way across the potato. So there you go, I've done that all the way across, beautiful. Now what I'm going to do is do that with the other 5 potatoes. So I've finished doing all the potatoes. It takes a little while, but you know, it'll be worth it in the end because they're going to look so nice and presentable. Now just wiping the potatoes at the bottom, I've done most.
Again, they're fine, but mine are better. Like a friend of mine used to do this. And after he did it numerous times, I said, okay, I'm going to cook the potatoes. So mine is so simple and easy. You take the potatoes and you cut them into bite-sized chunks, okay, cubes, right? So we are cubing so that you would feel comfortable, small enough that you would feel comfortable eating an entire one in a single bite. Now, I like them maybe even a little bit smaller than like a big bite, because you might want two, or you might want a piece of broccoli and a piece of potato or something, right? So small cubes, not too small. We're not like, you know, like not too small. Like one, like if you get a little bit of variation, that's cool too. Like sometimes some will be bigger, so that means that the outside won't be, it'll have more of an inner of a potato for the bigger chunks. And that's okay, but what we want is a lot of outside, because the outside is going to be perfect. Nice and crispy and gorgeous. And tasty and flavorful. Okay, put it this way. Every time I've ever cooked them, and I got the recipe from my mother, and she's got 2 potato recipes that everywhere they happened, they got like standing ovations. So, and this is one of them. And it's just cubed potatoes, bite size. Not big, not small, just medium. And so you take a cookie sheet, and by the way, skin on, you take a cookie sheet and you wash your hands well, and then you dig your hands into the margarine container. You got to do this with your hands. That's why you need them clean. You're digging and you're smothering. You're not just greasing the cookie sheet. You're leaving tons of it on your tons. Lots and lots and lots of margarine all over the cookie sheet. And then you literally just place your cubed potatoes on top of it. So now the potatoes are not going to stick, and this margarine is going to melt, and it's going to really crisp up your potatoes. And then you literally just douse the top with the seasoning. You douse it with whatever you want. Like we have, I don't know if this is everywhere, but we have something called seasoned salt. If you have that, that's what my mom mostly used. But you could use whatever seasonings you want, right? So just salt and pepper, for example, just salt, or you know, Italian spices, whatever you want. But so it was literally just cubed potatoes, margarine, but a ton of it, a lot of margarine. Leave a lot on the pan, and seasoned salt. And they're, like, I'm telling you, the way they cook up is fucking a thing of beauty. And the other potato recipe is hash browns, like frozen hash browns, just the little cubed potatoes, frozen hash browns, put them in like a lasagna pan, dump in a big lasagna pan, dump in a whole container of sour cream. Sour cream. You can cut up some chives or some onions and add that. Mix it all together. And then add some grated cheese. You can mix that in or just leave it on top, or both. So grated cheese. So it's literally just sour cream, or hash browns, sour cream, and cheese. And we call them cheesy potatoes. And you put it in the oven until golden brown. Those 2 potato dishes are so easy to make, but they get standing ovations wherever they go.
Most of these already, but I don't want them, you know, I want them to be nice and dry. So they're all done and they are going to look beautiful when this is all sort of slightly fanned out. Now what I'm going to do is get a baking tin with a little bit of tin foil, and we're going to rub some olive oil all over the top of each of those. Now I've got them all laid out, and I actually put the skins in there as well. I might as well put a bit of olive oil in there and cook those up, and when they're done, pull those out. Now with the olive oil, I'm just going to brush some of that to start with all over. So I'll do that with all of them, and then I'm going to put a little bit of salt in my hands, and then I'm going to rub the salt into the olive oil and just make sure there's olive oil all the way over the potatoes or everywhere. So again, I'm just going to carry on doing that. That's it. That's nicely covered. I also did these skins as well. So let's grab some salt and start with, I'm just going to sprinkle a little bit over the top like that.
Again, this isn't bad, but mine are better, both of them. There's, like, the inside of these potatoes are just kind of, like, it's fine. You could add margarine, or you could add, you know, sour cream, or you can add whatever you want to this potato. But let's be honest, it's just a baked potato. Right? And which baked potatoes are fine. And sometimes I bake a potato, I eat it just plain. Just because I'm fat and I don't want to add fat to it. So that's a thing, but it's just a baked potato with a bunch of slices in it.
Lovely. And then really what you want to do is grab the potatoes and just rub them all over. So give it a good rubbing. Get it nicely in there, lovely. So again, I'll just rub that in with all the rest. So now I've got the potatoes all prepared, ready to go in the oven. Now I'm going to switch my oven on, bring that up to temperature, and then I'm going to place them in the oven initially for about 20 minutes. And while they're cooking, I'm going to go over to the hob and we're going to get on with that buttery mixture. So switch your oven on, bring it up to temperature, and then place those in. Just place those in the oven like that. Beautiful. Just shut those up. And I'd say initially give them about 20 minutes. Now temperature wise, I've got my oven set to 220 degrees Celsius, which is 425 degrees Fahrenheit, gas mark 7. So whilst we're waiting for those to cook for about 20 minutes initially, I'm going to go over to the hob and we're going to start making up that buttery mixture. So I've come over to the hob and I'm just going to put me butter in there and switch the heat on. Now you don't need the heat high at all, fairly low I would say, so put it nice and low. There you go, the butter's just about melted, so I'm going to put my herbs in there. As I say, you could use fresh herbs if you like, but I'm using these herbs de Provence, probably just over a teaspoon. Now in the herbs of the Provence, the two main ingredients are rosemary and thyme, and then obviously I'm going to put some garlic granules in there. I mean, do that to taste, if you're not so keen on the garlic, use less, but I want to give it a good little flavour there. Let's give that a quick mix around. Lovely. And I'm just going to put a little pinch of salt in there as well, so that we get some of the potato inside with that salty mixture. And what I would say is probably just let that gently cook, a low heat, probably for about 5 minutes, just until the butter's got infused with that herby mixture. So now we've made up the buttery mixture, these potatoes have had the first 20 minutes. So just going to pull those out like that.
I woke up really early today.
And just going to grab that mixture. And really what you want to do is just brush it over the top initially.
6 o'clock, I think it was.
Later on we're going to open up those slits a little bit to get a bit more inside. But brush it on fairly liberally. Make sure you're getting some of those herbs as well, and a bit of garlic. So I'll just carry on and do all those. That's it. I've given those a good bit of that mixture. So I'm going to pop those back in. Now what I would say is, really about every 15 minutes, you want to do the same again. So probably going to give these about another 45 minutes, maybe a little bit more, until they're looking absolutely delicious. Now those little skins probably won't take as long, so I'll probably pull those out a little bit earlier, so if you fancy a little snack you can get tucked into those. So again, I'll set the timer every 15 minutes, come back, carry on doing that. Now just to show you, I've got a little potato skin snacks there, so let's just try one of those. Nice and crispy, delicious flavour. If those potatoes are going to taste anything like these potato skins, absolutely beautiful. Now with the potatoes, mine have had about half an hour plus that initial 20 minutes. Now what I am going to do for this last time is just slightly open up some of these slits. So just going to do that with all of those, and then we're going to put that, you know, bit more of that buttery mixture on. So just go along, slightly open them up, really want to get that mixture in there. So again, I'll carry on doing that with all of these. That's it.
I'm telling you, I guess, you know, you got to play with your potatoes and play with them and play with them. But I think there's, I don't know, it's all right. It's not, I don't know.
Done all those. So again, let's just put a bit more of that mixture on. So it really gets inside. And that's going to flavour it up beautifully. There you go, just used up the last bit. So pop those back in the oven. Give them about another 15 minutes or so. So that would have been about an hour, just over an hour, until really you think they're done, nice and crispy, looking good. So my potatoes have had in total about 1 hour, just over 1 hour. So I'm going to pull them out. They're looking absolutely gorgeous. So it's going to be hot, so careful. So I've just taken them out of the oven, and what I'm going to do is pick one of those and I'm going to place it on a plate and we're going to try it. So I'm just going to try a little bit of this. Let's just get this bit off the end here. Oh, that's going to be a good bit. Let me try that.
I'm going to guess that he's going to love it, right? That's just a guess. Call me, I think I have an extrasensory perception, a sixth sense, and I bet you he's going to love it. It's going to be the best ever.
Hot, but really tasty.
Yeah, and listening to your mouth swish around with the food in it, it's pretty gross.
The skin's nice and crispy, lovely. And obviously, you know, when they got it with their steak or...
You know, I've said this with people on YouTube. I don't think people understand how gross their mouth is and how the gross sounds that it makes. And there's a lot of people on YouTube that friggin' have their microphones shoved down their throat and you can hear every little tiny thing. And just eating and drinking can be really gross and disgusting. I'm not joking. This slurp, slurp, gulp, 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 gulp. It can be really gross. So you gotta be careful. Learn how to edit that out. It's just like taking a shit. You know, you do that in private, and you should, you know, I know it's just drinking and eating, but it can be very gross sounding. So you got to be careful with that. I think what he's making me listen to is pretty fucking gross.
Whatever they're going to eat it with, they can just cut a slice off and it's soft potato in the middle. Absolutely beautiful. Go and make these because they really are nice and simple and they taste absolutely delicious. Thanks for watching my videos, as always. And don't forget the comments. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to my channel because I try and put out as many videos as I can. And I've got lots of videos to choose from, hopefully something for everyone. And I'll see you on the next one. The original naked chef.
I don't know what that means. Did you hear that friggin', like I said, the swashing around in this one? That's fucking gross. And it's even like some people, when they're drink from their bottle of water on their stream or on in their video, it's like gross. I don't know. And I'm not saying I'm not gross. I'm saying I am also gross. There is a way, like rich people learn how to chew and swallow in finishing school. They learn how to do that without making gross noises. But us heathens out here, we're like swishing chomp, 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 chomp. And it is gross. Anyway, I find it gross. Just stay away from the microphone, you know? Stay away from the microphone. What's for tea? Steak pies. You lie, that's not steak. What do we got? Fighting the good fight. No. Okay, let's well, they keep showing me the same videos. They really want me to watch this stuff. Really? Are you kidding me? Cooking. What's that? Bacon wrapped swine apple? Pork stuffed bacon wrapped smoked pineapple? Hell? I'm just curious. I would never do this, and it doesn't even really look appealing, but...
Alright, you guys, my Facebook page has recently been blowing up saying, Jeff, you gotta make this. I mean, stuff just popping up all over my page. So, let's go ahead and make some swine apple. Pineapple?
Do people still use frickin' Facebook? How old is this video? 2015, okay. I think Facebook is killing itself, if I'm not... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I haven't used Facebook in years, and a lot of people that I talk to don't use it. They say they use it for Messenger, and that's it. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know if they're using it or not.
And swine. Well, welcome back to Smoke Meat with Jeff. Today we are going to make swine apple. We're going to take some center cut pork loin, stuff it into a pineapple, wrap it in bacon, and then smoke this bad boy for a few hours until we have our finished product, swine apple. So let's get started on some of the basic ingredients you're going to need today.
Well, you just said 1, 2, 3.
At the core of the swine apple, you're going to need, of course, some pork. I am going to be going with some center cut pork loin that I'm going to cut into strips, and then we are going to season with whatever your favorite seasoning is. I'm going to be going with my sweet and spicy today. And then all of this is going to get stuffed inside of a hollowed out pineapple. I'll show you how to hollow this thing out in a little bit. And then in the end, we're going to take some thick cut bacon. I'm going to make a bacon weave, and this will...
Yeah, there's some things that are just so, they require talent, and I don't have any. Pineapple is one of them, so I would never be buying that at the store. Another one is turnip. It's too hard to fucking cut, so I would never be buying that. I don't really like turnip that much. I will eat it raw, but I don't really like it cooked.
This will be draped over our pineapple that we're going to smoke sideways because my smoker...
I don't know. Can you chop and, you know, like, do you have the skill and the knives and the frickin' countertop to be able to chop into these massive frickin' things that are like cutting into rocks?
It's not tall enough to smoke it upright. So we're going to smoke it sideways, draped in a bacon weave. So that's basically it for your food ingredients, but you will need a couple of extra supplies as far as non-food ingredients to make this happen. So you're going to need some long skewers or some very long toothpicks. You're going to need a bowl. This makes it easier for seasoning your meat. And some implements for hollowing out your pineapple. I got a long knife, a short knife, a spoon, and then if I need to, I'll go in the house and get like an ice cream scoop for hollowing this thing out. And of course you're going to need some wax paper. We're going to use this to lay our bacon weave out on to make it a little more portable because we won't be rolling up the pineapple in the bacon weave. I'm going to kind of drape it over the top of it, lay it down and drape the bacon weave over the top right before we throw it onto the grill, which means you need a way to get this thing to the grill, and I highly recommend you go out and you get, if you don't have it already, you'll see this in a lot of my videos. It's called the Bradley rack. Makes it really easy for taking whatever you're putting onto your barbecue or smoker portable. You just pop that on there, move it over, bring it back. As you can see in the background, I've got my my smoker going. We will be smoking at around 225 degrees today. This should take anywhere between 4 and 6 hours, depending on how well regulated you can keep your smoker. And then it'll be time to yank it off, slice it up, and have some swine apple. So let's start doing some of the prep work. Well, admittedly, the hardest part about this process is prepping your pineapple. So what you want to do is you want to take a pineapple, go down a couple of inches, and just slop the top off, like so. And then you're going to grab your knife and your spoon and what other implements you need to hollow this out. And you're going to end up with a bowl of leftover pineapple here that you can eat. Save the juice because we're going to use that a little bit later on. But you're going to want to hollow it out, leaving about 3/4 of an inch all the way around, like so. And get as deep as you can, like so. And after you've got that thing hollowed out, you're actually going to take it and just kind of peel off the skin on the outside. That's why you want to leave a pretty good, at least 3/4 of an inch on the inside, so when you go to take this off, you don't end up cutting through the side of your pineapple. So I'm going to finish this up around the outside. And
okay, so there's no way, not even close. I don't like the idea of putting bacon and like a pork roast. Like, this is going to be burnt bacon, undercooked pork inside, and this pineapple doodah. No, I'm not going to be playing around like that. What's this fast food one? About Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich recipe. Okay. Oh my God. A 20-pound burger. Sam, the cooking guy? Why this Wagyu sandwich is worth $85. Because some people with lots of money and no brains this is why KFC's fried chicken is so delicious. Okay, so let's try this guy. I like his smile too. I'll be frank. I've never cooked a good you know, like breast of chicken for a sandwich. To be honest, I've never done it. I've like, at best, I've like leftover chicken and then you mince it up and mayonnaise and you put it on bread. But I've never cooked myself a proper fast food-ish like chicken sandwich. So this guy's gonna teach me.
Good, everybody, and welcome back to my channel, Smoking and Grilling with me, AB. Now, you read this title, you see this smile on my face, so you know what's going down. I'm getting ready to do the copycat Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich. Hey, listen, there's gonna be a lot of ingredients, right?
It's funny that he mentioned it. I just got finished saying that I like to smile, and then he even mentioned it. Jesus Christ. It's like we're twins. 100% view, right?
Right. But listen,
these videos that have a lot of legs, there's something to that. There's a lot of people that try to chase the news, right? You chase the news, like current topics, but it doesn't last. You're like, it's like, you know, like after a week or a month or something, it's completely out of date. If you're telling the news, you know, like, but with him, like doing this is going to last forever on YouTube. You're going to make money forever on YouTube with a video like this. It's timeless, and that's important.
These are all ingredients that we have like in our cabinets, you know, nothing over the top, nothing like that. Listen, we're gonna follow this process. Listen, we done made it a few times here in this household, and we love it. Hey, so I'm not gonna over talk it. We finna get right into it, and I'm gonna break it down into 3 sections. Let me just say that right now. I'm gonna break it down, and first we're gonna do our little marinade, then we're gonna make our sauce, and then we're gonna make our bread, and then we're gonna go ahead and put it all together. Hey, with that being said, let's get into these ingredients, and let's make it happen. Okay, so I'm getting ready to prep my chicken. I'm gonna show you the chicken, but don't forget, listen, the full ingredient list is down in the description box below this video. Now, let me go ahead and just start showing you this. Look, I got chicken halves, right? Excuse me, these are chicken breasts. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my knife and I'm gonna go ahead and slice them in half. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get that. And now, I got it here. What we wanna do is we just wanna half it. So I'm gonna come like this. And the reason I'm doing this, because we want it to cook, and we want it to be, you know, to cook evenly. And then, you know, when you have these thick parts of the chicken breast, some will be ready, like this part over here will be ready, and then the thicker part, which will be up here and this together, they won't be ready. So you'll have undone chicken. So we just go ahead and half it like that. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna take just 2 of the bigger ones.
See, I understand why, but you know something? Let's just do this. See, here's the problem. I just want to boneless, skinless chicken breast, right? It's got to be like one of the most expensive things to buy. I have to shop tomorrow, by the way. Yeah, see, tomorrow's flyer. So we got food, and then we go to meat. No, that's it. Meat and seafood, and then chicken and turkey breasts. Okay, so that's actually not too bad. Chicken breast. Holy crap. Am I lying? I'd actually buy that for this price. Wait. Okay, yeah, that's expensive. This one's okay. It should, but just because the $10 a kilogram, which is about $1. Actually, that's not bad. Skinless. Oh, with bone. Oh, that's bone in. Boneless and skinless. Okay, so that, yeah. So we're going up in price. Right? Oh. Boneless and skinless. Oh, $9.11. Jeez, I had no idea. Every time I go into the shop, maybe these are lying. Maybe this is lies. But I would pay that. $9.19 per kilogram. I'd pay that. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just, maybe they were expensive, but they've come down, and I just keep skipping over them. I don't even look at them.
I'm just gonna make 4. So these I'm gonna put back in a Ziploc free.
That's actually an okay price. So, like, if you think about it, I like what he's doing, by the way, bringing it down a bit. I like that a lot. So let's forget about breasts. Just go to chicken. And let me show you. So this is what, $10, a little less per kilogram. See, this is $4 a kilogram for the leg. But see, that's 10. See, that's overpriced. Yeah, your legs are super, super cheap. Yeah, they fuck up a lot here on their website. They need me working for them. You know, I thought about that. I think I might do that. You know something? Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Just go through and pick out 100 things that they've done wrong on their database and send it off to them and say, I'm looking for a job. And I'd be happy to pass on all of the errors in the database. For now, until I prove myself, and then in time I can maybe get access to the database, but I have to work from home. See, $10. So $10 versus, you know, the chicken leg. But see, that's another thing, is the boneless, skinless chicken breast, you can eat it all. Whereas the chicken leg, there's bones and all sorts of stuff that you don't want to eat. So there's more meat. I don't know. I'd pay $10 a kilogram. See, $10 a kilogram is 2.5 pounds, approximately. 2.25 pounds, anyway. There's 2.5 pounds per kilogram. So if the price is per kilogram, just divided by 2.5, approximately. It's actually 2.2. 2.25, but 454 grams per pound. And I used to work in a fish department, in the meat department in a grocery store. But it was all fish. I remember the first day showing up to work. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I applied for a second job. I already had one, but I wanted a second job. And it happened to be both in the same mall. So I was like, yeah, I could, that's easy. Go to, sometimes I would go from one job to another. But, so I applied for a job, and they said, okay. And then on my first day of work, they walked me back to the back. I'm like, okay, well, I'm finally getting to see what's behind these doors, right? At the back of the grocery store. I'm going to be stocking shelves or unloading trucks or something. But then I came back through another set of doors, and I was like, okay, I'm going to a department. But when he brought me back through these other doors, I was like, whoa! The stink of fish everywhere. Stink. Oh, and it's right beside the deli. So with sliced meat and salads and things like that. Sliced meat, basically. The deli. But anyway, like I said, the stink was just overwhelming. Oh my God, the stink. I was like, oh my God. And then they said, oh, this is your, they said, hi, Manfred. That was the seafood manager. There's only like 3 of us that worked in the entire department. But anyway, he was the head honcho. And he said, he turned, and then he turned around and said, oh, this is your new employee. And I was like, oh my God, I'm working here. The stink. Oh. But anyway, so the stink was, oh my God, the stink, the fish. You know, like, I don't mind the smell of a fish. I don't mind the smell of cooking fish. I don't mind the smell of fishing with a chain full of fish. I don't mind this stinky fish-smelling boat. I don't mind any of that. But when you're surrounded by fish, it's a different world. It's not just a little bit of stuff with fresh air. It's like, oh my God. Anyway, so there's a lot of it, and there you have it. That's where I work. So for the longest time, oh, by the way, in the other place, I was in the ice cream parlor and then fish department. Fish shop, fish store, and an ice cream store. Let's just say the two didn't mix. But what I will tell you is this, and by the way, an ice cream store needs to be spotless, because a little wee tiny bit of ice cream left undone, it sours, and the whole place will just go up and stink. That's one of the biggest things about ice cream places, is they have to be spotless. Even on your rag, you have to make your rag disappear after you clean things with it, because it'll just sit there, and it'll, like, the milk will sour, and then the fucking stink. Oh my God. But when you add that, add my fish. Okay, and by the way, so after a couple of weeks, I can tolerate it. I don't feel like I can vomit. And after a couple of months, I was like, after a couple of months, I don't smell it anymore. So you get used to it. But here's the thing. Just because you don't smell it, it doesn't mean you don't smell of it. So think about this. What do cats love? They love fish and they love milk. And I worked in an ice cream parlor and a fish store. And I'll tell you, when I would I remember my friends would come and pick me up, or we'd go out for the weekend after work. I'd tell them that I'm working to whatever. You're going to have to pick me up. And they would. And they're like, oh my God, Gary, you got to stop doing that. You smell of fish and like you swam in cologne. The cologne is not covering up the fish, because they would tell me that I'd stink of fish, so I'd put on a bunch of cologne, and then they're like, no, just stick with the fish, because now you just stink of 2 things. But there was also the ice cream. Now, I don't know if I really smelt of ice cream, but I probably did. But I liked the smell, so it just didn't, I didn't think about it. So anyways, I actually spent years, a piece of my life smelling like ice cream and fish. Wow. Have you ever heard of the Pied Piper or something like that? That did the flute and drew all of the rats out of Ireland or something? I forget the story. The Pied Piper. And he blew the flute. Well, that's what I look like walking through your neighborhood. I'm not joking. Except for it wasn't rats. It was cats. So every cat in the neighborhood would come out to greet me. Every fucking one. If there was a cat outside, it would be out front trying to figure out where this smell was coming from. And I'm not kidding. I would have a trail of cats Everywhere I go, cats and cats and cats and cats. It was absolutely stunning. You know, how many cats were outside, number one, and two, you don't really notice how many cats you have in the neighborhood until you have a guy that works in a fish store walking through your neighborhood. But anyway, yeah, exactly that. I would be like walking down the street with a trail of cats behind me. It was hilarious.
Freezer bag. I'm gonna put them in the refrigerator and I'm gonna save them for a later date. Okay, so you just seen me cut it. Now, come on down here. Look, let me turn this around so you guys can see. This was 2 chicken breasts, right? All I did was cut them in half them, right? So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 4 sandwiches. And here, this is a half a cup of DO pickle juice. Now, in this hand right here, I got a Ziploc bag. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna open these up.
Oh my God, I love this guy. You know, I've always wondered what to do with pickle juice. I'm not joking. I don't, you know, like I'm cheap, I like to conserve, but another thing is I always thought, you know, we just, all this pickle juice, all we ever do is dump it out. And there's got to be a use for it. And here, he's going to fucking add it to some, as a marinade, to the meat. I've never thought of doing that before. Pickle juice, now he's saying dill, but, you know, my olive pickle juice, why not? Just take out, you know, like when your pickles are empty or whatever. Sometimes I like to empty out some of the juice so you can get to the pickles. You're not fighting with them all the time. But anyways, just dump them in a bowl and put some meat in there and then use it, you know? Why not? I had no idea what to do with pickle juice. And here this guy is teaching me. And it's funny, he just answered a question that I had that I you know, like I wouldn't have looked up. It's just every time I dump out the pickles juice, I go, you know, this has got to be good for something, and I'm just tossing it away. And there you go, marinating some chicken, or maybe pork chops. Why not? It's dill, like the dill pickle, but the olive juice, why not?
Open this one up. We just want to put this inside. Then you want to take your pickle juice and you just pour this inside like this. And now I'm gonna get myself a 1/4 cup of water. Here's a 1/4 cup of water. We just add that to it also. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get some of this air out of here.
So he's being fancy about it, but that's the right way to do what he's doing. You get fancy with us, but then we're just like, well, just add some pickle juice and then throw in, well, it looks like I've got company. Might have to say goodbye for a bit soon. Anyway, yeah, you just do it by eye later on.
You want to make sure it's sealed because we're going to put this in the refrigerator and we don't want to have no issues with no leakage. All right, got that done. And what we'll do is we'll put this in the refrigerator and we'll come back after 30 minutes and then we'll continue.
30 minutes.
Now, we got the chicken in the refrigerator, right?
See, there's a man with some money. What I would do is I'd just put it in a bowl. Especially if it was only 30 minutes.
For 30 minutes, that's marinating. Now let's go ahead and make this Chick-fil-A sauce. This right here is what's gonna be the binder that really ties this all in, right? So,
but he's right to fancy it up because then we just simplify it, right? He gets super accurate. Oh no, they left. They came and they went.
Check it out. Now, here we got mayo, yellow mustard. We got that Dijon mustard for that kick. We got honey, barbecue sauce, and it's just like a sweet barbecue sauce. So any type of barbecue sauce you use that have like that brown sugar in it, that's what you want to use right here.
Oh, now they're back. So it is him. Uh-oh. What the hell is this? They need a wheelchair accessible house? Well, this ain't that. That's for sure. Not even close. I think that's what I'm saying, but maybe I'm wrong.
Here we got paprika and garlic powder. And And last but not least, we got lemon juice. It seemed like a lot, but listen, what we're doing is we replicating what Chick-fil-A does, right? This is their, recipe is about as close as we're gonna be able to get it without actually taking the recipe, right? So, look, I got myself a bowl. All you wanna do is, we wanna dump all these ingredients in there and get yourself, a whisk, and then we just wanna mix it and blend it in, blend it well. So, start with yourself with a spatula so you can get all your ingredients. So, there is no order right here. I'm just gonna grab them, whatever's closest to me, or whatever order I want to use, because listen, it all got to be in here together, and then what we do is we blend. Now,
okay, I need to see this again because my eyes were diverted.
Now, we got the chicken in the refrigerator, right, for 30 minutes. That's marinating. Now, let's go ahead and make this Chick-fil-A sauce. This right here is what's going to be the binder that really ties this all in, right? So check it out. Now, here we got mayo, yellow mustard, we got that Dijon mustard for that kick, we got honey, barbecue sauce, and it's just like a sweet barbecue sauce, so any type of barbecue sauce you use that have like that brown sugar in it, that's what you want to use right here. Here we got paprika and garlic powder. And last but not least, we got lemon juice. It seemed like a lot, but listen, what we're doing is we replicating what Chick-fil-A does, right? This is their, recipe is about as close as we're gonna be able to get it without actually.
Okay, so interesting. But this sauce that he's talking about, is that to squirt on afterwards, or is this to cook it in? I don't know.
Taking the recipe.
Let me just take a look at.
So, look, I got myself a bowl. All you want to do is, we want to dump all these ingredients in there and get yourself, a whisk, and then we just want to mix it and blend it in, blend it well. So, start with yourself with a spatula so you can get all your ingredients. So, there is no order right here. I'm just going to grab them, whatever's, closest to me, or whatever order I want to use, because listen, it all got to be in here together, and then what we do is we blend. Now, get your whisk, and let's make it happen. I can tell you one thing about when you start mixing ingredients together, and when they, you got the proper blend, boy, the aroma that it gives off is just amazing. So we're just gonna keep whisking it. And then by using a glass bowl, we can look on the side, right? You can see what need to be scraped. Did you get it all in there? You see that? Now, we'll just keep doing this. I'm gonna give me a spoon, then we're gonna taste it, and then we're gonna put this in the refrigerator and let this chill. Let me taste it. Oh. I'm gonna put this in the refrigerator, let this chill. Now we finna set up our breading station. Chicken's in the refrigerator, the sauce is made. Now let's set up our breading station, right? So let's go over these ingredients. Now, I'll just start by saying this. This is gonna be the exact same way we made the sauce.
I'll be honest with you, with me being so fat and stuff, I think what I do is, anyway, let me just, I don't know if it's still sitting there waiting or what. Most people just get out of their vehicle and start walking around the house. I don't see why I wouldn't do that. Okay, so that sauce stuff, I would probably just do the chicken and the breading. I would probably skip that sauce stuff and just throw on lettuce, tomato, onion. Maybe a squirt of mayo, but I wouldn't get fancy with the sauce. But maybe.
All of these ingredients just got to go in this large bowl. This right here, you just want to make sure you got a bowl that's large enough so that you can put all of your, your chicken in there and pat it down so you can get all of your breading on it, right? So we'll start by doing this. This right here, we got all-purpose flour, salt and pepper. Now here's where it gets a little tricky. This right here is that powdered sugar. Listen, got 3 tablespoons of this. Look, this is a must-have. If you want it to be just like Chick-fil-A, gotta have it. Now, I said it's a spicy chicken sandwich, right? This right here, this is cayenne pepper. You can put 1 teaspoon, or you can put a tablespoon in here, or you can go 2. This right here is 1.5 teaspoons. Okay, and right here, I got 3 ingredients inside this one bowl right here. So that's baking soda right there. You got chili powder and paprika. Now we go ahead and get ourselves a whisk. So now we'll just use the whisk, move it around, get it all mixed up. And you'll see it, some parts will be more white than others, so you know you just got to keep mixing it. And then you can see the black specks. That's from that black pepper, so you know it's gonna be nicely, you know, seasoned. This right here is a good flour, a good breading mix. All right, now that's done. Now you take yourself a bowl, and this is where we're gonna get everything, our wet batter, right? So this is just milk. And then I got myself 1 large egg. And then all you want to do is just get yourself, you know, another whisk and just get this all mixed up. Now, okay, look, 30 minutes is up. I just took the chicken breast. I got them right here on the counter. Here they are right here. Now look, we're gonna deep fry, right? So I gotta say this right here. I'm gonna show you, you know, another option. For myself, if you look right here, I'm gonna be using my deep fryer. This is my Tefal deep fryer. I can set my temperature to 350 degrees up here. Listen, and it's gonna maintain that. I don't have to worry about no guesswork, right? Now, I'm gonna show you, this is probably the way, because if you don't have a deep fryer, this is the normal way everybody's gonna do it. We're gonna use, you know, just a regular pot, but you're gonna have to get yourself a candy thermometer. But listen, to take the guesswork, especially for people that are new, get yourself one of these. These are only like about 10, 11. Max it can be is like $13, right? You know, you can pick these up online. Candy thermometer, you can get 350. You got a pot. Make sure you get a pot that's big enough too, so that when you put your chicken breast inside of here, you know it's gonna start splattering. You want to at least make sure that some of your oil stay inside. Other than that, you're gonna have to go through that cleanup, wiping your stove, stuff like that. So this is an option. This is a good option. Sometimes you guys gonna see I do this also. But right now, like I said, I'm gonna be using my Tefal deep fryer, and we're gonna go from there. So look, I just got a pan. I put a cooling rack right over the pan, right? Because I'm gonna tell you why. Once we come out of this bag, again, we're gonna dip here. We're gonna dip. Then we're gonna double dip, boom, boom, right? Then when we shake off, then we're gonna just line them here. And meanwhile, my grease is coming up the temp to 350 degrees, remember that. So let's go ahead and get our station set up right now. Now, I just go ahead and let it drip like this. Here, I'm not gonna pat it dry or nothing. We're gonna go right into our egg wash, right? So we got this done. Once it's completely coated, we'll let it drip like this. And then we come right on over here to our flour, right? So I'm just gonna do this. And then what I like to do is I like to mash it down, you know? And then you're gonna mash it in on the other side, because the other side is really, really textured. So we wanna make sure we get it in there, right? So now we here. Now I'm gonna come back here. We're gonna use this hand now, like that. We're gonna let it drip. We're gonna lay it here. All it is just a repeat, that's all, folks. I don't wanna overcomplicate it, super easy. You can start to see the color on it, you know, change. Look, so take your hand and get it like this. This is gonna be the key to getting that good breading. You know, and then you want to know why sometimes when we make it, it don't look the same way as other places. This is what they're doing, you guys. Real easy. Now, take it, shake it. You guys can see it on both sides, fully coated. We're just gonna lay it right here. And now, all we're gonna do is repeat. Okay, now look inside those crevices right there. Look, this is key. You wanna make sure you got flour everywhere. And that, what we're doing is we're building the flour up so we can have that, you know, that thick breading, right? We want it to be crunchy. After you come out of your wet wash, you go back because we double dipping. And then what you're doing is right now, you just want to make sure you put some flour over the top, because you'll notice I'm going to put my hand when it's flat and I'm going to mash it in there. This is how we get that flour everywhere, not just dropping it and then sprinkling on there. You want to mash it, just like what you see I'm doing right there. Look, there it is again. That is like, hey, listen, that's the key to having that thick, crunchy, you know, breading. Go ahead, shake it off. Once you shake off the excess, put it on your cooling rack, and then you repeat the process for as many pieces of chicken, you know, that you have. Everything is done. They breaded both sides, right? My deep fryer is already at 350 degrees. So what I'm gonna do is, let's take this off. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna just take one of these like this, and the other one like this. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna dunk it in like that. I'm gonna go ahead and put this top on, and we're gonna let it fry. Those are the thinner sides of it, so it should probably only take maybe about 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes. But I'm gonna check it. You're gonna want to get yourself like an instant read. You know what I mean? Because look, we're gonna look for 165. So this is what I'm gonna use to check, and I'll check it after 4 minutes. Now, it's been about 4 minutes, right? Take them out. I'm sure it was about every bit of 4 minutes. And then what we want to do is check the internal temp. As you can see right here, look, it kind of like slowed down, 163, 64, 65, actually went to 67. That was perfect right there. Put both of them on a cooling rack, put my other 2 thicker pieces into the deep fryer and letting those go. Now, those took about 7, almost 8 minutes for those to be, fully temp, right? Reach 165 with that, took those out. And then what you want to do is, listen, while they hot, you want to go ahead and add your cheese. That right there was a slice of that Gouda cheese. And this right here is just American. You know what? You just want to put that on there while it's hot and let it melt and do its thing. Okay, so you saw they temp just right. At 165, maybe on a little bit of the thicker part was looked like it said about 170. That's okay too. So now we're gonna go ahead and assemble. So I got my sauce, right? I'm gonna go ahead. Look, we're just gonna put a little bit here. And then I just take the back of the spoon. You know what I mean? To me, I like my burgers, any kind of sandwich or whatever, to be just like a little bit on the sloppy side. You know what I mean? I wanna know that I got sauce on there. What I'm gonna do is, we're gonna add just like they do. We're gonna put a few pickles on here, except for them little 1 or 2 pickles that they put on there. We're just gonna add a little bit more. Now we'll come with the lettuce. Now we're gonna come with the tomato. It's up to you guys. You guys can assemble them how you want to. I'm gonna put a couple of tomatoes on that one. When it comes to the meat, look, I got this one right here. This right here got that Gouda cheese. I'm gonna go ahead and just put that one right here on the top, just like you see right there. And then this other one right here, and I put it on there while it's hot so it can just melt, right? This one right here, this is just American. A slice of that American cheese. Now, we're gonna go to the top bun. And then if you guys wanna know, Chick-fil-A doesn't use a brioche bun. I don't believe they do. I think what they use is just like a regular hamburger bun. But for me, I gotta use a brioche. Since I've been turned on to it, that's all I like to use, And again, I like for me to know that I have some sauce on it. So that's it on the top. We'll just put this on like this. And you guys tell me what you think about that. Now you can look at that first one, the one that's closest to the camera. You know what I mean? You can see just how thick that is right there. So if you like it thick like that, you can cut your chicken like that. And then you can see the one to the left of that, right? That one seems to be just a little bit thinner, but I can tell you both of them were fire. Then we got this one right here. And there you have it. That right there, I'm just gonna say, that's Chick-fil-A's spicy chicken sandwich, down to the T, outside of the bun. Hey, so you guys just seen the assembly. You saw about the thumbnail. Hey, listen, this right here is I know when we see them thumbnails, even when we looking in the menu at Chick-fil-A or wherever you're going to go eat, when you get your food, it don't quite look the same, right? But I know these right here, these is fire. So look, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna take this one. My mouth is watering. We finna go ahead and hit it. You see that? Now, hey, cheers everybody. It might drip out the back, but oh well. Oh man. Oh. I don't know why I'm always amazed when I make these. Hey, super delicious. I'm not gonna over talk it. I'm not finna try to sell it. You guys can make your own spicy chicken sandwich at the house. It's just super easy. It look like it's a lot, but it all goes together. You can make a bunch of these in about 45 minutes. Hey, so with that being said, if you're new to my channel, let me take this time to say, hey, thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe and tell everybody out there there's a channel out here that's simplifying these recipes and taking the mystery out of cooking. And for those of you guys that have been with me for a minute, you know how I'm about to get out of here, folks. I'm out of here. Peace.
Hi everybody, welcome to the North American Pizza and Culinary Academy's YouTube channel. And today in this episode, what we're going to be talking about is Chicago-style stuffed pizza. The stuffed pizza has actually been around for a very long time, and people who know me best actually know that this is really where I got my beginning in pizza. So I want to show you what we're going to do here. Very typical is these 2-inch, very heavy pans that we use. This pizza is going to cook inside of a gas deck oven for probably about 20 to 25 minutes, all right? So this pan has to be very heavy to conduct that kind of heat so that it bakes very evenly. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start out by putting on a glove, and we're gonna have to put some grease inside of here. What we use is unsalted butter, but really this is one of those that wouldn't hurt even if you used a little bit of margarine or vegetable shortening. Because some people think that because the butter has the fat solids inside of it, that it'll cause some burning. But I'm actually going to show you what we're going to do to this pizza, and we're not going to worry about that at all. Really what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a knob of butter, just like this, and I'm going to spread this around the base of this pan very evenly. What we're trying to do is really get into those corners, all right, really well, because I'm gonna finish this pizza in the style of a very famous pizzeria in Chicago called Pequod's. Pequod's, for those of you who are keeping score here, was the invention of a gentleman named Bert Katz, who unfortunately is no longer with us. But he really left this mark on Chicago and pizza, because what he did was he would start his stuffed pizza just like this in the same manner. But what he would do is he would take some Parmesan cheese and he would put it inside the pan, and it would stick to the butter. And then what was left over on the exterior of the pizza is this really beautiful layer of caramelized Parmesan, which is really good. It gets really crispy. So this is really what I'm looking to do. Again, we grease the inside of this pan. I put a glove on so that, again, I'm not getting everything all dirty, and keep moving along. And then I got this beautiful Parmesan cheese from Grande. Grande's a cheese manufacturer here in the Midwest, considered to be some of the best cheese in the world. Made from cow's milk here, again, in Wisconsin. And we're going to put a good amount of this cheese inside of here, just like this, all right? From here, anybody who's ever put flour in a cake pan before you put a cake inside, we're going to use that same technique, where I'm going to start rolling around this cheese, and what it's going to do is it's going to stick to the bottom of this pan, okay? By doing this, when I get ready to put my dough in the pan, this will already be prepared, and then we'll just go ahead, we'll stick the dough inside over there, and then we'll get ready to fill it. This particular pizza that I'm making here today is a 14-inch pizza, all right? So this is a very big stuffed pizza that we're making. In Chicago, you could find them in a lot bigger sizes than this. Some guys do 16. I've even seen 18-inchers. Back in the day, back in 2008, I actually competed in the World Championships in Parma, and I had a custom-made 22-inch pan where the slices were almost 12 inches big. And it was a really cool thing. So I got this pan that's prepared. Now you can see inside over here, I got that cheese that's adhered to the butter.
By the way, I did take a glance as I did take a glance, and at the chicken sandwich, and it looked fantastic. But I wouldn't go through all that with the sauce, you know, fancy dancy. I don't know. And I don't know, it's skipped over. I was more interested in the breading and how he cooked it. Was it baked? But I'm not going to rewind. It's my problem. My weird life with this and that here and there.
Okay, from here now, we'll make some room. I've got my dough balls all ready to go. And let me show you what we're going to do here. Now you can see, these got a good amount of volume to these dough balls. Typically the Chicago style pizza, you would probably see this done maybe on a sheet pan. The dough balls would be stored on a sheet pan. And what we're going to do is we're going to take these out just like this. and I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We'll give this a little bit of a stretch, and we get this to the point where we're going to get this to go into this machine. Now this machine...
I'm not interested in that. Like, oh, geez, another one? Space. Wait a second. Didn't we just see this? You kidding me? You're gonna give this to me again? MASH. This is, okay. I don't want to see competitive eating. It's too gross. What's that? The biggest flops in Burger King history? That's interesting. But that looks like a large corporation. What's this? Highly requested burrilla, queso, tacos. Oh, I don't even know what all that is. I guess we'll look at this. The Pizza Overload Challenge. What is it? Do we eat it all? $50. Bullseye Burger Challenge. Actually, there's an independent fast food restaurant, and it's fast food restaurant in Brantford, and they created a burger they called it the Bullseye, and it was like 2 years ago, and oh my God, was it ever good! I literally went up and complimented them on how good it was. I try to do that in my life, right? I think that's the right thing to do. So yeah, anyway, let's just watch it. My mind went elsewhere again. What is this, a pizza burger? Are you kidding me? It looks so weird.
Despite the millions of...
Yeah, see, this is not going to be great, but anyway, we'll move on. I don't want to watch a guy with all that stuff in a pizza, a complete pizza restaurant. All those specialty equipments and stuff. Nobody's got that. I guess you could say it's interesting to look at. I guess I'm kind of wrong a bit. Because, you know, I guess you could buy a pan and just use your own oven or something. But, and like, wherever I am, it's always, or whatever we're looking at, right? Like a street vendor, I don't have those ovens or those types of cooking, you know, things, but I don't know, it's just a little bit, I don't want to watch it. Anyway, this is interesting.
Of Whoppers sold each and every year, not every item introduced by Burger King has proven to be a hit. In fact, some have been spectacular failures. These are the biggest flops in Burger King history. In 2015, Burger King executives decided to celebrate Halloween by introducing a spooky new spin on their classic Whopper, the Halloween Whopper, which boasted a horrifying dyed black bun. But that wasn't all. Customers who tried the novelty burger got quite the surprise when they hit the bathroom and discovered an unexpected side effect. It had turned their bowel movements green. As reports of green poop flooded social media, the burger became less known for its Halloween theme than it did for its colorful after effects. The question people began to ask was why a black bun would turn excrement green and not black. Gastroenterologist
Oh my, this is not good.
Dr. Ian Lustbader offered an explanation, telling CBS News that the blame laid with the food coloring used to turn the bun black. Food coloring that isn't entirely absorbed by food material in the gut will pass through the digestive tract. Because Burger King already adds dyes to its regular buns, those existing dyes combined with the new black dye and then mixed with the stomach's yellow-green bile, resulting in the now legendary green poop. Due to the understandable negative buzz around this whole affair, Burger King declined to scare up the Halloween Whopper the following year. Can you blame them? Never once to miss an opportunity to snag a share of the market, Burger King took a page out of Taco Bell's book in 2016 when it introduced the Whopperito. This new menu item contained all of the stuff crammed into the traditional Whopper, but instead of a bun, the whole thing was wrapped up in a tortilla. The other big change was that the usual ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise condiments were substituted with cheesy queso sauce. Was it a good idea? Well, no. Certainly not according to Newsweek, which viciously lambasted the Whopperito as being, in their words,
And by the way, all these fast food restaurants have terrible flops. All of them. Remember McPizza? I think they did a hot dog. What was it? The DLT or something like that. But the separate, the bun, lettuce, tomato, onion on one side, like the cold on one side, the hot on the other. I remember that. What are some? I mean, they all do it. Like, I don't really know them all, but
as disgusting as it looks. At the time, however, Burger King North America president Alex Macedo thought they were really on to something. He told Business Insider, "We know Tex-Mex is growing a lot, and there are not that many national chains that sell burritos. For us, a burrito works well because we get a vast majority of our sales through the drive-thru, and this is something that's portable." Sadly, Burger King's attempt to please both burger fans and burrito fans ended up pleasing neither, and the company ultimately bid adios to the Whopperito.
I want 30 sliders, 5 French fries, and 4 large cherry Cokes.
I want the same, except make mine Diet Cokes.
In the 1980s, Burger King had apparently grown envious of the success that White Castle had been experiencing with its mini-sized burgers and saw an opportunity to grab a piece of the action.
I heard that these slider burgers from White Castle are really gross. I don't know. I've never had one.
The result was burger bundles, which were basically a Burger King take on sliders, and were marketed by the company as the perfect grab-and-go snack for eating on the run. Unfortunately, when it came to broiling the small burgers, there was one little problem. The patties were so small they had a tendency to slip through the broiler grates and were constantly getting ruined. The teeny little burgers were later discontinued, leaving White Castle as the true kings of undersized burgers. Burger King's burger bundles may have died off, but the idea for tiny hamburgers didn't. That became apparent in 2008 when the chain introduced BK Burger Shots, which were identical to their predecessors in every way other than one. The buns were attached to each other, resulting in small conjoined hamburgers, kind of like the bundles, but even more bundled. Burger Shots were billed as a limited-time offer in certain U.S. locations as a test. The move reportedly came after Burger King successfully launched the same product in restaurants throughout the United Arab Emirates called Burger Buddies, which were sold in packs of 6. But Burger Shots didn't last long. The main reason for the product's failure was likely the bizarre advertising campaign used to sell them. One commercial in particular was creepy, bordering on outright disturbing.
Don't go to bed before the king.
Hey, relax. Dude, relax.
Doesn't exactly make you hungry, does it? In 1992, Burger King executives had the notion that classing up the joint would be a surefire way to bring in more customers. As a result, the chain began offering table service at its restaurants each day between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., with servers bringing meals right to the table, at a slower pace than usual. There was, however, a hidden agenda lurking behind Burger King's table service: dinner baskets. These all-in-one meals were served in baskets, came in a handful of varieties, and offered the option to substitute a baked potato for fries, along with coleslaw or a side salad. Burger King spokesman Michael Evans said at the time, "With the table service and new dinner entrees, we are reaching out to a consumer segment that may not have before come to a fast food restaurant." Unsurprisingly, neither dinner baskets nor table service were widely embraced by customers, who tended to go to fast food restaurants for, well, fast food. They didn't last long. Yes, the Super 7-incher is called that on purpose. And yes, Burger King really was trying to make the joke you're thinking of. Released in 2009, the burger's name was a painfully obvious double entendre, and the ad campaign really ran with it, featuring, well, this. And if anyone still didn't get the reference, the fine print made it even more blatant, referencing a mind-blowing burger that promised to, quote, fill your desire for something long, juicy, and flame-grilled. The backlash was severe, leading Burger King to shelve the ad and quietly banish the Super 7-incher from its menus. But that wasn't the end of it.
The Super 7-incher, so they were like, this is my dick. Wow. Now it's just like SJW nonsense. I wonder how Burger King is faring, to be frank. Here, let's do this. News. Market Watch, Burger King. Why is all this so weird? Why aren't I just getting what I normally get? There, that's what I wanted. Up again. Well, it hit 27. God, Trump is almost, well, the market is almost back up at where it was before. Just goes to show you how fake shit is when you just make up money and you throw it around. But I mean, don't you know, as long as it, I don't know, it's so weird. I'm telling you, this year has ended every economic discussion that How about enter? Can I enter? But enter. Money doesn't make sense when you can just, really? This is what I get? Burger King recent survey. My Burger King survey guide. Really? Just crap. I guess I don't care how Burger King is doing.
The controversy resurfaced.
But this bounce back. Really? Really? It went, by the way, it went down to 18,000. It went up to 30,000, and it was like, whoa, Trump's economy is at 30,000. It never hit. And then it went down to 18 when this thing first started. But now it's back up to 27, almost 30 again. I can't help but think that the whole thing is fake. Every person that works on, every person that works with dollars, it's all fake. Fake. F-A-K-E. It's when you can just print out 10, it's working on more, $13 trillion, $10 trillion, and just start flying it around. And by the way, has anybody thought about what does this mean for, does this stuff have to be repaid? Because there's a 0% possibility, it's just like the debt is so big that it's just, the interest is all the money that comes in taxes. And Trump just, tripled the debt? The deficit for sure. Or deficit, but are they just going to hide these numbers? Hide all those trillions of dollars that they just printed out and handed out to their buddies? It's crazy. It seems like every decade, around the turn of the decade, it's time to print out money for your friends. Remember the 2008? And they always have a nice excuse to blame it on. Kind of like the war in Iraq. They had a nice excuse to blame it on. Weapons of mass destruction. Babies in incubators. And both of them were lies. But it's like nobody cares. The government is corrupt. We're corrupt. Everybody's corrupt. And it's like nobody cares. It's kind of sad. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Is it getting worse, though? Or is it getting... I don't know. The debt certainly is. The funny money that you got in your pocket, that certainly is crap. All these lockdowns and the fucking bullshit there.
Surfaced several years later when the model in the ad said she was unaware that the photos she was posing for would be used in such a suggestive manner and accused the company of publicly humiliating her. Real meals were introduced in 2019 to coincide with Mental Health Awareness Month, with each boxed-up Burger King combo representing a different mood.
Oh, this is a recent one. One of the SJW things. See, usually I think their SJW marketing recently has been just bullshit. It's just words. It's actually not even a product. It's just they're selling ideas. They're selling SJW politics and hoping that translates into sales. A lot of companies have been doing it. They've all been doing it when it comes time to Black Lives Matter.
Feeling salty? Burger King had the meal to match the mood, and the customers were pretty brutal.
My boss is such a freaking creep. I just told him to go f*** himself.
As anyone might have expected, real meals were utterly eviscerated online, with most social media users feeling less salty or depressed and more scathing and sarcastic. One tweeter even congratulated Burger King for ending mental illness the same way Kendall Jenner and Pepsi ended racism, referencing another disastrous ad campaign that had occurred a few years earlier. Another wrote, "Just punched a hole in my wall thinking about all the money I could have saved last year by just having Burger King instead of having to go to the psychiatric hospital." In 2013, healthy eating was top of mind for many consumers, which wasn't all that great for fast food retailers. Sensing an untapped market for low-fat alternatives to fast food classics, however, Burger King introduced Satisfries. Billed as containing 40% less fat and 30% fewer calories than ordinary fries, the chain likely saw Satisfries as an opportunity to entice health-conscious consumers into sampling a guilt-free French fry. A seemingly solid strategy? Sure, but in practice, not so much. Satisfries bombed big time. Bob Golden, executive vice president at Chicago-based researcher Technomic Inc., hit the nail on the head when he explained why the product was doomed from the get-go. Healthy menu items at fast food restaurants, he explained, target a very narrow audience, illustrating an important truism. People consumed with health will rarely eat fast food, and people who eat fast food are clearly not over-concerned with their health. He said, "French fries are an indulgence, just like ice cream. You don't eat them if you're worried about your diet." By the mid-2000s, the world of breakfast was a fast food battleground. McDonald's had long held a solid head start with their iconic Egg McMuffins when Burger King came up with a breakfast sandwich that they hoped would dethrone it once and for all. This product was the enormous omelet sandwich, which boasted a 2-egg omelet topped with 2 slices of American cheese, a sausage patty, and 3 thick strips of bacon, piled high on a hoagie-style bun. Unfortunately, those who dug into the sandwich's nutritional information came away with a few not-so-fun facts. Besides containing more calories than the Whopper, the enormous omelet sandwich also played host a whopping 47 grams of fat. At the time, Burger King's chief global marketing officer said, "By expanding our indulgent breakfast sandwich menu, Burger King restaurants now offer even more alternatives for our guests who want a convenient and filling breakfast." Fast food customers do clearly love a hearty breakfast, but apparently drew the line at a sandwich that should have been sold with a defibrillator on the side. The BK enormous omelet was discontinued and never heard from again. Hot dogs and hamburgers have gone hand in hand at backyard barbecues for decades, so why shouldn't that also be the case at Burger King? The fast food chain decided to find out in 2016 by launching grilled dogs. These dogs were available in a standard variety as well as a chili cheese version. Burger King North America President Alex Macedo said at the time, "The introduction of grilled dogs just made sense to our guests and for our brand." Burger King was apparently quite bullish on marketing its dogs too. In fact, the chain hired rapper Snoop Dogg and Spanish-American singer Charo to star in a number of humorous ads meant to look like training videos that instructed staff in the proper preparation of the dogs. Snoop in particular was billed as a grilled dogs training ambassador who instructs trainees how to top the restaurant's wieners.
You can top this dog with ketchup, mustard, your relishes. You know relishes ain't nothing but chopped up pickles.
People like burgers. People like pizza. So you'd assume that combining the two would be a home run. And that was clearly the thinking that resulted in the pizza burger. This new Burger King product was launched as a special offering at the...
I've never heard of that one. Okay, so I've never had a hot dog. See, like, so what is it with, you want to know something? Just cut it out. Just, what you got, just do it better than anybody else. Why do you have to, like, are these new things actually bringing people in? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people going to the restaurant want different stuff all the time. I never did. When I was a fast food, when I ate fast food every day, multiple times a day sometimes, they were always hamburgers, by the way. Hamburger, fries, and a drink. I went to the gym. I was young and healthy, and I would party all weekend. I had an office job, so I'd just sit in there. But I went to the gym after work twice a week, sometimes 3, and partied all weekend, danced the weekend away, and walking around and shopping and stuff. Big city life. The fast food didn't just go to my belly and get fat. I'm fat today, but I don't know what it is. I quit drinking beer because I thought I was getting fat, and I quit smoking at the same time. It's just weird why I'm fat now. Okay, so I don't move around much, but I also don't eat much. So I don't know. I don't quite understand it. I don't think you can lose weight with just diet. I think you have to exercise. Because today, for example, I've had one boiled chicken, half a chicken leg, boiled, and some rice, white plain rice, and a couple of scoops of pork and beans out of a can. That's it so far. And, I don't really like eating. I usually wait way too long to start to eat. So, I don't know. I think you have to have an active physical life. Don't ever give that up. Being active. I think that's being active. I don't think you can reduce. But anyway, while I was having that life, I was eating junk food all the time. And honestly, it was a Big Mac, medium fries, and a medium Coke every time. Oh, sometimes I would get a side, a small sandwich if I was extra hungry. So, like, the Big Mac would be the big sandwich, but I'd get a small one, like a cheeseburger or something, or something like that. But I'd say 90% of the time it was just Big Mac, fries, and a drink. And then 10% of the time I was extra hungry, so I'd get a small burger on top of that. And I'd eat that all the time. And, it would always be the same stuff. Once in a while I'd change it up, but not very often. Once in a while it would be no, not even. I guess they did the crispy chickens there for a bit. I don't know if they still do. I have no idea. They probably do. And a quarter pounder, but it was just about always a Big Mac. It was always the same stuff. I wasn't looking to experiment with, stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't want to experiment. And it wasn't all fast food. I ate other stuff too. But I did eat a lot, a ton.
Chain's locations in New York.
And I wanted the same stuff. Like, there was the closest restaurant to me, or like there was one like between my exit of the subway and my apartment. There was basically a Harvey's. Now nobody else. Oh, well, it did die, but here it is back again. I don't know. Oh, I don't know what that means. 4 hours of 5 hours? I don't know what this means. I guess we're back. I don't know what the time code thing means down there, eh? I wonder what that means. 4 hours of 5 hours. Is it just a mistake? It sort of locked in this one, but it started. I don't know. But I don't like that sound. I wonder what that was. Is that my next viewing? There's another viewing at, I think, 4:30. It's 4:15. Let me just go double check. It's not for me. Not for me. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is I didn't go to these fast food restaurants to try new things. Maybe some people did. I didn't. When I was a kid, I tried it a couple of times, and it was like, eh. Like, you tried the pizza, and it was like, eh. Why are we, like, it was just crazy, right? Oh, pizza at McDonald's? Let's try it. And then you tried it, and it was like, eh. And it was like, no, okay, we'll leave that aside.
In truth, the item was more burger than pizza, being essentially a giant hamburger with pizza-style toppings including pepperoni, mozzarella cheese, pesto, and marinara sauce, all crammed into a 9.5-inch sesame seed bun. The supersized hamburger was then cut into sections and
And then they get a bunch of Italians to lie about how good it is. Aren't we? See, are we still doing this with advertisements? You know what I mean? Do we still do this?
shared like a pizza.
Like pretend that they're telling us the truth? Is there anybody out there that thinks that these things that you see are telling you the truth?
Pizza, designed to feed 6. The New York Pizza Burger was the creation of Burger King's head chef James Sullivan, who described the monstrous meal as a fast food translation of the locavore movement, which aims to connect food producers and food consumers in the same geographic locale. But Burger King's New York Pizza Burger was not for the weak of heart. Literally. All in all, it clocked in at an artery-clogging 2,500 calories. In 2002, Burger King decided to shake things up with their Shake 'em Up fries. The concept was pretty basic. The chain's regular fries were served in a bag, along with a cheesy flavor blast packet that was meant to be sprinkled inside. Customers would simply seal up the bag, give the fries a vigorous shaking to coat the fries, and then chow down. A commercial for the new product demonstrated the shaking technique, featuring an array of youngsters agitating their fry-filled bags and then eating the bright orange potato sticks that emerged. Sadly, Shake 'em Up fries didn't make as much of an impact on the marketplace as Burger King had hoped, and were eventually discontinued. Despite the product's failure, however, McDonald's were reportedly developing a similar flavored French fry in 2014, McDonald's tested its seasoned fries in a California location, which looked a heck of a lot like Burger King's version. In fact, the product wasn't even just similar, it was pretty much the exact same process. Fries go in a bag, customer adds seasoning, then...
By the way, just for the record, okay, so Swiss Chalet, if it's open in your area, I think they're starting to open in some places around here. Swiss Chalet. Okay, let me show you. Here's the menu, and we'll go to the sides. Below. Oh, no, we want starters. Come on, really? Okay, maybe it's not a starter. It's sides. Extra sides. There you go. Oh, fresh cut fries. Nope. Oh, come on. Okay, am I gonna have to, okay, I'm just gonna add something. Pretend like I'm... Really? Extra sides, isn't that? Okay, they had, not that long ago, let me just add... Okay, anyway, what they did is they added, okay, they started putting their, probably in a bowl, they added the fries, and then they added some oil, vegetable oil, some Parmesan cheese, and some green flakes, probably parsley, just a couple of shakes. So Parmesan cheese, here. Here, Parmesan fries. Toss in a garlic Parmesan glaze. Anyway, I just see, like, put your fries in a bowl, a couple of shakes of olive oil, Parmesan cheese, I guess maybe some garlic, salt, but there's also some green flakes on it. And then just toss it a few times in your big bowl, right? And there you go. Maybe they killed it. Maybe they got rid of it. But it was so good. Let me say, Parmesan fries. I didn't know that's what it's called. Toss in a garlic Parmesan glaze. It was so good. Okay? So don't just get their fries, get this. You can save the dipping sauce for the chicken. This is really, really good. I don't know if you got it there. It says Canada FI, which looks like it's just, my goodness, yeah, it's just a bunch of advertisements. Arby's Canada puts together new 2 for $9 mix and match deal. 2 for $9. My father liked Arby's, but I was never a big fan. The shaved roast beef stuff. And that's the only thing I've ever had there is a shaved roast beef, but not really a fan. I don't see, like, honestly, the sandwich that I would get from there, my dad would hand me as a child, as a young person, right, was literally a bun with a bunch of shaved roast beef on it. Now, I like meat. Don't get me wrong. I like meat. Nothing wrong with meat. But I like it in proportion. I don't like an excessive amount of it. I never have. When you, like, I remember the times that I've gone to restaurants where they literally put meat, you know, like if you just put a plate of food in front of me and that's my meal, and all there is meat, I'm not going to enjoy it. And it's happened, like steakhouses, right? You just get a steak. And if you want sides, you got to order it separately, and then they're on separate plates, and you feel like an idiot. Seriously, I feel like an idiot. Because I want a balanced meal. You know, seriously, I've done, this happened. Everybody else is just eating away at their steak, and here I am, got 3 plates, one, you know, with vegetables, one with a potato on it, and a great big plate of steak that I'm tired of eating. And another one was Red Lobster. They just come out and put a lobster in front of me, and I was like, that's it? Just the lobster? Nothing else? No? So I was like, oh, no thank you. I literally told my friend, I guess it was a date. It was before I came out, so it was a girl, but I told her, I said, you know, and she knew how to eat these things. I didn't. And she was going from front to back, and with me, a novice, you got to go back to front. She should have started with the tail and the claws. The big stuff, the really big good stuff, like big chunky stuff, but she started out with the little tiny legs. She says, oh yeah, you start with all the little stuff. Maybe in world of knowing what to do, not in my world. But even had I gotten to the meaty part of the lobster, I still would have been angry. Because it's just meat. So I literally just told the waitress, I said, can you just put this into a to-go container? And she took it home with her. And just get me a plate of fries. And she was like, okay. But I will say this about Red Lobster. And I had another friend bring me there another time for an all-you-can-eat perch. All-you-can-eat perch. And by the way, with all meals, you get all-you-can-eat tea biscuits. Cheese tea biscuits or plain, I think, either. But it was all-you-can-eat. Every meal comes with all-you-can-eat biscuits, but this was an all-you-can-eat perch, right? And I had like 1 piece of perch, and I just kept ordering biscuits over and over and over and over and over again. Those things are fucking awesome. And like I said, my friend was like all freaking out, like, what are you doing? Like, we're at an all-you-can-eat perch dinner, and all you're eating is tea biscuits. And I said, no, I had a piece of fish. And he said, yeah, just one. And I said, that's enough. These cheese tea biscuits are really, really good. And there you have it, right? I guess it's shocking to some people that, you know, and I'm no vegetarian, not at all. I guess it's shocking to a lot of people that you put a bunch of meat in front of me, and I'm like, where's the bread, where's the bun, where's the vegetables, where's the potato, or, you know, where's the salad? Variety. I've always been like that. This is, you know, it's just like a hamburger, right? Like I've said, a good balance between bread, vegetables, yes, I said vegetables, your lettuce, tomato, onion, and meat, and cheese maybe, right? A good balance, all equal amounts of all 3. I don't want it to be just meat and a little bun or something.
then shakes and eats. That test was presumably unsuccessful, as the product was never rolled out nationally. Maybe this one just isn't a good idea. Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus, even more mashed videos about your favorite fast food chains are coming soon. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss a single one.
See, that's another problem with these YouTube things. They're just like big corporations, and sometimes these things get even too big for the person, the people running it, or they sell out. You know, some corporation comes by and offers them, you know, gives them an offer they can't refuse, and then they sign it, and then it all goes to shit, and then they're out. See, why am I seeing that again? This is doing really bad. I should click on fast food. Let's do fast food. No, not matched. Nope. 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 See, they're just, and they're, see, like if you click on a large corporation, it's like, I'm here for people. I'm not here for a robot reading a script. That's not YouTube. That's television light. That's just television streaming service stuff. See, like this you could do. You don't have a big flat grill, but you got a frying pan. Let me just check outside. I'm supposed to have another person here now. We're in 3 minutes anyway. $4:30 might not be here. Arby's, let's see. Like I said, you click on one, and then it's just like forever. So what's this? 11 fast food favorites at home. And that's an awful lot. Let me take a look at her other stuff. Oh wait, Bullseye Burger Challenge. Girl versus food. So this is a competitive eater, but a female. Oh my. If you eat fast food, this happens to your body. Why it tastes so good, but feels so bad. Yeah, these competitive eater things, pretty gross. 10 discontinued fast, no. Dollar Tree fast food. What are we eating? The Wolf Pit. Oh yeah, they cook up fast food, or like Dollar Tree stuff. Chicken sandwich. Mixing all the McDonald's sauces together. No thanks. In and out 4x4x4. So 4 quadruple. See, that's what I'm saying. No, singles are the best. I know you can cut. I don't know. It seems like you're getting a better value when you add another patty for just $1. Like it's $3 for one patty, but $1 for the next one. You know, it seems like a good deal, but bacon tower box. This is a good idea. Like they're the mashed potatoes there with Just gravy in a little cup. I like that idea. We don't do that over here in Canada. We have mashed potatoes for like, but oof, burger chains in America. A double Big Mac versus whatever the hell that is. There's ASMR over here. What, ASMR for eating? So I can, is that what I'm gonna watch? Listen to somebody chomping on a hot dog? No talking. Just eating. This is so weird. I'm gonna click on it. $7-Eleven? I wonder if this is 7-Eleven over here or 7-Eleven over there. Because if it's, the 7-Elevens are night and day, completely different, right? The reason I'm saying this is, this looks like a 7-Eleven over here. I don't think that they would be, he looks Japanese to me. Wow. Okay, so I just started twitching or streaming on Twitch, and I learned of something, the ASMR thing, and I didn't. I've heard of it, like say a year ago, but I just finally experienced it. I just figured it out what it was. I kind of basically sort of knew. It's like people whispering in your ear. I thought it would be like porn, whispering, like it's like they're laying in bed next to you and they're just like after you have sex you whisper to each other, and I guess maybe that is what people use it, whatever, but it's like erotica for the eardrums, but not sexy erotica. It's just, I don't know. But that's gross. And by the way, the stuff that I clicked on one, and I clicked on a man. Well, I clicked on both. So, just, just let you know I tried both. Yeah, all two genders. Tried both of them. And it just seemed really stupid to me. Oh, what do we got here? Is that another viewing? Did I miss something? I don't know. Maybe. No. I think, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like looks like the 4:30 showing didn't show up. Thought maybe that was somebody in the back shed. Oh my god, ASMR is weird. We finally, oh, my White Castle is so cheap. Oh, okay. I just asked that. I'll watch it again. I'm telling you, they're gonna put these big and mega corporation YouTube channels. Just keep bombarding me with them if you click on them.
Fast food burgers just aren't as cheap as they used to be. The New York Post estimates that fast food burger prices have climbed as much as 54% over the last decade or so. This is largely due to the emergence of fast casual restaurants and pricier burger chains like Shake Shack and Five Guys.
Oh, Five Guys is pricier? Okay, so let's just... Have you ever seen a burger that looks like that? And have you ever seen a woman that looks like that eat a burger that looks like that? That's hilarious. Did you hear what I just said? And technically, if you break it down, it makes sense. Have you ever seen a woman that looks like that eat a burger that looks like that? Like shoving her entire face into it. Oh, it's so weird. It's like, I don't know how they get like their burgers to look like this in the ads and then look so shitty in real life. It's an art. That amount. See, honestly, I just think that the world needs to start suing companies. A lot. You know, there's a lot of suing going on. But what about this blatant lying right here? Isn't this false advertising? Is anybody gonna... What about The Last of Us Part 2? You know? False advertising. Altering the way your characters look to trick them into buying it. To lie to them and trick them into buying it. How about... scenes that are shot for the trailer, and so they're not even in the movie. There's a lot of shenanigans that happens out there. A lot of shenanigans.
Largely due to the emergence of fast casual restaurants and pricier burger chains like Shake Shack and Five Guys. But even if you've only got a few bucks to spare, White Castle can definitely cover your burger cravings. And you can still afford to buy fries and a drink to boot.
Monsieur requires a bit of refinement.
Come on!
Perhaps an A1 slider?
Stupid!
And a stiff cola for me?
White Castle sliders might not be as cheap as they were back when the brand first came onto the scene in 1921. After all, you could buy 5 sliders for a dime back in the day. But they're definitely...
5 sliders for a dime? Is that how long this place has been around? Oh, but, and if you think about it, there was a place, actually come to think of it, that independent fast food restaurant I told you about. You used to be able to buy a burger for 10 cents, I'm pretty sure, on one day of the week, or something like that. Maybe it was $1. Oh God, I'm not going to be able to remember this. I don't know. I'm probably getting all this wrong. Anyways, you bought like 20 burgers for like almost no money. But it was equivalent to like a McDonald's hamburger or a cheeseburger, whatever, you know. But yeah, they stopped doing that a long time ago.
Still a bargain, you have to admit. According to fast food menu prices, a White Castle customer can buy a classic slider for just 72 cents and a cheese slider for 90 cents. Today's slider is almost double the price it was in 1990, but a McDonald's hamburger in 1990 still cost twice as much as a White Castle slider in 2020. There's an obvious reason why White Castle's food is so cheap: the size. You won't find any half-pound burgers at White Castle, and they never jumped on the fast food supersize bandwagon. Even today, their fry sizes are kids, small, and medium. So how does White Castle keep prices so low? The long and short of it is the fact that the company believes in keeping things small. Small stores, small menu, and a nearly non-existent advertising presence. In 1991, White Castle's then Director of Marketing, Christopher Thomas, said the brand was committed to primarily doing one thing: selling burgers. As he put it, "We're a hamburger chain. We've never digressed from that. That's where some of the others got lost, in chicken, pizza, pasta. They want every dollar out there." In 2019,
Pasta? Pasta? Really? Was there a mixed spaghetti? I bet you there was. Come to think of it, I think I'm remembering mixed spaghetti.
CEO Lisa Ingram reiterated that belief to CNBC, saying that
this model has worked well for us for almost 100 years.
Here's another interesting tidbit. White Castle doesn't franchise its restaurants. Even when franchise investors cover a significant portion of the cost, franchising is usually incredibly expensive for restaurant chains. According to Yahoo Small Business, White Castle avoids this expense by keeping its stores all company-owned and keeping them near its distribution facilities. This strategy helps keep prices down. White Castle also makes sure its suppliers are within arm's reach of a restaurant. And who are White Castle suppliers? White Castle, naturally. The burger chain doesn't turn to outside suppliers for their food product. It has its own bakery and its own meat processing plant. That's so smart. According to White Castle's official website, the Evandale, Ohio bakery produces over 500,000 slider buns a week, and it's done so for over 50 years. Since 2001, the burger chain has also produced millions of slider patties each year in its Zanesville, Ohio meat processing plant. While White Castle might not have its own beef farms, the company is still saving money because it doesn't rely on an outside meat processing plant to produce its uniquely squared slider patties. The closer you look at the White Castle operation, the more one fact becomes abundantly clear. These people are control freaks. That's a good thing though, because it means lower prices and a consistent product. White Castle is strict about keeping everything in-house, and it doesn't rely on outside contractors to make its kitchen equipment. Instead of paying an outside metal manufacturer to make the specialized kitchen equipment for its restaurants, White Castle has its own 250,000 square foot metal fabrication plant in Ohio. The White Castle subsidiary, known as PSB Company, makes everything from the kitchen tools and cooking fixtures to the restaurant's seating. It probably would have been easier to hire a third party to handle this, but White Castle founder Billy Ingram reportedly insisted that things be done in a precise way. In 1934, he personally commissioned the building of the metal fabrication plant. So what's the takeaway here? Long story short, White Castle can keep the prices of its sliders low because they've built a business they're nearly 100% in control of. Again, that's so smart and so simple.
Simply delicious.
Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus, even more mashed videos about your favorite fast food chains are coming soon. Subscribe to our YouTube.
Okay, yeah, see, this is going to be just... Okay, I'm done with mashed. Or mash, whatever that was. But here I am. I'm going to get the same freaking stuff, eh? Amazing luxury donut factory. What the hell is a luxury donut factory? Individual cheese, potato, and onion pies. Recipe and cook with me. What's for tea, you know? She loves her freaking pies, eh? Aaron and Claire. 6 easy canned tuna recipes. Tuna hack. Okay, I'll bite.
Hello from Seoul. How many canned tuna do you have in your pantry?
About 6, maybe 5.
Let me guess. They are covered with dust, right?
No, I'm anal retentive about things, and when I buy new ones, I put them at the bottom of the stack. I know it's stupid. Well, it's not stupid. It's actually very smart to make sure that I use the oldest one on top, like first in, first out. It's like you got to recycle your, like when I put cans in the cupboard, I put them at the back and bring the old ones to the forefront, right?
You bought them, but they don't really appeal to you as you were in the supermarket and you don't know how to cook it too, right? After watching this video, there will be no stock in your pantry. Let's get started.
Them and their like squeeze bottles with multiple heads on it. Instead of one big fat squirt, it's like a bunch of little squirts. What is this, husband and wife? Maybe. Probably. Only 258, but it's 900 subs. But see, these a lot of these videos, right, are just going to live on forever. Like I said, when you try to follow the trend, they die in a week. If you're trying to stay up to date and current with stuff. Let me see if it's changed anything. Nope. Oh, up here. Nope. So many junk mail stuff, right? Tumblr, really? Tumblr? Do you still exist? Isn't that the one where all the weird stuff was happening with all the SJWs? See, it was good to have them over there. But no, that after they got kicked out of there, they took over Twitter. So yeah, I think it's it was 3:30, but see this 4:30? Oh, and 5 p.m. I didn't know about I forgot about the 5. Oh, we're done after 5. That's nice. But the 4:30 didn't show up. 4:30 didn't show up, and 5 p.m. is it's so. As you're not hearing this because I'm muting you. I hope I am. I'm turning off the webcam, which that's where the microphone is. But anyway, the people are wondering, like they're really wondering about me. They don't know how to take me. Oh, I gotta go.
The first food that I'm gonna make is tuna mayo rice. This is the easiest, so I cannot say it is a recipe, just like the ketchup ramen that I showed you before. But there is a saying, simple is the best. This is it. When you are home alone and you don't even want to lift your hand, this recipe will come to your mind. You will be needed, of course, canned tuna, a bowl of rice, an egg, lettuce, mayonnaise, and teriyaki sauce. I recommend you to drain the oil from tuna, and you can use any kind of veggies like salad mix or something. Beat the egg in a bowl and make scrambled egg. Put some rice and the scrambled egg in a bowl and place some lettuce on top. And lastly, tuna. All you need to do is just putting some sauce on it, mayonnaise and teriyaki sauce. It's done. You know what? I've never made it this much pretty, but because of filming, I bought this. Totally worth it.
오, 비주얼 장난 아니다.
오. 잘 어울린다. 데리야끼 소스랑 참치랑 마요네즈랑. 맛있어.
This time, I'm gonna make a fancy version of the first recipe. When you spend your time at home with your boyfriend or girlfriend, with this recipe, you can show off. It's like I can't even make this amazing food even though I only have canned tuna. Anyways, the name of the second dish is golden fried rice with tuna. The most important thing when you make fried rice is, of course, rice. You can use any kind of rice, but this kind of rice is usually sticky when it's cooked. So you can either add less water than usual or spread the steamed rice on a white plate to get rid of stickiness. In this way, you can coat every single grain of rice deliciously. This is the key. If you skip this procedure, it's gonna be hard to stir fry it and it gets mushy. If your fried rice was not good, I think this was the problem. Put 2 egg yolks in a bowl. Some of you have difficulty separating egg yolks, but this will be your solution. You might want to ask Aaron, what does that have to do with separating egg yolk? It makes everybody happy. Open happiness. I'm sorry. You can suck it like this. It works like a vacuum cleaner. Cool, right? Now you can add a little bit of salt and mix everything well. Cook the green onion with some oil and then put some rice in it. When the rice looks done, make some space for tuna and stir fry it with black pepper to get rid of the fishy taste. After this, it's gonna be the same as the first recipe. Put the rice on a pretty plate and place lettuce or salad mix, and you can add some more tuna and thinly sliced onion on top. Lastly, mayonnaise and teriyaki sauce. It's done. Claire.
이요. 이건 뭐 더 고급스러워 보이는데? 확실히 볶아서 그런지 뭔가 더 깊어진 것 같아, 맛이.
Alright, the next one is tuna pancake. You're craving some Korean pancakes but you don't have any ingredients? I dare say this is it. Go to the pantry. I know you have some canned tuna in your pantry, and this is the best when you drink some beer at night. Please drain the oil from the tuna. Chop a quarter of an onion and some carrot. Cut some green onion or chive, whatever you want, and put it in a bowl. Add 1 teaspoon of minced garlic, 2 eggs, and a little bit of salt and pepper. To make it more crispy, I'm gonna put 3 tablespoons of Korean pancake mix. You can add some flour if you don't have it, so just use what you have in your kitchen. You need to stir it hard so that the tuna can be mashed. Now put this on a pan. It doesn't matter how big or small as long as you can flip it over. Usually I don't decorate with some peppers, but since the camera is on, I'm gonna make it prettier today. While it's cooking, let's make dipping sauce. We need 1 tablespoon of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of vinegar, and a half tablespoon of red pepper flakes. Red pepper flakes are optional, but make sure to put vinegar. Claire.
Oh, thank you. 완전 맛있어. 맥주를 부르네. 한 입만 먹을까? 한 입만 먹자.
Some of you might think it's a bit complicated. Then let me show you the easier version of it. Put some tuna, 2 eggs, 2 tablespoons of flour, and a little bit of salt and pepper, and then mix it. Now you need to fry it on a pan, but you don't want to put some efforts to make it pretty. Then just pour it all at once. I think it's done. Let's take it out. If you don't want to make dipping sauce, squeeze some ketchup on it. Egg and ketchup? Do you need more explanation?
팬케이크 같다 진짜. 이거 야식으로 딱이다. 후다다닥 그냥 넣어가지고 만들면 되겠는데?
This time I'll make tuna rice bowls. Again, let's drain the oil first. Today I'm gonna use onion and chili pepper. These two guys go really well with tuna. Put tuna, chili pepper, and chop the onion into a bowl. Add 4 tablespoons of mayonnaise and 1 teaspoon of soy sauce. Actually, you can add wasabi here instead of chili pepper, but I have so many chilies that I bought for ramen video. I still have this much. That's the reason why I'm using it, but it's true that chili peppers go well with tuna and mayonnaise. I always put them in gimbap too. Anyways, we need to mix well until the tuna is completely mashed. Now spread a half bowl of rice on a cutting board. Let it cool down for a while. Put the tuna on top of the rice and cover it. Make it round. To be honest, it is so good with bread or cracker too. I think it will be delicious with everything, so you should try sometime. We only have the last step. You can eat it like this, but if you have dried seaweed in your place, put it in a plastic bag and mix it like this. It's done.
Isn't it so cute? 완전 맛있다. 역시 참치랑 마요네즈의 궁합은 진짜 상상 초월이야. 양파 있어가지고 느껴지도 않아. 편의점에서 파는 삼각김밥의 푸짐한 버전이다. 그지? 그거보다 맛있는데 훨씬 맛있는 느낌이지. 왜? 나 그거 엄청 좋아하는데?
What I'm gonna make this time is the food that we have when we are sick, which is tuna porridge. Drain the oil from the tuna first and put it in a pot with a bowl of rice. Add some water and boil it with medium heat. Actually, the amount of water is not important. If you see there's too much water in it, you can boil it longer. And if it looks there's not enough water, then put it in more. This is how to cook. Cooking is not so difficult. If you still wanna know how much water I put, it's 500 milliliter. But I'm not sure whether I put it more or not. That's cooking. While it's boiling, let's prep some vegetables. I have zucchini and some carrots. I can see some mushrooms too, so I'm gonna put it too. But to be honest, they don't make any difference in taste, which means it's not necessary. You're right, I'm adding them to make it pretty for you guys. So please change the shape of thumbs up to blue. It helps a lot. Anyways, it's true that it's gonna be more nutritious. If you got this dashida, which is Korean beef stock, after watching my 10-minute tteokbokki recipe, you can use this. But if you don't have it, add 1 teaspoon of chicken stock, or you can put whatever you want, like soy sauce, salt, or oyster sauce. The original Korean porridge recipe is supposed to be more complicated because you are supposed to stir fry uncooked rice with other ingredients. After that, you need to boil it very long time. This is the reason why I'm using steamed rice for this recipe. Once you know the original recipe, you don't want to try it because it takes so much time. And while you're cooking, you can't even go anywhere because you have to keep stirring it, not to burn. Nobody wants to make it this way when you are sick. It seems done, so turn off the heat and add a half tablespoon of sesame oil. Put it in a bowl and add some dried seaweed if you have. It's optional. And some sesame seeds. The reason why I'm doing this is to break the sesame seeds to enhance nutty flavor.
땡큐. 아, 냄새 장난 아니다. 아, 참기름 냄새 진짜 너무 좋다. 참치의 식감이랑 호박의 식감이랑 버섯의 식감이랑 다 다른 식감이 있어서 너무 재밌어. 맛있어. It's such a nice comforting food. I like it.
The last one is stir-fried noodles with tuna. I usually make it with ramen noodles, but as you guys know, we had 9 different kinds of ramen last week, so I changed to udon noodles this time. You will be needed a can of tuna, any kinds of noodles, green onion, garlic, onion, and some veggies in your kitchen. I'm gonna use cabbage and chili pepper today. While draining the oil, let's make some sauce in a bowl. 1 tablespoon of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of oyster sauce, 1 tablespoon of sesame oil, 1 tablespoon of red pepper flakes, and mix everything. You may notice it I cook green onion or garlic first whenever I stir fry something. It's because I wanna make green onion oil for noodles just like garlic oil for pasta. Put some veggies in, tuna, and noodles, and the sauce. If it's too dry, the sauce can be burned. So in that case, you can add some water. It's totally the same when you cook other dishes. Many people hesitate to add water when they cook, but small amount of water is okay. It prevents the sauce from burning and the water you put will go away eventually if it's not too much. So don't be afraid.
이야, 진짜 먹음직스럽다. 짭조름하니 엄청 맛있네. 이거 맥주 끌린다. 혹시 술을 먹지도 않는 사람이 술이 땡기네.
Today, I showed you 6 easy tuna recipes that I often cook. Which food appeals to you the most? I really wanna know, so please leave the comment down below. And while editing this video, Claire looks so happy tasting all the food. I think she is so blessed as you guys said. Alright, this is it for today, and I'll see you next time. Hello from Seoul, are you looking for a new way to enjoy ramen? Today I'm gonna share 9 crazy delicious ramen recipes from super easy ramen to quite a fancy one. So please hit the like and subscribe button before we start. When you think of ramen, the first thing that comes to your mind is probably this shinramen. But you can try my recipes with any kinds of ramen except for seafood flavor or ramen with no soup. You don't have to buy this ramen, just use the one you have in your kitchen. I'm using this jinramen because it's cheaper and this is my personal favorite. The first recipe is the easiest. I think I cannot say this is a recipe because it's too simple. Many people try putting something in ramen when they get tired of eating normal ramen. So Koreans tend to put Korean traditional sauces such as Korean chili paste, samjang, or soybean paste. It may be very refreshing for you if you are tired of it, but in my experience, ketchup is the most delicious and super easy to get. You can't say you don't have this in your fridge, right? 자, 먹어라.
나 이거 처음 먹어봐. 먹으려면 머리를 묶어야지. 안 어울릴 줄 알았는데 맛있어. 딱 맛있어.
If I say the difficulty of ketchup ramen is level 1, this ramen is level 1.1. You cook ramen with water, but this time I'll put milk instead of it. You might think that guy is crazy or something. I know that's what I thought when I heard this recipe for the first time. However, this is good. Have you ever seen ramen with cheese? That's the most lovable topping for ramen for Korean people. This milk ramen will be similar to that, but it's gonna be much flavorful and tastier. It's good to boil it with milk from the start, but it's going to overflow. So I'll tell you a better way. Plus, the soup is gonna be more neat and clean. Boil ramen with water in a pot first. And when the noodles are cooked to 90%, drain the water and boil it again with 350 ml of milk. I recommend you to use whole milk. If you ruin it with skim milk, I'm not responsible for that. It is good to cook with a half tablespoon of pepper flakes and chopped green onions. But they are optional, so if you don't have them, you can skip it. I think some of you are still thinking what the heck he's doing there right now, but let me show you. Claire! Don't worry, she's not a weirdo.
냄새 좋다. 야, 역시 이거 너무 맛있는 것 같아.
치즈 라면이 좋아, 우유 라면이 좋아.
이거.
Now I'm gonna make ramen which is called Kujirai style ramen. The recipe is from a comic book. I don't know if it is the writer's real recipe or just fiction, but it is definitely delicious and popular among Koreans. You will be needed ramen, an egg, and a slice of cheddar cheese. Ramen really goes well with the green onion, so it is good to have this. This time, you should bring a pan instead of pot. Pour 350 ml of water, and when the water starts boil, add ramen and flakes. You don't have to put all the powder here. I'm gonna use half of it, otherwise it's gonna be quite salty. Change the heat to medium heat and put an egg in the center. Cheese and green onions on top. Now only you need to do is putting the lid on to cook the egg. It seems done. Let's call ramen taster.
Claire!
완전 요리 같은데? 장난 아니다. 짱맛이야. 대박. 뭔가 고급스러운 요리 같아.
Do you guys like tteokbokki? I also have tteokbokki recipe video, but it is quite hard to get rice cake unless you are living near Korean groceries. This recipe is perfect for the situation. It can be a good substitute. Remember my 10-minute tteokbokki recipe? I'll bring almost the same sauce. To make the sauce, 1 tablespoon of Korean chili paste, 1 tablespoon of sugar, a half tablespoon of minced garlic, and a half teaspoon of ramen powder. If you put it too much, it's gonna be too salty, so it might be better to add a little bit more depending on your taste. Let's put 300 ml of water into a pot, and when it starts to boil, put noodles, some fish cakes, sliced onions, and cabbage. Lastly, the sauce. This is it. With this green onion, it looks more fancy and even tastier.
오, 떡볶이 냄새다. 완전 떡볶이네. 약볶이. 진짜 이거 떡볶이 없을 때 해먹으면 좋겠다.
This time, let's take out a wok. That's right, I'm gonna stir fry it. You can take out any vegetables from your fridge. I can see cabbage, green onion, and some onion in my fridge, so these guys will be with me today. As I always say, cooking is not difficult. If you don't have onions but you have bean sprouts in your fridge, just use it. Or let's say you don't have green onions like me, then just skip it. It doesn't really matter. Just go to your kitchen and try it with ingredients that you have. Today, I'm gonna stir fry it with pork. Don't worry about it. I know you have bacon in your fridge, then just use it. Boil some water in another pot and add some oil and fry some green onions. Then you can feel the amazing aroma. It's like garlic oil when you make pasta, so you can put some garlic too if you want. But I didn't prepare it in advance, so I'll skip it and put some pork. After you can see it's cooked, put some onions and cabbage. Add 1 tablespoon of soy sauce, and I'm gonna put half of ramen powder in it. You can add more depending on your taste. You don't have to follow every single step from the written recipe. If you like spicy stuff, you can add more. Or if you want it to be mild, you can put less. Make sure it's not math. I can see noodles are ready, so let's stir fry it. It looks a little bit dry, so I'm gonna put some water in it. How does it look? It's awesome, right?
자기야.
오케이. 5번째네? 나 오늘 라면으로 사육당하는 것 같아. 이야, 그만 안 돼.
If you are tired of hot spicy ramen, let's try something new. This is called soy sauce ramen, which is so simple and I think it is good for a late night snack. You will wake up with a swollen puffy face if you have ramen at night. Don't worry about it, help yourself at night. Here's my solution. Boil noodles first. I think you only need green onions, but if you have other vegetables in your fridge, you can use them too. I have green and red peppers at the moment, so I'm gonna use them. If you have sesame seeds, that will be great too. The most important thing in this recipe is this tsuyu sauce, which is Japanese soy sauce. If you don't have this one, you can use a mix of normal soy sauce, sugar, and some cooking wine. Rinse the noodles with cold water and add 2 tablespoons of tsuyu and 1 tablespoon of sesame oil. Put some veggies and finish it with this egg yolk. I was supposed to put some sesame seeds, but I totally forgot it. It could have way much prettier, so guys, don't forget to sprinkle it.
자기야.
오, 야 이건 라면이라기엔 너무 예쁘잖아. 너무 예쁘잖아. 오 마이 갓. 아, 후할 필요 없지. 대박이다. 이거 라면인 것 같지 않아. 진짜 색다르다. 맛있네.
It's very hard to eat spicy and hot ramen in summer. If you enjoy eating ramen sweating a lot on a very hot day, I gotta say you're Korean or you have Korean ancestors in your family. Do you guys like naengmyeon? Cold noodles? If you do, you will love this upcoming recipe so much. What I'm gonna make is called naengramen, which means cold ramen in Korean. Let's boil noodles first with flakes. I'm not gonna put powder in it because I'm gonna rinse them with cold water anyhow. You will be needed some vegetables, but again, you can use whatever in your fridge. I'm gonna use cucumber, cabbage, green onion, and some chili pepper. Let's make broth. Pour the powder first and 1.5 tablespoons of sugar, 1.5 tablespoons of vinegar, and same amount of soy sauce. That's it, and mix it. After that, put 200 milliliter of water and some ice cubes. If it's too salty and spicy for you, put some more ice cubes. It's gonna be milder. This boiled egg is optional, but I'll say this is the beauty of this ramen, so put some efforts into it. The prettier, the more delicious. Last touch with sesame seeds is done.
Look at that! Isn't it so beautiful? 상큼해. 맛있다. I need this in summer for sure.
What I'm gonna make this time is the one that gives you much deeper taste. And you're not gonna feel like instant ramen at all. It is called green onion ramen. As its name, there will be lots of green onions in it. Our subscribers may get sick of it, but I have to say it again. In Korean food, especially spicy food, more green onions, more delicious. Prep lots of green onions. It doesn't matter how you cut it, but I'm gonna cut it like this. Again, you can use whatever in your fridge, but today I'm using pork. If you have seafood or beef, you can use them too. But I'm not saying put beef and seafood together. Choose one. Fry some sliced garlic and green onions we prepared. I can smell something special already. Add some onions and pork now. When you see they are cooked, add some ramen powder and stir fry it. Make sure not to burn. I recommend you to reduce the heat before pouring the powder. Now it's time to add water, but just 80% of water, which is 400 milliliter first. The reason why I'm doing this is for making the noodles are seasoned well. When the noodles are 90% done, pour the rest of the water, which is 100 milliliter, and boil it a little bit more. That's it. I want to look more professional, so I'm putting some sliced green onions on it. Looks more great, right?
Okay, I'm back. And unless there's a surprise, that should be the end of today. Says 4:30, 5 o'clock, and that 5 o'clock just left. 4:30 was late, and it kind of ran into the 5 o'clock, but not too bad. And I'm not seeing anything new. He hasn't let me know. So, there. Oh.
아, 이것도 맛있잖아.
Finally, it's the last one, tomato egg ramen. If you have tried the first ketchup ramen already, you know it cannot be not delicious. The combination of ramen and tomato is beyond your expectation, but the recipe is too simple. Boil the water with half of tomato and 1/4 of sliced onion. But my tomato is so small, so I put a whole tomato. Once it starts to boil, add some powder and mash the tomatoes so that all the juice from the tomato makes the soup deeper and tastier. It's almost done. Put noodles in it. While it's boiling, let's go grab an egg. Some people prefer to make poached egg in ramen broth. but in this recipe, we need to beat an egg in another bowl. Put some green onion, and if you have Korean pepper flakes, you can add it too. But I have some spicy chili peppers, so I'm gonna put this in. Add 1 teaspoon of vinegar. We have the last step of this recipe. Add the egg we prepared. I think I don't have to explain how egg and tomato go well together, right? What is important here is don't stir it. It makes the soup not clean and neat. Finally, it's done.
Shoot. Somebody else here.
오, 맛있다.
이건 국물이 맛있어.
은은하니 맛있네, 토마토 향이. 라면의 냄새가 안 나, 인위적인 냄새가. 괜찮네.
I think we're good.
Alright, I showed you 9 different ways to enjoy ramen. Claire had 9 ramens in 2 days in a row, but she enjoyed them all because each ramen is so special. No matter how delicious it looks, don't try to make them all in one day. Not even 2 days in a row like us. They were amazing, but Claire said she's not gonna eat ramen for a while. We really wanna know which ramen appeals to you the most. Alright, this is it for today, and I'll see you next time.
Oof. Okay, I'm back, and that's it for that. So, the house I pay for is mine again. Bloody hell. Bloody hell, eh? Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Stuff happens. It's still crazy that after I finish watching something, it goes back to the same screen. 6 new ways to enjoy spam. Oh, I'll tell you, there's no way. Sorry, I can't do spam. No spam for me. Thank you very much. How to cook frozen dumplings. What the heck is this? It's country. Hey, can we talk about poutine? What would you like to talk about? French fries with gravy and cheese curds. So, cheese curds. Do you know what a cheese curd? Like, okay, so what you think it's good, not good, or what? I like it. I know it's this French-Canadian thing, and you guys think that it's like we all eat it all day, every day, and we don't. It is, well, I live in Ontario, which is right beside Quebec. Quebec being the French province of Canada, mostly French. Well, they're very bilingual, and none of the rest of us are. It's like bilingual in Quebec, and that's it for French. In Canada, pretty much. There's like all the politicians are bilingual. All of our politicians come from Quebec because those are the only ones that speak both languages. I'm not joking. It's starting to get pathetic, to be frank. When I say all, I mean most. But, yeah, you have to be bilingual, French and English, to run or, like that's, I don't know. Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? It's like only French people end up, because most of us don't care. Like I had to speak. I had to do, 2 classes in high school, minimum. 2 years, grade 9 and grade 10. I think that's how it was. But I still know no French. I'm telling you, our French classes were shit. Absolutely garbage. The only reason I passed is because I was sitting beside a French guy. He just moved with his family. I'm not joking, from Quebec to my town. He sat beside me, and he didn't actually go to the class because he didn't want to. Because he already spoke French. He's fucking French. And they still made him take French class. Can you imagine? Now, he's only 13, 14 years old. But anyway, I just copied off of him. Whatever he wrote down, I wrote down. And yeah, and then we became best friends. And he did look at me a couple of times and he said, you know, you should do your own work. You got to stop copying off of me. And I said, no, I don't, and I'm not gonna. He said, just, you know, but whatever. His guilt was hitting him hard. But anyway, he got like A+ on everything, right? But this is kind of like, but these are the rules. Everybody has to take at least 2 French classes. But he's already speaks French. Isn't that just a waste of time? It's the rules. Everybody's got to take 2 French classes. It's like, oh my God. You know, I get it. We're also taking English. But just remember, the French classes that we were taking were like kindergarten level. They were like baby level English, or French, right? So, but anyway, best poutine restaurants in Canada. There's no such thing. And to be honest with you, we fuck it up, okay? There's no such thing as a best place for poutine. Even we fuck up poutine. Like, I don't, you know, like, poutine is not as big as you think it is. And even we fuck it up. A lot of people that sell poutine will just put cheese on it instead of cheese curd. And it's just fries and gravy with cheese curd. It's just whatever gravy you have nearby and whatever French fry you have nearby, and then you just add cheese curd to that. The cafeteria that I went to not long ago, they would put the French fries on the plate, put the cheese curd on the French fries, microwave it, and then dump on some gravy. And that's it. That's your poutine. It's like I know a lot of Americans think that poutine is so incredible up here, but it really isn't. It's kind of like when you go to Philadelphia for a cheesesteak. It's all right. As far as the best, I would have no idea. I don't even think that exists. It's mostly just bastardized versions of poutine. Because you got to remember, the best would be the best French fry. And the best gravy. And nobody does either of those things. Maybe a really expensive restaurant, but why would they be selling that? You know what I mean? Poutine. It's just not really, you know, I don't know. I guess it's, but see, you have cheesy fries and you have fries and gravy. Just put the cheese and the fries and the gravy together, and then you've got what we got. There's a restaurant in my small Canadian city, and they make fries, but they go completely stupid. But, you know, every restaurant has their gimmick, right? And this is a really shitty restaurant. And I'm not kidding. Brantford. Lonnie's. Oh, really? Downtown Brantford has got a Lonnie's. So that's what the sign looks like. That's what the restaurant looks like. Are we going to get a... They have a Hotmail account. Oh, Lonnie's Market. Okay. Imagine waffle fries with cheese and gravy with pulled pork. Okay, waffle Oh my goodness! See, they even their website went down. Lonnie's Brantford. So they have no more website. I don't even know if it's still open. So, okay, so a waffle fry is just, see the problem, my problem, okay, so here's the poutine stuff, right? And I don't know if it's still open or closed or what. What the hell's going on? Not now. Checking my temperature. Need a poutine. Okay, so I don't know why they're showing ice cream. July. So they're still posting. Okay, so somebody, it's still alive, right? Oh, no, wait, that's 2019. Is that one 2019? Video. Posts. Oh, yeah, that's this year. New cheese balls. Okay, so this is a restaurant that just will put everything and the kitchen sink on a French fry. You think that this is a lot, but it's not. These are just, these are French fry things, and you put everything and the kitchen sink on top of the French fry. Like, and I'm not kidding. It's too small to read, which is dumb. Drunk junk. Okay. So like this is it's a dive, and this is the only place I can think of that does poutine. Now I guess maybe some other places are doing it, but it's like this place is really crappy, shitty, low end, 24-hour after the bar, lots of fights, kind of gross place in the middle of the night, downtown, and it's like all of these different French fries stuff. They just like dump crap on your, like one is a pizza fries, and here is veggie and what, I don't know. I can't even read this, but anyway. Pickle poutine, like everything, absolutely fucking everything. So I don't know, like we don't. It's not a good big thing here. It's not something that we love. It's like this French Canadian thing, and it's just poutine. Now cheese curds, I like them, you know, and I wish. You know, like I guess you can buy them in the grocery store and stuff, but I wish that they would actually kind of sell the you know, cheese curds. Like I like just cheese curds on their own. We used to go up to family out of town, and there was a cheese factory, and we'd always stop to buy some cheese curds. At the time, cheese curds were like garbage cheese. But now it's considered a big good thing or something. But yeah, this is like just, like, you got to be careful eating at this place, right? Because it's probably going to kill you. Like, what's this? The open late, 2 a.m. And there's the potatoes. We're hiring when June 12th. I don't know why you're hiring. Aren't you closed? But it's, I don't know if it's doing well or not doing well or what. I have no idea. No idea. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Like, Americans really love to talk about poutine, It's just like this novelty thing that, like, and I don't know, maybe it's just too normal up here. I don't know, poutine, it's just French fries, whatever French fries you make in your restaurant, throw some cheese curds on it, and then pour the gravy over top, and usually by the time you start to eat it, the cheese curds, and I don't really even know what a cheese curd is. I know it's kind of like the stuff you scrape off the milk as it's turning into cheese, but I thought that was cottage cheese or sour cream. I don't even know. I don't know. But I don't know. Some say that the cheese curd used to be thrown into the trash. It used to be garbage. Yeah, let's look it up. Cheese curd, how it's made. Let's look it up. How about video? How cheese curds are made.
So if you're gonna make cheese curds, first we start out with raw milk, which comes from my parents' farm, and then we pasteurize the milk so that it's safe to use. And the first thing we do is we add a bacteria culture, which basically changes the lactose in the milk into lactic acid. So as time goes on, the milk gets more acidic or more sour. Then we add a coagulant, so that's either rennet or microbial enzyme, which basically thickens the milk, so it goes from a liquid to a semi-solid. And then once it's in that semi-solid state, we cut it up into pieces. So those pieces we also call curds, but more or less the curds, they shrink. And as they shrink, they keep all the fat and protein of the milk inside. They get rid of the watery portion of the milk, and so they get smaller and firmer. And so once we get to a certain point in the process, then we'll actually drain off all the watery part, which is called the whey, and then the curds just sit on the bottom of the cheese vat.
Oh, see, okay, remember that nursery rhyme, Little Miss Muffet sat on her tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Okay, curds and whey. I don't really understand milk and cheese and all of the other stuff. It's over my head. There's so many things done with milk. Like, it's bizarre how many things you can get out of that, but and all the different cheeses.
And they slowly meld together and basically form this big mass of loosely held together cheese, if you want to call it that. That cheese, we go through the cheddaring process, which is basically cutting it into blocks, and then those blocks will flip on top of each other. 10 minutes later, flip over again, stack a bit higher, flip over again, stack a bit higher. So after about an hour and a half of that cheddaring, then we'll take these slabs, which are kind of like chicken almost at that point in time in terms of texture and look. It's at the right point where we can actually chop it all back up into pieces. Once again, the pieces are called the curds, and we mix some salt into those curds, and then we've got cheddar cheese curds. The curds that we made today, basically we started making them at about 6 in the morning, and then at about 10:30, 11 o'clock, that's when we add the salt and they're ready to package.
Okay, now that is all chopped up. I want to see another one because that's not what my curds look like. And that's not what curd looks like. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Honestly. Seriously. What the fuck was that? All the cheese curds that I've ever seen are natural. They're not cut. They're natural pieces. It's like a cottage cheese, how there's a bunch of lumpy lumps in the sour cream. That's a kind of a cottage cheese. And each of those lumpy lumps is sort of natural and rounded. And that's what I've always eaten. But I guess I'm wrong. I guess it does get chopped up somehow. I don't know. And then flavored and stuff. Okay, so I always thought that curds and stuff was kind of like the waste. It's like poor man's cheese, but I loved it. I fucking loved cheese curds. I used to eat it like candy. Anyway, imagine waffle fries and cheese with gravy with pulled pork. Okay, it sounds very good. A waffle fry is like a frozen French fry. It's kind of like a fake French fry. If there's such a thing as a real waffle fry, I've never seen it. Like from just a potato. Normally these things are like just a potato mixture and all mashed together, and then it's like pumped out and then cooked into waffle fries, which I like well enough, but I never buy them. I'll buy French fries now and again, but anyways, I like them. I do like them. Cheese, yes, just regular cheese is fine. I like cheese. And gravy with pulled pork. See, this is gravy, pulled pork, cheese, and waffle fries. I'd like this separate. You know? I'd like these things separate instead of all together in like a bowl or something or on the plate. Instead of one thing piled high, just put the waffle fries over here in the corner, the pulled pork. I don't know what, sprinkle the cheese on, and then the gravy. I don't know, maybe with a bun or something. All of these things sound great. But see, this is Lonnie's, where they just put everything in the kitchen sink on a plate of French fries. That's why I don't go there. Once in a while, like a bit of chili and cheese on a fry or a poutine, but just once in a while. I don't know. There's something about dumping everything on a French fry that just seems a bit weird to me. Imagine nacho cheese. I'd replace the tortilla chips with tater tots. They call it Irish nachos. Okay, so okay, nachos, cheese, but replace the tortilla. So nacho cheese. So tater tots covered in tater tots with kind of like a cheese whiz, like a liquid cheese. That sounds good. I like these. I like stuff like that. I don't eat a lot of it, but I like it. It sounds good. In North Jersey, they made a breakfast sandwich called Taylor, ham, egg, and cheese. I don't know what Taylor ham is. Okay. What is Taylor ham? Oh, it is. Oh, Spam. Okay, so I've never liked Spam. Corned beef in a can was on special at the grocery store about a month ago, and it's still sitting in my cupboard, and I'm like just afraid to even open it up. I don't want it. Oh, so it's Spam, but just a New Jersey bit. Yeah. Okay. I love wieners, and I love mock chicken. So I'm not stuck up. Okay, I'm not stuck up when it comes time to really super mega processed food. But some I like and some I don't. Bologna, I don't like bologna. I don't know what it is about bologna. I don't like it. I only like chicken wieners, and I don't like canned meat. Like tuna, okay, maybe sometimes flakes of ham, okay. But these solid meat in a can, I guess this one is in a package or whatever. But I don't know. Now, granted, I haven't really properly tried it. And see, and it is stupid. I know I'm saying stupid things. Like, I like sausage, which is just whatever's left over, they grind it up and make a sausage. Hot dog, all the pieces of the animal that you can't sell, just grind it up and put it into a hot dog. You know, I understand, but there's so, you know, and I like them. But there's something about Spam and bologna, especially. Those two things, I don't know. And, like, there's a lot of stuff in the deli. It's just a bunch of stuff all rammed together and frickin', you know, squished together. And then you slice it up and put it on a sandwich. I'm not stuck up. But there's just something about Spam and bologna. I don't know. Maybe it's the seasonings that they put in it. Maybe it's the type of meat. I don't know. I've never had Spam that I liked. And look, this is like bologna over here. That's how my dad used to fry bologna. Bologna and eggs. Cut it along the side so that it can grow and stay flat. But yeah, no thank you. I would just say no meat, thank you. Just the eggs. Eggs, toast, and maybe hash browns. Skip the meat. I don't know what it is. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. Because like I said, mock chicken is super low-end. Like, it's just like a bologna. Except for they call it mock chicken. And they call it mock chicken because it's not even real chicken. You know, I don't know what the hell's in it. It's just, and I like sausages, which are just mystery meat. But so it's weird. See, like, oh my God, look at that. You'd love that. Your frickin' New Jersey Spam, just slice upon slice upon slice, all fried up. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Pork roll. Maybe I'd like it. I don't know. Maybe I need to try Spam again. That's a very good possibility, you know. Maybe I just looked at it and didn't like the way it looked, and I said goodbye. Now, bologna, I've tried many a time, and something about it I don't like. But Spam, I probably had a bite of it when I was a kid, and that was the end. But yeah, see, that's just really weird to me. Fried bologna, fried Spam, fried, you know, a lot of this stuff. Yeah, skips me by. But what is my biggest, my weakness as far as food is concerned is potato chips. Like salt, deep fried, like a potato chip, but all of them, like corn chips and pretzels and potato chips, cheesies, Cheetos, all of it. Doritos, nachos. Those things I can just, that's my weakness. That's my food that I just frickin' love and I eat too much of. And what kind of, like, more super poverty? See, like, I like chicken wieners more than beef wieners, and they're half the price. Go figure, I don't understand. And see, that's the same thing. Hey, come to think of it, mock chicken, that's chicken. So maybe the processed food stuff, I need chicken. I don't like the beef and the pork. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Because I prefer chicken wieners over beef wieners, and I prefer, like, mock chicken over bologna. What is kind of my big, messy, you know, I just like, you know, fast food. Fast food, I would say. Okay, here's ground beef and a tin of mushroom soup, or just ground meat, and then add mushroom soup to it, and then you just literally pour it on bread. That is one of my favorite meals of all time, and it's just ground meat, a tin of mushroom soup. So it's like we called it a mushroom gravy, but it's not. It's just mushroom soup. And with a whole shitload of meat in it, and then just pour it on bread. All hot, right? It's like or a hot beef sandwich, right? Just hamburger patties put on bread and smothered in gravy. What are some other kind of... have you heard of frozen custard? It's ice cream with egg yolks. I don't do sweets. Like once in a very small while, I'll buy like some muffins or something like that. But really, I don't eat sweet. If it's sweet, I don't eat it. My weakness is fat and salt, like a potato chip or stuff like chips. Sweets, I never buy. Never. I will eat them. It's not like I dislike them, but I never seek it out. So I never buy ice cream. I never buy cookies. I never buy cakes or tarts or squares or any of that stuff. No sugar. I guess, you know, like well, I shouldn't say no sugar because I'll have some peanut butter and jam on toast or something. So that's sweet. And I have cereal, and that's all sweet, super sweet, really. But, yeah, so... but this reminded me of that. It's just ground meat, doesn't matter, and then add your tin of cream of mushroom soup. Or if you're cooking for a lot of people, put, you know, a lot of meat and 2 tins. And then just pour that. And you can cook some potatoes, bake some potatoes, mash your potatoes, and then pour that on top of it, or rice. Pour this on top of rice, or just bread. It's all fucking fantastic. And then some vegetables on the side. I love this. Cream of mushroom soup and a ground up turkey, pork, doesn't matter. Do you have Cracker Barrel in Canada? I've never been to one. I don't think so. And I've only been to an Olive Garden one time. Pennsylvania. Okay, they got my address correct, but no, the nearest place is in Pennsylvania. So no Cracker Barrel. Do you remember Ponderosa? Ponderosa. I used to love that place. I love huge salad bars. Salad bar, not buffet. Salad bar. We used to have them in, you know, around, but we don't anymore. There's no more salad bars, and it's kind of sad, you know. But Ponderosa was, Ponderosa, like, most people would go to Ponderosa for, like, a steak. But I didn't. I would get a burger and fries, like, you know, but, and, salad bar. Salad bar, salad bar, salad bar. I love that. That is my dream food. If you were to ask me what my ideal place to go is, the bigger, the better the salad bar, that's where I want to go. I don't care how much it costs, and I don't care about the other stuff. A great big salad bar. Either that or like a roadside diner, you know, just like a truck stop, independent truck stop place to get a clubhouse and fries, or just a burger and fries or something. But I would say salad bar. You know, a lot of people really like big, expensive buffets and stuff. The closest thing to Ponderosa is Brazilian. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a place. Temporarily closed. Okay, so that's, see, that's all about the meat. But I don't care about the meat. And again, I am weird. I am weird, and I understand. I went to the Ponderosa because of the salad bar. No joke. Everybody else was going there for the steak. I'm going to look it up. Best salad bar. Best salad bar in Vancouver. In Chicago. Okay. See, this is not a restaurant. This is, I don't know. This is like a takeout, which I guess could be fine, but no, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a buffet, but it's salad bar. Forget about the meat. Like this. But is that on the customer side? No, that looks like the cook's side. I don't know, maybe it is the customer side. But this isn't what I'm looking for. That's like toppings on the salad. I want like 5 different types of pasta salad and 5 different types of, you know, like every vegetable imaginable, every lettuce, all of the toppings, all of the pickles, you know, some hard-boiled eggs, just the biggest, you know, like pickled beets and frickin' everything. And sometimes they even put soup. Sometimes soup is included in the salad bar. That's a nice bonus. I like that. But see, this is okay. Don't get me wrong. I like the raw veggies, absolutely. But not just that. I want more than that, and nuts and seeds and all sorts of different creative things, like pasta salads and salads that you've never heard of before. See, this is no good. This is all behind. This is that's not what I want. A buffet, but it's salad bar. Oh, and fruit, you know, some fruit, nuts, right? A bunch of different, you know, like spinaches and different types of lettuces. And just go on and on and on, just forever and ever. I just don't ever want it to end. And that's kind of like what except for it would be like 3 of these for a Ponderosa. They were so big. Milwaukee Salad Bar Guide. We used to have lettuce and stuff around ours too. And what kind of it weirds me out, like in the actually, I don't even know what Russian fruit is, to be honest. It's weird, like it's Russia on that side up north and Canada on this side up north. But, you know, I know nothing about Russia. I know a lot about China, but I know almost nothing about Russia. You know, the most I ever learned about Russia was, you know, when I looked up their standard of living, and it's very low. That's it. You know, it's communist, it's Putin, and then, you know, Stalin, and, you know, a little bit of the war. But I know nothing about the life of a person in Russia. I know the guys in Russia they all wear tracksuits, because that's all they have. They all wear Adidas outfits, and you don't fuck with them because they will beat the living shit out of you in no time flat. That's what I know about Russia. Don't fuck with the Russian guy. He's gonna fuck you up. This is more like it. Look at that. I don't know if it's just a trick photography, but see how long it goes? Top 10 salad bars in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Like, that is the thing of beauty. Walking back from a salad bar, like that. Oh, I didn't know this. I guess there's maybe a bunch of other people that are like me. Oh, baklava. I think that's the only Russian food I know about. Baklava, that dessert thing. It's like I don't know, like a flaky pastry, but drowned in honey. Another great salad bar is Golden Coral. See, that's something that you guys have that we don't. There is a benefit to living near so many people. Like, it's hard for maybe an American to understand how much space we have up here. You know, we are, I think, 1.5 times the size of America, 1.5 times the size, but you have 10 times more people. Now, you do have empty spaces and stuff, but, you know, like you have 10 times the number of people in only 2/3 of the space. And because of that, you guys have a lot of choices that we don't have. And I don't know, it's a trade-off, right? More space between people, or more choices of people and the stuff that they create. So anyway, let's take a look at, well, if you're not married, we can get married, and then you can come up here. Do you want to get married? I'll marry you. And then you can move to Canada. And you don't have to worry about your sex. Holy crap! You don't have to worry about what you got between your legs because it's all legal here. I guess it's legal down there too.
Well, hello, and welcome back to Golden Corral. We have missed you the last few months, but we sincerely appreciate the support and loyalty we have felt from all of you. We also want you to know.
Wait a second. The support and loyalty? Are you fucking joking? What are you talking about? Your customers are like sending you letters, get well soon? Really? Are they? Okay. Okay.
That you have been in our thoughts and prayers as well. As we begin to emerge from the pandemic together, we are excited to have Golden Corral restaurants safely operating in over 30 states. On average, 3 to 4 restaurants are reopening each day, so please check our website for daily updates. In response to national and local guidelines, we have developed 3 new ways to enjoy Golden Corral. Our new service models comply with variations in health department requirements across the country.
I'm telling you, this I really hate. I hate the world. You know, I've been sitting here and there's been an endless stream of people, and by law, they have to all be wearing masks. But I'd say about a quarter of them didn't. And that was a good thing. Most of the people that come to the door, I'm saying, do what you want, but I don't care about this mask stuff. Do what you want, but I don't care. So, if you don't want to wear a mask, you don't have to. And some of them didn't, or weren't. So, I'm hating this. I'm hating all of this. Everybody is bending to stupid. The stupidity involved in this is off the chart. And I honestly, I don't see how it can work. I don't see how it can work. When you're here, let's just say that you're in a busy office district, and you've got a rush of people at noon, and you're going to tell them that you can only, like everybody has to be spread way apart, you're going to go bankrupt. Because people are going to see that great big ass long line and just say, fuck it, I guess I'm going to have to start bringing my own lunch. Because I can't wait in a line that long, I've only got an hour.
While still providing our guests with an enjoyable Golden Corral experience. These new ways to serve our...
And by the way, I'll marry you tomorrow if you're rich. If you're rich, no problem. But if you're not, then we'll have to talk it out.
Our guests include a We Serve You buffet, which features endless helpings and eliminates the need for guests to touch serving utensils. Endless entrees, where guest favorites are delivered right to their table. Our no-touch buffet service, where guests are given a glove to wear when handling shared serving utensils. Protective paper napkins and wax paper sheets are also available throughout the buffet for guests to use when handling utensils. Here's what you can expect when you return to Golden...
You're joking, right? Yeah. So buffets... sharing utensils, you can have to, everybody's wearing plastic gloves everywhere. And when you look outside, there's a lot of people that are playing the game. Oh my God, it's so fucking crazy. Like, nobody, it's like the world deserves to collapse because the people in it are too stupid. I mean, if you still think that this is, a thing that you need to think about, you're just too stupid. But you gotta follow the herd, right? We're sitting there screaming. There's so many of us that are trying to scream at the top of our lungs about stop being so stupid. Why are you being so stupid with all this bullshit? But here we are. How are these businesses going to survive with social distancing? Half the number of tables and shit like that. It's just, but they have to play the game, right? You're going to put on a glove to touch a fucking set of tongs? And then what? Do you have to keep changing the glove for each item? Or do you just put on one set of gloves so you can go through? What if one person doesn't use a glove to touch the fucking tongs for the frickin' green beans? Does that mean they get kicked out of the restaurant? Or the tongs get taken away and replaced by somebody who is monitoring who's touching what? The insanity is so fucking off the chart, it's unbelievable.
Corral, as restaurants continue to reopen, our rigorous cleanliness standards for guest touch points.
And by the way, this bullshit, I can't watch any more of this. I know, see, like, they're saying, well, I just have to. They're telling me I have to. Okay. So, this extra cleaning is going to make people extra sick. It's already doing a ton of damage to people. The chemicals and the killing of the germs and bacteria that we need to build up an immunity for the world outside. What does the buffet look like? Order online, rewards. So, no, see, and everybody's doing this shit. You see the spots that they had on the ground earlier? You see the spots over here? See these dots? You know, like this is like, oh, don't get any closer than that. Always make sure that there's at least 2 dots in between you and the next person. Look at these lines on the ground. Follow the lines. It's like we're fucking cattle now. And that's exactly what they want us to feel like. They want you to be paranoid of the person next to you. And see, like, I'm talking to some of these people. And they're like, oh, you should be scared. Everybody's head is exploding everywhere. Like these people that have been coming to my house. Or the house, should I say. And it's just fucking scary as hell. How stupid people are. And how it's just, they throw out, see, a smart guy like me, they throw out the propaganda. But, and it doesn't work. But most people aren't this way. Most people are just dumb lemmings that are just listening and they're just doing what they're told to do. And they don't have critical thinking skills, and they've been propagandized and brainwashed. And how to make chimichangas. Cheesy chicken chimichanga. How about better than fried, oven-baked, crispy French fries. That does look pretty impressive, so I'm going to check it out. I hope it's not in Spanish. But it's just, I don't know. But I get reassured. There's a lot of people that are still not wearing masks, and that's a good thing. So, and even in some of these, you know, like hardcore places, but a lot of these places are freaking going crazy. Anyway, let's get to it. EarthCam. See, Chicago looks pretty good. They seem to be defying the rules. When you zoom in and you take a look at their faces, they're not wearing masks. See? No mask. Oh, that guy's got a mask. It's a shame. You know, you're killing brain cells when you do that, when you wear those masks. You're supposed to get that carbon dioxide out and away from your body. But no, it's just sitting in there, it's hot and it's cooking and you're getting all sorts of shit in there. People are reusing their masks over and over and over again. This is such a fucking terrible idea. But anyway, I'm glad to see a lot of people are saying fuck you. And by the way, oh, that's a mask. Oh, there's another mask. But there's no mask. Right? I don't know about that guy. Can't tell. Usually the Asians are pretty bad. They're really obedient. They love the fucking orders and rules. No mask. Oh, that's the same girl. Another girl, no mask. I don't know. So it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not like everybody's wearing them, which is good. And I'm really happy to see that. And some people think I'm being sarcastic when I say that. And no, I am not being sarcastic right now. I have to say it. Yeah, restaurants are going to be a nightmare. Are people going to tolerate, and how are they even going to work? With half the number of well, just get a needle. Get a needle every year and get the needle that we tell you to get. And then you can go to restaurants again. And this and that and that and this and stuff. Is this guy wearing a mask? Nope. Good job. Good job, man. See, and this is downtown New York. No mask. Pretty sure that's no mask. That's a mask. That's a mask. That's a mask. That's a mask. See, this is pretty bad, but at least there's a bunch of people. There's a lot of them too. I see a mask here. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but it seems pretty fucking shit to me. That's a mask, right? Or maybe not, I don't know. 2 masks. Mask. No mask. Mask. See, that's pretty bad. However, there are places that you see done. 0. Anyway, let's get back to food. They do look good.
Hello, all you fabulous people. Welcome to Spain on Fork. Today we have such a great episode. We're making better than fried, oven-baked crispy French fries. Folks, this is what it's all about. Grabbing comfort food, and I would say that French fries are possibly the most popular comfort food in the world, and transforming them into a healthy dish. Seriously, you can totally eat these French fries guilt-free because they're not loaded with oil or fat, but the flavor of the French fries and that incredible crispy texture is going to completely blow you away, guys. Easy to make, no special equipment. Let's dive right in. All right, I'm going to begin by grabbing 3 medium-sized Yukon Gold potatoes. Now, to make these French fries, you can use whatever kind of potatoes you want. In my opinion, the Yukon Gold ones have the best texture and flavor. I'm going to rinse these under some cold running water, and as you can see, I'm leaving the skins on the potatoes. This gives these homemade French fries that beautiful texture, but you can totally peel them. But if you're going to leave the skins on there, make sure you scrub the potatoes well. And once you have all your potatoes clean, make sure you pan them completely dry. Now I'm going to cut the potatoes into the form of French fries. I like to cut off a 1/4 inch from each end. That way you can easily stand up the potato and cut it into vertical slices that are about a 1/4 inch thick. And from each piece of potato, cut 1/4 inch thick pieces to form the French fries. And as you're cutting your French fries, transfer them into a large bowl. Once I have all the French fries cut and into the bowl, I'm going to fill it up with some cold water to about 1/2 inch above the potatoes and let them sit here for at least 30 minutes. This is such an important...
Oh, I was you know something? It took me a long time to think about Eddie Munster. But I was like, who the fuck is... That's the kid! I forgot it was the kid. I was like, which one is Eddie Munster? And I was like, just kept thinking in my head. But yeah, okay, I get it, yeah. And you're right. But you know, that Eddie Munster has a story. Do you know what the story is behind him? He got fucked out of all of his money. I think it was him. I'm not positive, but he got fucked out of all of his money. So the Hollywood Union actually created a new law about child actors, and they named it after him. He got so fucked. That Eddie Munster law. What's that? I think it's him. Gets silver, say, Eddie Munster. Money spent. Something like that. I could be getting it wrong. Maybe it was another person. Law named after... Butch Patrick? How about life and career? Okay, I think it should be right up front. I could be wrong, but I think there was a law named after child star. Named after child star when parents spent his money. California Child Actors Bill. Oh, 39. Jackie Coogan, who earned millions of dollars. Okay, so I'm getting the person wrong. Jackie Coogan. Oh, wait! Hey! Hey! Jackie Coogan. Look! He was in the Munsters, but he played the uncle. What was his name? The guy with the light bulb in his mouth. Yeah, his parents, Coogan, as a kid. As a child, Coogan earned $3 to $4 million, and way back then, that's a ton. Yeah, his mother and stepfather blew all of his money. Come on. What was his name? So I'm just getting the character. Come on. He was, the uncle. Oh, Uncle Fester. Jesus Christ. Oh, and it was the Addams Family, not Munsters. So I was getting things confused. I was close. I was close. Why don't you talk? Where are you taking us tomorrow? Can you visit Purple Island, South Korea? Yep. Tomorrow. Let's get out of here. Yep. We can start there. We can start there. No problem. Hey, I was close. That's a weird thing to be close about. You were talking about the Munsters and a child actor, but I got Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. It's weird, eh?
Step by soaking the raw French fries before you bake them. This will remove some of that excess starch. That way they have an incredible crispy texture. After leaving our potatoes to sit in that water for at least 30 minutes, I'm going to drain them into a sieve. Rinse them with some cold running water. Transfer them to a dishcloth. And pat them completely dry. Again, this is such an important step. You don't want any excess water in these potatoes, otherwise they're not going to have that incredible crispy texture.
You know, a lot of people do that. They just insist so hard on making sure that the potatoes are dry. And I don't even know what that means, because you're drying the outside, but the inside is still not being touched.
Once the potatoes are well dried, I'm going to transfer them back into the bowl.
Now, one of the reasons why you want them dry, if you're deep frying them, is so that they don't splash all over the place, because the cold water and the deep fryer don't like each other. But to my knowledge, that's the reason why you want these things dry. And that's really the only reason, especially in an oven. Who cares? The outside moisture is going to evaporate in, what, 2 minutes? Maybe less? Especially if you preheat the oven.
And pour in a generous tablespoon of extra virgin olive oil. Now to season your potatoes, you can add whatever seasonings you want in there. I like to add in some sweet smoked Spanish paprika and some garlic powder as it gives these French fries an incredible punch of flavors. I'm going to add in a generous half teaspoon of sweet smoked Spanish paprika into the potatoes, 1 teaspoon of garlic powder.
You know, I like his energy. You know, we can make fun of his appearance, but I like his energy. He's really going out of his way to work hard. You know what I mean? And cooking is kind of just cooking. You know, like, there's probably 1,000 people doing cooking. And you can say what you want about this recipe or that recipe, but it's something that we all do. It's we eat, you know, like, there are a lot of people that are into it, obviously. Look at, okay, the number of views. 150,000 from just a couple of months ago. So he's doing well. People like him. It's a good recipe, and it's all good. I like his energy. I like it.
1 teaspoon of fine sea salt, and about 1/8 of a teaspoon of freshly cracked black pepper. And I'm going to toss this all together until everything's well combined. Once again, this is such an important step. You want that olive and all these seasonings to be perfectly divided through each piece of potato.
Oh God, yeah, that's a lot of shaky shake. It's almost like, if I were him, I would have added the dry spices to the oil and give it a mix. Give it a little stir with a toothpick, and then I preferred Food Wishes YouTube channel. Okay, we'll check that out next. I have to grab some food myself. I'm starting to, I need a second meal today. I'm going to be shopping tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, see, I don't even know my own schedule yet. Tomorrow morning is, I'm suing the government. But I also have to do grocery shopping. So yeah, this might be, you know, like sometimes I start really early. Like today, I got 101 done pretty early. So this started pretty early. And I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. What the hell? But anyway, woke up at 6 and yeah, so this still has to happen. And I really want to get to it. There's no good reason to not get to it. And I got to get this activism going. Because just sitting here and complaining about stuff is not a good idea. You know, like, just complaining is no good. I think solutions are important. And, yeah, so.
Once everything's well mixed, I'm going to transfer the potatoes into a baking tray that's lined with parchment paper. And make sure they're all in a single layer, that way they all cook evenly.
And really? You're using a spoon to move them around? I like people that like to get into their food and touch it and stuff.
And I'm going to add our potatoes into a preheated oven. Very important to preheat your oven at least 30 minutes before you add these in there. I have it in the bake and broil option, 250 degrees Celsius, which is 475 degrees Fahrenheit. Now if your oven doesn't have the bake and broil option at the same time, no big deal. Just bake them for the exact same amount of time I'm cooking these, and then add them to the broiler between 2 to 3 minutes. After about 30 minutes, these French fries look like they are perfectly cooked. I'm going to take them out of the oven. And transfer them into a serving dish, guys. Seriously.
Admittedly, like, he's doing a great job with his camera angles and the editing and stuff, right? This takes a lot of, you know, like, this isn't just, you know, normie stuff. This is, like, he's putting in a lot of hard work. I'm, you know, lazy in comparison. I guess if you add everything up, I'm not lazy. But really, me just sitting here doing what I'm doing, it's pretty easy. It's easier content to create, but whatever.
Look how insane these oven-baked crispy French fries turned out. Let's give them a try and see how they taste.
Oh, they're going to be great. And I will admit that my special potatoes are similar, but they're just cubes. And instead of oil, I use margarine. And that's it. Just substitute out the, oil for margarine. And don't worry about the frickin' cutting a potato into French fries, because, let's be honest, that's really hard to do. Just cut them into chunks.
I cannot wait to try this. Here we go. What a beautiful crunch to them, guys. So good, oven baked. Wow. I mean, these are just the best part about them is that they're guilt-free. They're not loaded with oil. They're not deep fried. Absolutely delicious. You can season them any way you want. I love it with the paprika and the garlic powder explosion of flavors. The textures of the potatoes are insane. The most important part here, make sure when you cut the potatoes, you soak them in cold water for at least 30 minutes. That's what helps remove some of the starch to give these French fries that incredible crunch. Really quick before I go, I'd like to give out a quick shout out to one of my patrons, Jim Owens. Again, Jim, thank you so much for all your support. I truly appreciate you. It's thanks to people like you and the rest of my patrons why Spain on a Fork continues to move forward. If you're not a patron, consider becoming one. It helps with ingredients and equipment to continue making videos like this. You'll find my Patreon link in the description box below and iCard above. If you enjoyed today's video, hit that like button, leave me a comment below, and if you're not subscribed, smash that subscribe button. Till the next time, hasta luego.
Oh. That's a foreign language. Just out of curiosity before we go. Um, 36 patrons, it makes $184 a month. So, oh wow, that looks good. Hash brown breakfast cups recipe. Oh, I know what that is. That looks great, by the way. That is just some shredded, grated potatoes put into like a muffin tin, right? Maybe a little pancake batter, like a potato cake, but, and then maybe some stuff underneath, and then an egg. That looks good. Okay, so let's check this out. Food wishes. What the heck? Wait, what the heck is this? Food wishes. Wow. Why did I have, like, gay butts all of a sudden? 3.6 million.
Hello, this is Chef John, and welcome to Food Wish.
Oh, all recipes. That's a big website. Okay, so, Salisbury steak. Have you tried, toad in the hole? Breakfast item? No, I've never had toad in a hole. I'm sure the toad isn't a real toad, but you literally just can't say that to anybody, right? Because nobody knows what toad hole is, toad hole, except maybe you and 3 other people.
Hello, this is Chef John from foodwishes.com with Salisbury steak. That's right, when I was a kid, we didn't have smartphones or the internet. All we had was a TV that, if you were lucky, got like 3 stations. And the only shows on were the news or Ed Sullivan. But we didn't care, because as we watched, we got to enjoy a little something called a TV dinner. And the king of the TV dinners, in my opinion, was the Salisbury steak, which is what we're going to show you how to make here. while at the same time showing you how to make one of the greatest gravies ever invented. So with that, let's go ahead and get started with a pound of ground beef. And for this, I suggest you go right to the meat counter and have them grind it fresh for you. And ideally, you're going to use the 85-15 blend. And what we'll do is spice this up with some freshly ground black pepper, plus a little bit of dry mustard, at which point we'll add a couple very, very key ingredients, which are a couple tablespoons of tomato ketchup, plus a tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce. Alright, don't skip that. We'll also sneak in a teaspoon of soy sauce. And then we'll finish up with 1 beaten egg, a few shakes of cayenne, and then last but not least, some plain breadcrumbs. And then once all that's in there, we'll take a fork and give this a mix until everything is very thoroughly combined. And while it's going to take a little longer than just using your hands, I think by using the fork, we avoid warming up and mashing in that fat, which can result in a tougher Salisbury steak. So while we do want this very well mixed, the less we handle it, the better. But having said that, because we are using a fair amount of breadcrumbs, even if you did overmix this a little bit, these patties are still going to be pretty tender. So don't stress too much. Oh, and by the way, speaking of breadcrumbs, this is often described as a hamburger steak, but because of what we're throwing in here, this is much, much closer in taste and texture to a meatloaf, which is one of the reasons I love it so much. I am a meatloaf fiend. And then once that's mixed, we could use it right away if we had to, but I think it's much, much better if we pat it down, wrap it up, and place it in the fridge for at least a few hours. Okay, and you can even go overnight if you want. And that's just going to give it a little bit of time for all those flavors to develop. Plus, while that's in the fridge, we can go ahead and whip up our brown gravy.
I'm trying to think of what
We're going to start by melting a couple
be
tablespoons of butter over high
before I
heat
look it up.
in a large nonstick pan, to which we will add a whole bunch of sliced mushrooms, as well as some diced onion, and a nice pinch of salt. And what we'll do is saute these, stirring occasionally until they're very nicely browned. And the process for what happens to these veggies I describe as, first we make them wet, then we make them dry.
You know,
then
I
we make
feel
them
like
wet.
it's not just an
And what
egg.
that means is when these first start sauteing,
Because it
you're
could
going to
be
get
like
a lot
a
of moisture
bullseye,
coming out of the
just like
mushrooms
a
and the
piece of
onions,
toast with a hole
and it
in
will
the
sort of
middle, and
bubble
you
in
put
its
an
own
egg in there.
juices and be kind of wet.
But
as they
why would you
continue
call
to cook,
that
that water is
toast?
going to evaporate, and the pan will dry out, at which point things will start browning in that butter nicely. And once that happens, we want to continue cooking until these take on a really beautiful deep rich color, which for me looks something like this. And then once that's been accomplished, we will stop and add our flour. And we'll go ahead and stir that in. And we will cook that for about 3 minutes, just to take the raw edge off that flour. At which point we'll stop and add the rest of the ingredients. Okay, so to recap, first we made it wet, then we made it dry, which is where we're at now. Now we're going to make it wet by adding a spoon of ketchup, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, and then 3 cups of the finest beef broth you can find. All right, preferably low sodium, and we'll go ahead and stir all that together still on high heat. And if there was ever a recipe where you wanted to splurge on a nice beef broth, this would be the one. In fact, you may even want to consider splurging for one of those fancy bone broths, which by the way are exactly the same as regular beef broth, but they do tend to be a little higher quality and lower in salt, which since we are going to reduce this a little bit, is an advantage. But anyway, we'll stir all that together and bring it to a simmer over high heat, at which point we'll reduce that to medium and simmer it for about 10 minutes, stirring occasionally until it reduces a little bit and thickens up. And if everything's gone according to plan, it looks like this, which I think is just absolutely gorgeous. And if you want to give that a taste for salt, go ahead. But mine was perfect. And then once that's done, we'll go ahead and transfer it into some kind of measuring cup or bowl. And we'll make sure we use a spatula to scrape that pan as clean as we can. And that's it.
So
Once
does that
our
look
gravy's
good?
done, we'll simply reserve
think it
that
looks
until
good?
needed. And yes, I am doing this backwards. Most recipes have you cook your Salisbury steaks first, and then you remove those from the pan, and then make your gravy, and then put it all together. But I think this method works out so much better, and is much easier logistically when we're ready to serve. And that's it. We'll return our scraped clean pan to the stove, where we will eventually fry our Salisbury steaks in some melted butter. But before that happens, we have to form them, which I'm going to do, of course, with some damp hands, since damp hands make smooth Salisbury steaks. So we'll moisten our hands with a little bit of water, and then we'll take 1/4 of our mixture and form it into a patty about a 1/2 inch thick. And while oval is the most traditional shape, you could make these round if you want, or I guess square, or triangular if you're really weird. So do them how you want. I mean, you are, after all, the Dr. James Salisbury.
Gravy.
Of how the shape might vary. But the point is, it really doesn't matter as long as they're about a 1/2 inch thick. And before we fry these up, I do like to season both sides with some salt. Although,
Oh,
be
because
careful,
the gravy is going
especially
to
if
turn
you
it
used a
into
cheap
mud.
beef broth. which tend
so
to be a
it'll
lot
kind
saltier.
of maybe look like
Depending
a
on how
toad
salty
is
your gravy already
poking
tastes,
out.
you may want to
I
skip
don't
this
know.
step. But anyway, I did put a little bit on mine. And that's it. We're going to go ahead and brown those up in a couple tablespoons of butter that we have
A
set
piece
over
of
medium-high
bread with
heat
a
in our
middle cut
previously
out,
used
and
pan.
then you crack an
And we
egg
are
in
only
it.
going to cook these for about 2 to 3
We
minutes
call that
per
a
side,
bullseye.
or
So
just enough
it's
time to get a little
basically
bit of browning on the
bullseye
surface.
with gravy.
Okay, one of the secrets to a great Salisbury steak is finishing cooking them in the gravy. So like I said, we'll just give those a couple minutes per side. And because of the egg and the breadcrumb,
And by the way, that's my favorite
there's still
meat.
going to be plenty of time to get some decent color. And then what
Ground
we'll do to finish
anything.
these is
I
simply
don't know
transfer in
why.
our gravy. And then as soon as that starts to simmer, which is only going to take a couple minutes, we will back our heat down to medium and simply cook these for about 5 more minutes, basting with a spoon, or until our Salisbury steaks are just cooked through. And this is not something we're trying to catch at medium rare or medium. All right, it's perfectly fine, if not better, that these cook all the way through. And since they're only a half-inch thick, that's only going to take maybe 4 or 5 minutes. And one way to test, which I didn't show, is just poke them with your finger. And if they feel mushy, they're not done. But if they spring back and feel a little bit firm, they are. And that's it. Once those are cooked, we'll go ahead and serve them up. Preferably next to some buttered mashed potatoes and the vegetable side of your choice. And of course, we'll spoon over a very generous amount of that gravy, which is not only one of the best tasting brown gravies ever, but probably the most beautiful. I mean, come on, look at that. And no, in case
See, I missed it. I was making a coffee, and I missed the gravy. They clapped my channel. I don't know what that means. Oh. My stream has been temporarily blocked.